Chapter 1 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Laughland. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William PATTEN. How Phidias Helped the Image Maker, by Beatrice Harraden. During the time when Pericles was at the head of state at Athens, he spared no pains and no money to make the city beautiful. He himself was a lover and patron of the arts, and he was determined that Athens should become the very center of art and refinement, and that she should have splendid public buildings, and splendid sculptures and paintings. So he gathered around him all the great sculptors and painters, and set them to work to carry out his ambitious plans. And some of you know that the age of Pericles is still spoken of as an age in which art advanced towards and attained to a marvelous perfection. On the Acropolis, or citadel of Athens, rose the magnificent temple of Athena, called the Parthenon, built under the direction of Phidias, the most celebrated sculptor of that time, who adorned it with many of his works, and especially with the huge statue of Athena in ivory, 47 feet in height. The Acropolis was also enriched with another figure of Athena in bronze, also the work of Phidias. The statue was called the Athena Promachus, that is, the Defender. If you turn to your Grecian history, you will find a full description of the Parthenon and the other temples of the gods and heroes and guardian deities of the city. But I want to tell you something about Phidias himself, and little Iris, an image maker's daughter. It was in the year 450 BC, in the early summer, and Phidias, who had been working all the day, strolled quietly along the streets of Athens. As he passed by the agora, or marketplace, he chanced to look up, and he saw a young girl of about 13 years sitting near him. Her face was of the purest beauty. Her head was gracefully poised on her shoulders. Her expression was sadness itself. She looked poor and in distress. She came forward and begged for help, and there was something in her manner, as well as in her face, which made Phidias pause and listen to her. "My father lies ill," she said plaintively, "and he cannot do his work, and so we can get no food, nothing to make him well and strong again. If I could only do his work for him, I should not mind, and then I should not beg. He does not know I came out to beg. He would never forgive me, but I could not bear to see him lying there without food." "And who is your father?" asked Phidias kindly. "His name is Aristeus," she said, "and he is a maker of images, little clay figures of gods and goddesses and heroes. Indeed, he is clever, and I am sure you would praise the Hercules he finished before he was taken ill." "Take me to your home," Phidias said to the girl. As they passed on together, he asked her many questions about the image maker. She was proud of her father, and Phidias smiled to himself when he heard her speak of this father as though he were the greatest sculptor in Athens. He liked to hear her speak so enthusiastically. "Is it not wonderful," she said, "to take the clay and work it into forms? Not everyone could do that. Could you do it?" Phidias laughed. "Perhaps not so well as your father," he answered kindly. "Still, I can do it." A sudden thought struck Iris. "Perhaps you would help father," she said eagerly. "Ah, but I ought not to have said that." "Perhaps I can help him," replied Phidias good-naturedly. "Anyway, take me to him." She led him through some side streets into the poorest parts of the city, and stopped before a little window, where a few roughly wrought images and vases were exposed to view. She beckoned to him to follow her, and opening the door, crept gently into a room which served as her workshop and dwelling place. Phidias saw a man stretched out on a couch at the farther end of the room, near a bench where many images and pots of all sorts lay unfinished. "This is our home," whispered Iris proudly, "and that is my father yonder." The image maker looked up and called for Iris. "I am so faint, child," he murmured. "If I could only become strong again, I could get back to my work. It is so hard to lie here and die." Phidias bent over him. "You shall not die," he said, "if money can do you any good. I met your little daughter, and she told me that you were an image maker, and that interested me because I too can make images, though perhaps not as well as you. Still, I thought I should like to come and see you and help you, and if you will let me, I will try and make a few images for you so that your daughter may go out and sell them, and bring you home money. And meanwhile she shall fetch you some food to nourish you." Then he turned to Iris, and putting some coins into her hands, bade her go out and bring what she thought fit. She did not know how to thank him, but hurried away on her glad errand, and Phidias talked kindly to his fellow worker, and then, throwing aside his cloak, sat down at the bench and busied himself with modeling the clay. It was so different from his ordinary work that he could not help smiling. This is rather easier, he thought to himself, than carving from the marble a statue of Athena. What a strange occupation. Nevertheless, he was so interested in modeling the quaint little images that he did not perceive that Iris had returned until he looked up and saw her standing near him, watching him with wonder, which she could not conceal. "Oh, how clever!" she cried. "Father, if you could only see what he is doing." "Nay, child," said the sculptor, laughing. "Get your father his food and leave me to my work. I am going to model a little image of the goddess Athena, for I think the folk will like to buy that, since that rogue Phidias has set up his statue of her in the Parthenon." "Phidias, the prince of sculptors," said the image maker. "May the gods preserve his life, for he is the greatest glory of all Athens." "Aye," said Iris, as she prepared her father's food. "That is what we all call him, the greatest glory of all Athens." "We think of him," said Aristeus feebly, "and that helps us in our work. Yes, it helps even us poor image makers. When I saw the beautiful Athena, I came home cheered and encouraged. May Phidias be watched over and blessed all his life." The tears came into the eyes of Phidias as he bent over his work. It was a pleasure to him to think that his fame gained for him a resting place of love and gratitude in the hearts of the poorest citizens of Athens. He valued this tribute of the image maker far more than the praises of the rich and great. Before he left, he saw that both father and daughter were much refreshed by the food which his bounty had given to them, and he bade Aristeus be of good cheer, because he would surely regain his health and strength. "And because you love your art," he said, "I shall be a friend to you and help you, and I shall come again tomorrow and do some work for you. That is to say, if you approve of what I have already done, and then Iris will be able to go out and sell the figures." He hastened away before they were able to thank him, and he left them wondering who this new friend could be. They talked of him for a long time, of his kindness and his skill, and Aristeus dreamt that night about the stranger who had come to work for him. The next day Phidias came again and took his place at the image maker's bench, just as if he were always accustomed to sit there. Aristeus, who was better, watched him curiously but asked no questions. But Iris said to him, "My father and I talk of you and wonder who you are." Phidias laughed. "Perhaps I shall tell you some day," he answered. "There, child, what do you think of that little vase? When it is baked, it will be a pretty thing." As the days went on, the image maker recovered his strength, and meanwhile Phidias had filled the little shop with dainty-wrought images and graceful vases such as never been seen there before. One evening, when Aristeus was leaning against Iris and admiring the stranger's work, the door opened and Phidias came in. "What, friend?" he said cheerily. "You are better tonight, I see." "Last night," said Aristeus, "I dreamt that the friend who held out a brother's hand to me and helped me in my trouble was the great Phidias himself. It did not seem wonderful to me, for only the great do such things as you have done for me. You must be great." "I do not know about that," said the sculptor, smiling, "and after all, I have not done so much for you. I have only helped a brother workman, for I am an image maker too, and my name is Phidias." Then Aristeus bent down and reverently kissed the great sculptor's hands. "I cannot find words with which to thank you," he murmured, "but I shall pray to the gods night and day that they will forever bless Phidias and keep his fame pure and his hands strong to fashion forms of beauty. And this I know well, that he will always have a resting place of love and gratitude in the poor image maker's heart." And Phidias went on his way, tenfold richer and happier for the image maker's words. For there is something lovelier than fame and wealth, my children. It is the opportunity of giving the best of oneself and the best of one's powers to aid those of our fellow workers who need our active help. End of How Phidias Helped the Image Maker by Beatrice Harraden.
Chapter 2 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrea Coffey. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism by William PATTEN. The fight at the pass of Thermopylæ. by Charlotte M. Yonge. There was a trembling in Greece. The great king, as the Greeks called Xerxes, the chief ruler of the East, was marshalling his forces against the little free states that nestled amid the rocks and gulfs of the eastern Mediterranean, the whole of which together would hardly equal one province of the huge Asiatic realm. Moreover, it was a war not only on the men, but on their gods. The Persians were jealous adorers of the sun and the fire. They abhorred the idol worship of the Greeks, and defiled and plundered every temple that fell on their way. Death and desolation were almost the best that could be looked for at such hands. Slavery and torture from cruelly barbarous masters would only too surely be the lot of numbers should their land fall a prey to the conquerors. The muster place was at Sardis, and there Greek spies had seen the multitudes assembling, and the state and magnificence of the king's attendants. Envoys had come from him to demand earth and water from each state in Greece, as emblems that the land and sea were his. But each state was resolved to be free, and only Thessaly, that which lay first in its path, consented to yield the token of subjugation. A council was held at Isthmus of Corinth, and attended by deputies from all the states of Greece, to consider the best means of defense. The ships of the enemy would coast round the shores of the Aegean Sea. The land army would cross the Hellespont on a bridge of boats lashed together, and march southwards into Greece. The only hope of averting the danger lay in defending such passages as, from the nature of the ground, were so narrow that only a few persons could fight hand to hand at once, so that courage would be of more avail than numbers. The first of these passes was called Tempe, and a body of troops was sent to guard it, but they found that this was useless and impossible, and came back again. The next was at Thermopylæ. Look in your map of the archipelago, or Aegean Sea, as it was then called, for the great island of Negropont, or by its old name, Euboea. It looks like a place broken off from the coast, and to the north is shaped like a head of a bird, with the beak running into a gulf, that would fit over it upon the main land, and between the island and the coast is an exceedingly narrow strait. The Persian army would have to march round the edge of the gulf. They could not cut straight across the country, because the ridge of mountains called Ada rose up and barred their way. Indeed, the woods, rocks, and precipices came down so near the seashore that in two places there was only room for one single wheel track between the steps and the impassable morass that formed the border of the gulf on its south side. These two very narrow places were called the Gates of the Pass, and were about a mile apart. There was a little more width left in the intervening space, but in this there were a number of springs of warm mineral water, salt and sulphurous, which were used for the sick to bathe in, and thus the place was called Thermopylæ, or the Hot Gates. A wall had once been built across the westernmost of the narrow spheres, when the Thessalians and Phocians, who lived on either side of it, had been at war with one another, but it had been allowed to go to decay, since the Phocians had found out that there was a very steep, narrow mountain path along the bed of a torrent, by which it was possible to cross from one territory to the other without going round this marshy coast road. This was, therefore, an excellent place to defend. The Greek ships were all drawn up on the further side of Euboea, to prevent the Persian vessels from getting into the strait and landing men beyond the pass, and a division of the army was sent off to guard the Hot Gates. The council at Isthmus did not know of the mountain pathway, and thought that all would be safe as long as the Persians were kept out of the coast path. The troops sent for this purpose were from different cities, and amounted to about 4,000, who were to keep the pass against 2 millions. The leader of them was Leonidas, who had newly become one of the 2 kings of Sparta, the city that above all in Greece trained its sons to be hardy soldiers, dreading death infinitely less than shame. Leonidas had already made up his mind that the expedition would probably be his death, perhaps because a prophecy had been given at the temple of Delphi that Sparta should be saved by the death of one of her kings of the race of Hercules. He was allowed by law to take with him 300 men, and these he chose most carefully, not merely for their strength and courage, but selecting those who had sons, so that no family might be altogether destroyed. These Spartans, with their helots or slaves, made up his own share of the numbers, but all the army was under his generalship. It is even said that the 300 celebrated their own funeral rites before they set out, lest they should be deprived of them by the enemy, since, as we have already seen, it was the Greek belief that the spirits of the dead found no rest till their obsequies had been performed. Such preparations did not daunt the spirits of Leonidas and his men, and his wife, Gorgo, not a woman to be faint-hearted or hold him back. Long before, when she was a very little girl, a word of hers had saved her father from listening to a traitorous message from the king of Persia, and every Spartan lady was bred up to be able to say to those she loved best that they must come home from battle with the shield or on it, either carrying it victoriously or borne upon it as a corpse. When Leonidas came to Thermopylæ, the Phocians told him of the mountain path through the chestnut woods of Mount Eta, and begged to have the privilege of guarding it on a spot high up on the mountainside, assuring him that it was very hard to find at the other end, and that there was every probability that the enemy would never discover it. He consented, and, encamping around the warm springs, caused the broken wall to be repaired, and made ready to meet the foe. The Persian army were seen covering the whole country like locusts, and the hearts of some of the southern Greeks in the pass began to sink. Their homes in the Peloponnesus were comparatively secure. Had they not better fall back and reserve themselves to defend the Isthmus of Corinth? But Leonidas, though Sparta was safe below Isthmus, had no intention of abandoning his northern allies, and kept the other Peloponnesians to their post, only sending messengers for further help. Presently a Persian on horseback rode up to reconnoiter the pass. He could not see over the wall, but in front of it, and on the ramparts, he saw the Spartans, some of them engaged in active sports, and others in combing their long hair. He rode back to the king, and told him what he had seen. Now Xerxes had in his camp an exiled Spartan prince, named Demaratus, who had become a traitor to his country, and was serving as counselor to the enemy. Xerxes sent for him, and asked whether his countrymen were mad to be thus employed instead of fleeing away. But Demaratus made an answer that a hard fight was no doubt in preparation, and that it was the custom of the Spartans to array their hair with special care when they were about to enter upon any great peril. Xerxes would, however, not believe that so petty a force could intend to resist him, and waited 4 days, probably expecting his fleet to assist him, but as it did not appear, the attack was made. The Greeks, stronger men and more heavily armed, were far better able to fight to advantage than the Persians with their short spears and wicker shields, and beat them off with great ease. It is said that Xerxes 3 times leapt off his throne in despair at the sight of his troops being driven backwards, and thus for 2 days it seemed as easy to force a way through the Spartans as through the rocks themselves. Nay, how could slavish troops, dragged from home to spread the victories of an ambitious king, fight like freemen who felt that their strokes were to defend their homes and children? That evening a wretched man named Ephialtes crept into the Persian camp and offered for a great sum of money to show the mountain path that would enable the enemy to take the brave defenders in the rear. A Persian general named Harraden was sent off at nightfall with a detachment to secure this passage, and was guided through the thick forest that clothed the hillside. In the stillness of the air, at daybreak, the Phocian guards of the path were startled by the crackling of the chestnut leaves under the tread of many feet. They started up, but a shower of arrows was discharged on them, and forgetting all save the present alarm, they fled to a higher part of the mountain, and the enemy, without waiting to pursue them, began to descend. As the day dawned, morning light showed the watchers of the Grecian camp below a glittering and shimmering in the torrent bed where the shaggy forest opened, but it was not a sparkle of water, but the shine of gilded helmets and the gleaming of silvered spears. Moreover, a man crept over the wall from the Persian camp with tidings that the path had been betrayed, that the enemy were climbing it, and would come down beyond the eastern gate. Still, the way was rugged and circuitous. The Persians would hardly descend before midday, and there was ample time for the Greeks to escape before they could thus be shut in by the enemy. There was a short council held over the morning sacrifice. Megistias, the seer, on inspecting the entrails of the slain victim, declared that their appearance boded disaster. Leonidas ordered him to retire, but he refused, though he sent home his only son. There was no disgrace in leaving a post that could not be held, and Leonidas recommended all the allied troops under his command to march away while yet the way was open. As to himself and his Spartans, they had made up their minds to die at their post, and there could be no doubt that the example of such a resolution would do more to save Greece than their best efforts could ever do if they were careful to reserve themselves for another occasion. All the allies consented to retreat, except the 80 men who came from Messene and the 700 Thespians, who declared that they would not desert Leonidas. There were also 400 Thebans who remained, and thus the whole number was stayed with Leonidas to confront 2 million of enemies or 1,400 warriors, besides the Helots or attendants on the 300 Spartans, whose number is not known, but they were probably at least 1 to each. Leonidas had 2 kinsmen in the camp, like himself, claiming the blood of Hercules, and he tried to save them by giving them letters and passages to Sparta, but one answered that he had come to fight, not to carry letters, and the other that his deeds would tell all that Sparta wished to know. Another Spartan, named Dionysius, when told that the enemy's archers were so numerous that their arrows darkened the sun, replied, "So much the better, we shall fight in the shade." 2 of the 300 had been sent to a neighboring village, suffering severely from a complaint in the eyes. One of them, called Eurytus, put on his armor and commanded his helot to lead him to his place in the ranks. The other, called Aristodemus, who was so overpowered with illness that he allowed himself to be carried away with the retreating allies. It was still early in the day when all were gone, and Leonidas gave the word to his men to take their last meal. "Tonight," he said, "we shall sup with Pluto." Hitherto he had stood on the defensive, and had husbanded the lives of his men, but he now desired to make as great a slaughter as possible, so as to inspire the enemy with dread of the Grecian name. He therefore marched out beyond the wall, without waiting to be attacked, and the battle began. The Persian captains went behind their wretched troops, and scourged them on to fight with whips. Poor wretches, they were driven on to be slaughtered, pierced with the Greek spears, hurtled into the sea, or trampled into the mud of the morass. But their inexhaustible numbers told at length. Their spears of the Greeks broke under hard service, and their swords alone remained. They began to fall, and Leonidas himself was among the first of the slain. Hotter than ever was the fight over his body, and 2 Persian princes, brothers of Xerxes, were there killed. But at length word was brought that Hydarnes was over the pass, and that the few remaining men were thus enclosed on all sides. The Spartans and Thespians made their way to a little hillock within the wall, resolved to let this be the place of their last stand. But the hearts of the Thebans failed them, and they came towards the Persians, holding out their hands in entreaty for mercy. Quarter was given to them, but they were all branded with the king's mark as untrustworthy deserters. The Helots probably at this time escaped into the mountains, while the small, desperate band stood side by side on the hill, still fighting to the last, some with swords, others with daggers, others even with their hands and teeth, till not one living man remained amongst them when the sun went down. There was only a mound of slain, bristled over with arrows. 20,000 Persians had died before that handful of men. Xerxes asked Emeritus if there were many more at Sparta like these, and was told there were 8,000. The body of the brave king was buried where he fell, as were those of the other dead. Much envied were they by the unhappy Aristodemus, who found himself called by no name but the coward, and was shunned by all his fellow citizens. No one would give him fire or water, and after a year of misery he redeemed his honor by perishing in the forefront of the battle of Plataea, which was the last blow that drove the Persians ingloriously from Greece. The Greeks then united in doing honor to the brave warriors who, had they been better supported, might have saved the whole country from invasion. The poet Simonides wrote the inscriptions that were engraved upon the pillars that were set up in the pass to commemorate this great action. One was outside the wall, where the most of the fighting had been. It seemed to have been in honor of the whole number who had for 2 days resisted. Here did 4,000 men from Pelops land against 300 myriads, (a myriad consisted of 10,000), bravely stand. In honor of the Spartans was another column. Go, traveler, to Sparta tell, that here, obeying her, we fell. On the little hillock of the last resistance was placed the figure of a stony lion, in memory of Leonidas, so fitly named the Lion-like, and the names of the 300 were likewise engraven on a pillar at Sparta. Lion, pillars, and inscriptions have all long since passed away. Even the very spot itself has changed. New soil has been formed, and there are miles of solid ground between Mount Eta and the Gulf, so that the hot gates no longer exist. But more enduring than stone or brass, nay, than the very battlefield itself, has been the name of Leonidas. 2,300 years have sped since he braced himself to perish for his country's sake in that narrow, marshy coast road, under the brow of the wooded crags, with the sea by his side. Since that time how many hearts have glowed, how many arms have been nerved at the remembrance of the pass of Thermopylæ, and the defeat that was worth so much more than a victory. End of the Fight at the Pass of Thermopylæ by Charlotte M. Yonge. Recording by Andrea Coffey.
Chapter 3 of The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism by William Patton. The Bravery of Regulus by Charlotte M. Yonge. The first wars that the Romans engaged in beyond the bounds of Italy were with the Carthaginians. The first dispute between Rome and Carthage was about their possession in the island of Sicily, and the war thus began had lasted 8 years, when it was resolved to send an army to fight the Carthaginians on their own shores. The army and fleet were placed under the command of the 2 consuls, Lucius Manlius and Marcus Atilius Regulus. On the way there was a great sea fight with the Carthaginian fleet, and this was the first naval battle that the Romans ever gained. It made the way to Africa free, but the soldiers, who had never been so far from home before, murmured, for they expected to meet not only human enemies, but monstrous serpents, lions, elephants, asses with horns, and dog-headed monsters, to have a scorching sun overhead, and a noisome marsh under their feet. However, Regulus sternly put a stop to all rumors, by making it known that disaffection would be punished by death, and the army safely landed and set up a fortification at Clypea, and plundered the whole country round. Orders here came from Rome that Manlius should return thither, but that Regulus should remain to carry on the war. This was a great grief to him. He was a very poor man, with nothing of his own but a little farm of 7 acres, and the person whom he had employed to cultivate it had died in his absence. A hired laborer had undertaken the care of it, but had been unfaithful, and had run away with his tools and his cattle, so that he was afraid that, unless he could return quickly, his wife and children would starve. However, the Senate engaged to provide for his family, and he remained, making expeditions into the country round, in the course of which the Romans really did fall in with the serpent, as monstrous as their imagination had depicted. It was said to be 120 feet long, and dwelt upon the banks of the river Bagrada, where it used to devour the Roman soldiers as they went to fetch water. It had such tough scales that they were obliged to attack it with their engines meant for battering city walls, and only succeeded with much difficulty in destroying it. The country was most beautiful, covered with fertile cornfields, and full of rich fruit trees, and all the rich Carthaginians had country houses and gardens, which were made delicious with fountains, trees, land flowers. The Roman soldiers, plain, hardy, fierce, and pitiless, did, it must be feared, cruel damage among these peaceful scenes. They boasted of having sacked 300 villages, and mercy was not yet known to them. The Carthaginian army, though strong in horsemen and in elephants, kept upon the hills, and did nothing to save the country. And the wild desert tribes of Numidians came rushing in to plunder what the Romans had left. The Carthaginians sent to offer terms of peace, but Regulus, who had become uplifted by his conquests, made such demands that the messengers remonstrated. He answered, men who were good for anything should either conquer or submit to their betters, and he sent them rudely away, like a stern old Roman as he was. His merit was that he had no more mercy on himself than on others. The Carthaginians were driven to extremity, and made horrible offerings to Moloch, giving the little children of the noblest families to be dropped into the fire between the brazen hands of his statue, and grown-up people of the noblest families rushed in of their own accord, hoping thus to propitiate their gods, and obtain safety for their country. Their time was not yet fully come, and a respite was granted to them. They had sent, in their distress, to hire soldiers in Greece, and among these came a Spartan named Xanthippus, who at once took the command, and led the army out to battle, with a long line of elephants ranged in front of them, and with clouds of horsemen hovering on the wings. The Romans had not yet learnt the best mode of fighting with elephants, namely, to leave lanes in their columns where these huge beasts might advance harmlessly, instead of which the ranks were thrust and trampled down by the creature's bulk, and they suffered a terrible defeat. Regulus himself was seized by the horsemen and dragged into Carthage, where the victors feasted and rejoiced through half the night, and testified their thanks to Moloch by offering in his fires the bravest of their captives. Regulus himself was not, however, one of these victims. He was kept a close prisoner for 2 years, pining and sickening in his loneliness, while in the meantime the war continued, and at last a victory so decisive was gained by the Romans that the people of Carthage were discouraged and resolved to ask terms of peace. They thought that no one would be so readily listened to at Rome as Regulus, and they therefore sent him there with their envoys, having first made him swear that he would come back to his prison if there should neither be peace nor an exchange of prisoners. They little knew how much more a true-hearted Roman cared for his city than for himself, for his word than for his life. Worn and dejected, the captive warrior came to the outside of the gates of his own city, and there paused, refusing to enter. "I am no longer a Roman citizen," he said. "I am but the barbarian slave, and the Senate may not give audience to strangers within the walls." His wife, Marcia, ran out to greet him with his 2 sons, but he did not look up, and received their caresses as one beneath their notice, as a mere slave, and he continued, in spite of all entreaty, to remain outside the city. It would not even go to the little farm he had loved so well. The Roman Senate, as he would not come in to them, came out to hold their meeting in the Campana. The ambassadors spoke first. Then Regulus, standing up, said, as one repeating a task, "Conscript fathers, being a slave to the Carthaginians, I come on the part of my masters to treat you with concerning peace, and an exchange of prisoners." He then turned to go away with the ambassadors, as a stranger might not be present at the deliberations of the Senate. His old friends pressed him to stay and give his opinion as a senator who had twice been consul, but he refused to degrade that dignity by claiming it, slave as he was. But, at the command of his Carthaginian masters, he remained, though not taking his seat. Then he spoke. He told the senators to persevere in the war. He said he had seen the distress of Carthage, and that a peace would be only to her advantage, not to that of Rome, and therefore he strongly advised that the war should continue. Then, as to the exchange of prisoners, the Carthaginian generals, who were in the hands of the Romans, were in full health and strength, whilst he himself was too much broken down to be fit for service again. And indeed he believed that his enemies had given him a slow poison, and that he could not live long. Thus he insisted that no exchange of prisoners should be made. It was wonderful, even to Romans, to hear a man thus pleading against himself, and their chief priest came forward, and declared that, as his oath had been wrested from him by force, He was not bound by it to return to his captivity. But Regulus was too noble to listen to this for a moment. "Have you resolved to dishonor me?" he said. "I am not ignorant that death and the extremest tortures are preparing for me. But what are these to the shame of an infamous action, or the wounds of a guilty mind? Slave as I am to Carthage, I have still the spirit of a Roman. I have sworn to return. It is my duty to go. Let the gods take care of the rest." The Senate decided to follow the advice of Regulus, though they bitterly regretted his sacrifice. His wife wept, and entreated in vain that they would detain him. They could merely repeat their permission to him to remain, but nothing could prevail with him to break his word, and he turned back to the chains and death he expected as calmly as if he had been returning to his home. This was in the year B.C. 249. "Let the gods take care of the rest," said the Roman, the gods whom alone he knew, and through whom he ignorantly worshipped the true God, whose light was shining out even in this heathen's truth and constancy. How his trust was fulfilled is not known. The Senate, after the next victory, gave 2 Carthaginian generals to his wife and sons to hold as pledges for his good treatment. But when tidings arrived that Regulus was dead, Marcia began to treat them both with savage cruelty, though one of them assured her that he had been careful to have her husband well used. Horrible stories were told that Regulus had been put out in the sun with his eyelids cut off, rolled down a hill in a barrel with spikes, killed by being constantly kept awake, or else crucified. Marcia seems to have heard and perhaps believed in these horrors, and avenged them on her unhappy captives till one had died, and the Senate sent for her sons and severely reprimanded them. They declared it was their mother's doing, not theirs, and thenceforth were careful of the comfort of the remaining prisoner. It may thus be hoped that the frightful tale of Regulus's sufferings was but formed by report acting on the fancy of a vindictive woman, and that Regulus was permitted to die in peace of the disease brought on far more probably by the climate and imprisonment than by the poison to which he ascribed it. It is not the tortures he may have endured that make him one of the noblest characters of history, but the resolution that would neither let him save himself at the risk of his country's prosperity, nor forfeit the word that he had pledged. End of The Bravery of Regulus by Charlotte M. Yonge. Recording by Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 4 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. The Rabbi Who Found the Diadem. Translated from the Talmud by Dr. A.S. Isaac. Great was the alarm in the palace of Rome, which soon spread throughout the entire city. The Empress had lost her costly diadem, and it could not be found. They searched in every direction, but all in vain. Half distracted, for the mishap boded no good to her or her house, the Empress redoubled her exertions to regain her precious possession, but without result. As a last resource, it was proclaimed in the public streets, "The Empress has lost a precious diadem. Whoever restores it within 30 days shall receive a princely reward, but he who delays and brings it after 30 days shall lose his head." In those times all nationalities flocked toward Rome. All classes and creeds could be met in its stately halls and crowded thoroughfares. Among the rest was a rabbi, a learned sage from the East, who loved goodness and lived a righteous life in the stir and turmoil of the Western world. It chanced one night, as he was strolling up and down in busy meditation beneath the clear moonlit sky, he saw the diadem sparkling at his feet. He seized it quickly, brought it to his dwelling, where he guarded it carefully, until the 30 days had expired, when he resolved to return it to the owner. He proceeded to the palace, and, undismayed at the sight of long lines of soldiery and officials, asked for an audience with the Empress. "What dost thou mean by this?" she inquired, when he told her his story and gave her the diadem. "Why didst thou delay until this hour? Dost thou know the penalty? Thy head must be forfeited." "I delayed until now," the Rabbi answered calmly, "so that thou mightest know that I return thy diadem, not for the sake of the reward, still less out of fear of punishment, but solely to comply with the divine command not to withhold from another the property which belongs to him." "Blessed be thy God," the Empress answered, and dismissed the Rabbi without further reproof. For had he not done right for right's sake? End of The Rabbi Who Found the Diadem, translated from the Talmud by Dr. A.S. Isaac.
Chapter 5 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patton. How Livia Won the Brooch, by Beatrice Harraden. It was the day before the public games in Rome, in the year 123 B.C., and a tall man of magnificent appearance and strength was standing outside the Temple of Hercules, talking to a young girl whose face bore some resemblance to his own. The people passing by looked at them and said, half aloud, "There stands the gladiator Nevus. I wonder how he will bear himself in the public games on the morrow." And another man, who was talking eagerly with his companion, stopped when he caught sight of the gladiator, who was a well-known figure in Rome, and said in a loud voice, "That is the man I told you about, Fabricius. A fine fellow, is he not? Tomorrow he will fight with the new hero, Lucius, and of course he will be victorious as usual. If he disappoints my hopes, I shall lose a great deal of money." "You have plenty to spare," laughed his friend as they passed on together. The gladiator did not take the slightest notice of any remarks which were made about him. Indeed, it was doubtful whether he heard them, being engaged in earnest conversation with the young girl, his daughter. "Do not be anxious about me, Marcella," he said, seeing that the tears were falling from her eyes. "I shall be victorious, as I have always been. And then, child, I shall buy your freedom, together with my own, and we shall leave Rome and return to Sicily." "Nay, father," she answered between her sobs, "I never doubted your strength, but my heart is full of fears for you. And yet I am proud when I hear everyone praising you. Last night my master Claudius gave a great banquet, and when I came to hand round the ewer of rosewater, I heard the guests say that Nevus was the strongest and finest gladiator that Rome had ever known. My master Claudius and two of the guests praised the new man Lucius, but the others would not hear a word in his favour." The gladiator smiled. "You shall be proud of me tomorrow, Marcella," he said. "I have just been offering up my prayers to the god Hercules, and in the name of Hercules I promise you, child, that I shall conquer the new man Lucius, and that tomorrow's combat shall be my last fight. So you may go home in peace. You look tired, child. Ah, it is a bitter thing to be a slave. But courage, Marcella. A few days more of slavery, and then we shall be free. For this end I have fought in the arena, and this hope has given me strength and skill." She took from her neck a piece of fine cord, to which was attached a tiny stone. She put it in his great hand. "Father," she said pleadingly, "the Greek physician gave this to me. He told me it was an Eastern charm to keep the lives of those who wore it. Will you wear it on the morrow?" He laughingly assented, and the two walked together as far as the forum, where they parted. But Marcella was not proud any more. She was sad. She had had many a dream of freedom, but she would have gladly given up all chances of realizing that dream, if only to feel that her father's life was not in danger. She would have gladly been a slave 10 times over, rather than that he should risk his life in those fearful contests. Marcella, who was a slave in the house of Claudius Flaccus, a great Roman noble, now hastened home to her duties. Her little mistress Livia, Claudius's only daughter, wondered to see her looking so pale and sad. "Why, you should be glad, like I am, Marcella," she cried, as she showed the slave maiden the necklace of pearls that she had just finished stringing. "See, Marcella, I shall wear these to-morrow when we go to the Circus Maximus. And what do you think? My father has promised me a brooch of precious stones if the new gladiator, Lucius, is successful to-morrow. Oh, how I hope he will be!" Marcella tried to restrain her tears, but it was of no avail. She threw herself on the couch and buried her face in the soft cushions, and wept as if her heart would break. Her little mistress, Livia, bent over her and tried to comfort her. "Marcella," she whispered, "it was unkind of me to say that. I forgot about your father. Please forgive me, Marcella, for I do love you, although you are only a slave. And I do not want the brooch. I should not like to wear it now. Please, Marcella, do not cry any more." The slave raised her head and smiled through her tears. "You did not mean to be unkind, dear little mistress," she said, as she kissed the hand which had been caressing her own golden hair. "I am sure you did not mean to be unkind, but I am in great trouble, and I have just said good-bye to my father, and I can think of no one else but him. When those we love are in danger, we cannot help being anxious, can we?" At that moment the curtains were drawn aside, and Claudius himself came into the beautiful apartment. Livia ran to greet him. She was a child of 10 years old, bright and winning in her ways, in beauty, and bearing every inch the child of a patrician. She was dressed in soft silk of dark purple. "I do not want the brooch," she said, as she put up her face to be kissed. "I want Marcella's father to be victorious to-morrow." Claudius frowned. "What has Marcella's father got to do with you, little one?" he asked roughly. "Neither he nor she is anything to you, a patrician's daughter. Slaves, both of them. Let me hear no more of them. As for the brooch, it shall be a handsome one." But when he had gone, Livia turned to the slave and said, "I shall never wear that brooch, Marcella." So the day wore into the night, and all through the night Marcella lay awake, wondering what the morrow would bring forth. When at last she fell asleep, she dreamed that she was in the Circus Maximus watching her father, who was fighting with a new gladiator. She saw her father fall. She heard the cries of the populace. She herself, a girl of 14 summers, sprang up to help him. And then she awoke. "Ah, it was only a dream," she cried, with a sigh of relief. "Father will win the fight to-morrow, and then he will buy his own freedom, and mine too." It was a beautiful day for the public games. People had come from all parts of the country, and the streets of Rome were crowded with all manner of folk. The aedile, whose duty it was to arrange the public games, had provided a very costly entertainment, and great excitement prevailed everywhere to know the issue of the contest between the gladiators Naevus and Lucius. It was a wonderful sight to see the Circus Maximus crowded with the rich and luxurious patrician nobles and ladies, amid their retinues of slaves, and the poorer classes, all bent on amusing themselves on this great public festival. No doubt, amongst all those masses, there were many anxious hearts, but none so anxious as that of slave-girl Marcella. She sat behind her little mistress, eagerly expectant. At last a peal of trumpets and a clash of cymbals, accompanied by some wild kind of music, announced that the performance was about to begin. The folding doors under the archway were flung open, and the gladiators marched in slowly, 2 by 2. In all the pride of their strength and bearing they walked once round the arena, and then they stepped aside to wait until their turn came. The performance began with some fights between animals, for at the time of which we are speaking the Romans had learned to love this cruel bloodshed, and had learned to despise the less exciting, if more manly, trials of strength in which their ancestors had delighted. When this part of the cruel amusement was over, the trumpets again sounded, and the gladiators made ready for their contest. Then it was that Marcella's heart beat wildly with fear. She saw her father advance together with the other gladiator. She saw their swords flash. She heard the people around her call out the name now of Naevus and now of Lucius. She heard one near her say, "He of the red scarf will prove the stronger, mark my words." Marcella's father wore the red scarf. "Nay, nay," answered the speaker's companion, "he of the green scarf will win the day." It was all that Marcella could do to prevent herself from saying, "The gladiator with the red scarf will prove the stronger. He must prove the stronger." She sat spellbound, watching for the event of the contest, which had now begun between the two in real earnest. The people encouraged now the one and now the other. At this moment it seemed probable that the new man, Lucius, would be the winner. At that moment the tide had turned in the favour of Naevus. But suddenly there was a loud cry, for Lucius had felled Naevus to the ground, and now stood over him with his sword ready for use, waiting to learn from the populace whether the favourite gladiator was to be spared or killed. The slave girl Marcella had risen from her seat. "That is my father," she cried. "Spare him! Spare him!" But no one heard her or noticed her, and the signal for mercy was not shown. On the contrary, the thumbs of thousands of hands pointed upwards, and that meant that the vanquished man, who had been the hero of so many contests, having now failed of his accustomed valour, was to die. So Lucius gave him a thrust with his sword, and he died while he was being carried away from the arena. "You have won your brooch, little daughter," laughed Claudius, as he bent over and fondled Livia's hair, "and it shall be a costly brooch, worthy of a patrician's daughter." But Livia's eyes were full of tears. "I could never wear it," she sobbed. "I should always be thinking of Marcella's father." Poor Marcella! And she thought the little charm which he had worn for her sake would preserve his life. Ah, it was cruel to think that she would never see him again, and that all their hopes of freedom and their plans for the future had ended. Well she might weep. That was hundreds of years ago, you know, but still the same story goes on, and all through the centuries sorrow comes to us, just as we think we are grasping happiness, and we have to be brave and bear that sorrow. But sometimes we are helped by friends, even as Livia helped Marcella. For she did help her. She loved her as a sister, and treated her as such. And as time went on, the little patrician lady claimed a gift from her father Claudius, a gift which was far more costly than any brooch. It was the freedom of the Sicilian slave Marcella, the gladiator's daughter. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism by William Patton. Julius Cæsar Crossing the Rubicon by Jacob Abbott. There was a little stream in ancient times in the north of Italy, which flowed eastward into the Adriatic Sea, called the Rubicon. This stream has been immortalized by the transactions which we are now about to describe. The Rubicon was a very important boundary, and yet it was in itself so small and insignificant that it is now impossible to determine which of 2 or 3 little brooks here running into the sea, is entitled to its name and renown. In history, the Rubicon is a grand, permanent, and conspicuous stream, gazed upon with continued interest by all mankind for nearly 20 centuries. In nature, it is an uncertain rivulet, for a long time doubtful and undetermined, and finally lost. The Rubicon originally derived its importance from the fact that it was the boundary between all that part of the north of Italy which is formed by the valley of the Po, one of the richest and most magnificent countries of the world, and the more southern Roman territories. This country of the Po constituted what was in those days called the Hither Gaul, and was a Roman province. It belonged now to Cæsar's jurisdiction as the commander in Gaul. All south of the Rubicon was territory reserved for the immediate jurisdiction of the city. The Romans, in order to protect themselves from any danger which might threaten their own liberties from the immense armies which they raised for the conquest of foreign nations, had imposed on every side very strict limitations and restrictions in respect to the approach of these armies to the capital. The Rubicon was the limit on this northern side. Generals commanding in Gaul were never to pass it. To cross the Rubicon with an army on the way to Rome was rebellion and treason. Hence the Rubicon became, as it were, the visible sign and symbol of civil restriction to military power. As Cæsar found the time of his service in Gaul drawing toward a conclusion, he turned his thoughts more and more toward Rome, endeavoring to strengthen his interest there by every means in his power, and to circumvent and thwart the designs of Pompey. He had agents and partisans in Rome who acted for him and in his name. He sent immense sums of money to these men to be employed in such ways as would most tend to secure the favor of the people. He ordered the Forum to be rebuilt with great magnificence. He arranged great celebrations, in which the people were entertained with an endless succession of games, spectacles, and public feasts. When his daughter Julia, Pompey's wife, died, he celebrated her funeral with indescribable splendor. He distributed corn in immense quantities among the people, and he sent a great many captives home to be trained as gladiators to fight in the theaters for their amusement. In many cases, too, where he found men of talents and influence among the populace who had become involved in debt by their dissipations and extravagance, he paid their debts, and thus secured their influence on his side. Men were astounded at the magnitude of these expenditures, and while the multitude rejoiced thoughtlessly in the pleasures thus provided for them, the more reflecting and considerate trembled at the greatness of the power which was so rapidly rising to overshadow the land. It increased their anxiety to observe that Pompey was gaining the same kind of influence and ascendancy too. He had not the advantage which Cæsar enjoyed in the prodigious wealth obtained from the rich countries over which Cæsar ruled, but he possessed, instead of it, the advantage of being all the time at Rome, and of securing, by his character and action there, a very wide personal popularity and influence. Pompey was, in fact, the idol of the people. At one time, when he was absent from Rome, at Naples, he was taken sick. After being for some days in considerable danger, the crisis passed favorably, and he recovered. Some of the people of Naples proposed a public thanksgiving to the gods, to celebrate his restoration to health. The plan was adopted by acclamation, and the example thus set extended from city to city, until it had spread throughout Italy, and the whole country was filled with processions, games, shows, and celebrations, which were instituted everywhere in honor of the event. and when Pompey returned from Naples to Rome, the towns on the way could not afford room for the crowds that came forth to meet him. The high roads, the villages, the ports, says Plutarch, were filled with sacrifices and entertainments. Many received him with garlands on their heads and torches in their hands, and as they conducted him along, strewed the way with flowers. In fact, Pompey considered himself as standing far above Cæsar in fame and power, and this general burst of enthusiasm and applause, educed by his recovery from sickness, confirmed him in this idea. He felt no solicitude, he said, in respect to Cæsar. He should take no special precautions against any hostile designs which he might entertain on his return from Gaul. It was he himself, he said, that had raised Cæsar up to whatever of elevation he had attained, and he could put him down even more easily than he had exalted him. In the meantime, the period was drawing near in which Cæsar's command in the provinces was to expire. And anticipating the struggle with Pompey which was about to ensue, he conducted several of his legions through the passes of the Alps, and advanced gradually, as he had a right to do, across the country of the Po, toward the Rubicon, revolving in his capacious mind as he came the various plans by which he might hope to gain the ascendancy over the power of his mighty rival, and make himself supreme. He concluded that it would be his wisest policy not to attempt to intimidate Pompey by great and open preparations for war, which might tend to arouse him to vigorous measures of resistance, but rather to cover and conceal his designs, and thus throw his enemy off his guard. He advanced, therefore, toward the Rubicon with a small force. He established his headquarters at Ravenna, a city not far from the river, and employed himself in objects of local interest there, in order to avert as much as possible the minds of the people from imagining that he was contemplating any great design. Pompey sent to him to demand the return of a certain legion which he had lent him from his own army at a time when they were friends. Cæsar complied with this demand without any hesitation, and sent the legion home. He sent with this legion also some other troops which were properly his own, thus evincing a degree of indifference in respect to the amount of the force retained under his command, which seemed wholly inconsistent with the idea that he contemplated any resistance to the authority of the government at Rome. In the meantime, the struggle at Rome between the partisans of Cæsar and Pompey grew more and more violent and alarming. Cæsar, through his friends in the city, demanded to be elected consul. The other side insisted that he must first, if that was his wish, resign the command of his army, come to Rome, and present himself as a candidate in the character of a private citizen. This the constitution of the state very properly required. In answer to this requisition, Cæsar rejoined that, if Pompey would lay down his military commands, he would do so too. If not, it was unjust to require it of him. The services, he added, which he had performed for his country, demanded some recompense, which moreover they ought to be willing to award, even if in order to do it, it were necessary to relax somewhat in his favor the strictness of ordinary rules. To a large part of the people of the city, these demands of Cæsar appeared reasonable. They were clamorous to have them allowed. The partisans of Pompey, with the stern and inflexible Cato at their head, deemed them wholly inadmissible, and contended with the most determined violence against them. The whole city was filled with the excitement of this struggle, into which all the active and turbulent spirits of the capital plunged with the most furious zeal, while the more considerate and thoughtful of the population, remembering the days of Marius and Sylla, trembled at the impending danger. Pompey himself had no fear. he urged the Senate to resist to the utmost all of Caesar's claims, saying if Caesar should be so presumptuous as to attempt to march to Rome, he could raise troops enough, by stamping with his foot, to put him down. It would require a volume to contain a full account of the disputes and tumults, the maneuvers and debates, the votes and decrees which marked the successive stages of this quarrel. Pompey himself was all the time without the city. He was in command of an army there, and no general, while in command, was allowed to come within the gates. At last an exciting debate was broken up in the Senate by one of the consuls rising to depart, saying that he would hear the subject discussed no longer. The time had arrived for action, and he should send a commander with an armed force to defend the country from Caesar's threatened invasion. Caesar's leading friends, 2 tribunes of the people, disguised themselves as slaves and fled to the north to join their master. The country was filled with commotion and panic. The Commonwealth had obviously more fear of Caesar than confidence in Pompey. The country was full of rumors in respect to Caesar's power and the threatening attitude which he was assuming, while they who had insisted on resistance seemed, after all, to have provided very inadequate means with which to resist. 1,000 plans were formed and clamorously insisted upon by their respective advocates for averting the danger. This only added to the confusion, and the city became at length pervaded with a universal terror. While this was the state of things at Rome, Cæsar was quietly established at Ravenna, 30 or 40 miles from the frontier. He was erecting a building for a fencing school there, and his mind seemed to be occupied very busily with the plans and models of the edifice which the architects had formed. Of course, in his intended march to Rome, his reliance was not to be so much on the force which he should take with him as on the cooperation and support which he expected to find there. It was his policy, therefore, to move as quietly and privately as possible, and with as little display of violence, and to avoid everything which might indicate his intended march to any spies which might be around him, or to any other persons who might be disposed to report what they observed at Rome. Accordingly, on the very eve of his departure, he busied himself with his fencing school, and assumed with his officers and soldiers a careless and unconcerned air, which prevented anyone from suspecting his design. In the course of the day, he privately sent forward some cohorts to the southward, with orders for them to encamp on the banks of the Rubicon. When night came, he sat down to supper as usual, and conversed with his friends in his ordinary manner, and went with them afterward to a public entertainment. As soon as it was dark and the streets were still, he set off secretly from the city, accompanied by a very few attendants. Instead of making use of his ordinary equipage, the parading of which would have attracted attention to his movements, he had some mules taken from a neighboring bakehouse and harnessed into his chaise. There were torchbearers provided to light the way. The cavalcade drove on during the night, finding, however, the hasty preparations which had been made inadequate for the occasion. The torches went out, the guides lost their way, and the future conqueror of the world wandered about bewildered and lost, until, just after break of day, the party met with a peasant who undertook to guide them. Under his direction, they made their way to the main road again, and advanced then without further difficulty to the banks of the river, where they found that portion of the army which had been sent forward encamped and awaiting their arrival. Cæsar stood for some time upon the banks of the stream, musing upon the greatness of the undertaking in which simply passing across it would involve him. His officers stood by his side. "We can retreat now," said he, "but once across that river we must go on." He paused for some time, conscious of the vast importance of the decision, though he thought only, doubtless, of its consequences to himself. Taking the step which was now before him would necessarily end either in his realizing the loftiest aspirations of his ambition, or in his utter and irreparable ruin. There were vast public interests, too, at stake, of which, however, he probably thought but little. It proved, in the end, that the history of the whole Roman world, for several centuries, was depending upon the manner in which the question now in Cæsar's mind should turn. There was a little bridge across the Rubicon, at the point where Cæsar was surveying it. While he was standing there, the story is, a peasant or shepherd came from the neighboring fields with a shepherd's pipe, a simple musical instrument made of a reed and used much by the rustic musicians of those days. The soldiers and some of the officers gathered around him to hear him play. Among the rest came some of Cæsar's trumpeters, with their trumpets in their hands. The shepherd took one of these martial instruments from the hands of its possessor, laying aside his own, and began to sound a charge, which is a signal for a rapid advance, and to march at the same time over the bridge. "An omen, a prodigy," said Cæsar. "Let us march where we are called by such a divine intimation. The die is cast." So saying, he pressed forward over the bridge, while the officers, breaking up the encampment, put the columns in motion to follow him. It was shown abundantly on many occasions in the course of Cæsar's life that he had no faith in omens. There are equally numerous instances to show that he was always ready to avail himself of the popular belief in them, to awaken his soldiers' ardor or to allay their fears. Whether, therefore, in respect to this story of the shepherd trumpeter, it was an incident that really and accidentally occurred, or whether Cæsar planned and arranged it himself with reference to its effect, or whether, which is perhaps after all the most probable supposition, the tale was only an embellishment invented out of something or nothing by the storytellers of those days to give additional dramatic interest to the narrative of the crossing of the Rubicon, it must be left for each reader to decide. As soon as the bridge was crossed, Cæsar called an assembly of his troops, and with signs of great excitement and agitation made an address to them on the magnitude of the crisis through which they were passing. He showed them how entirely he was in their power. He urged them by the most eloquent appeals to stand by him, faithful and true, promising them the most ample rewards when he should have attained the object at which he aimed. The soldiers responded to this appeal with promises of the most unwavering fidelity. The first town on the Roman side of the Rubicon was Ariminum. Cæsar advanced to this town. The authorities opened its gates to him, very willing, as it appeared, to receive him as their commander. Cæsar's force was yet quite small, as he had been accompanied by only a single legion in crossing the river. He had, however, sent orders for the other legions, which had been left in Gaul, to join him without any delay, though any reinforcement of his troops seemed hardly necessary, as he found no indications of opposition to his progress. He gave his soldiers the strictest injunctions to do no injury to any property, public or private, as they advanced, and not to assume in any respect a hostile attitude toward the people of the country. The inhabitants, therefore, welcomed him wherever he came, and all the cities and towns followed the example of Ariminum, surrendering, in fact, faster than he could take possession of them. In the confusion of the debates and votes in the Senate at Rome before Cæsar crossed the Rubicon, one decree had been passed deposing him from his command of the army and appointing a successor. The name of the general thus appointed was Domitius. The only real opposition which Cæsar encountered in his progress toward Rome was from him. Domitius had crossed the Apennines at the head of an army on his way northward to supersede Cæsar in his command, and had reached the town of Corfinium, which was perhaps 1/3 of the way between Rome and the Rubicon. Cæsar advanced upon him here and shut him in. After a brief siege, the city was taken, and Domitius and his army were made prisoners. Everybody gave them up for lost, expecting that Cæsar would wreak terrible vengeance upon them. Instead of this, he received the troops at once into his own service, and let Domitius go free. In the meantime, the tidings of Cæsar's having passed the Rubicon, and of the triumphant success which he was meeting with at the commencement of his march toward Rome, reached the capital, and added greatly to the prevailing consternation. The reports of the magnitude of his force and of the rapidity of his progress were greatly exaggerated. The party of Pompey and the Senate had done everything to spread among the people the terror of Cæsar's name in order to arouse them to efforts for opposing his designs. And now, when he had broken through the barriers which had been intended to restrain him, and was advancing toward the city in an unchecked and triumphant career, they were overwhelmed with dismay. Pompey began to be terrified at the danger which was impending. The Senate held meetings without the city, councils of war, as it were, in which they looked to Pompey in vain for protection from the danger which he had brought upon them. He had said that he could raise an army sufficient to cope with Cæsar at any time by stamping with his foot. They told him they thought now that it was high time for him to stamp. In fact, Pompey found the current setting everywhere strongly against him. Some recommended that commissioners should be sent to Cæsar to make proposals for peace. The leading men, however, knowing that any peace made with him under such circumstances would be their own ruin, resisted and defeated the proposal. Cato abruptly left the city and proceeded to Sicily, which had been assigned him as his province. Others fled in other directions. Pompey himself, uncertain what to do, and not daring to remain, called upon all his partisans to join him and set off at night, suddenly, and with very little preparation and small supplies, to retreat across the country toward the shores of the Adriatic Sea. His destination was Brundusium, the usual port of embarkation for Macedon and Greece. Cæsar was all this time gradually advancing toward Rome. His soldiers were full of enthusiasm in his cause. As his connection with the government at home was sundered the moment he crossed the Rubicon, all supplies of money and of provisions were cut off in that quarter until he should arrive at the capital and take possession of it. The soldiers voted, however, that they would serve him without pay. The officers, too, assembled together and tendered him the aid of their contributions. He had always observed a very generous policy in his dealings with them, and he was now greatly gratified at receiving their requital of it. The further he advanced, too, the more he found the people of the country through which he passed disposed to espouse his cause. They were struck with his generosity in releasing Domitius. It is true that it was a very sagacious policy that prompted him to release him, but then it was generosity too. In fact, there must be something of a generous spirit in the soul to enable a man even to see the policy of generous actions. Among the letters of Cæsar that remain to the present day, there is one written about this time to one of his friends in which he speaks of this subject. "I am glad," says he, "that you approve of my conduct at Corfinium. I am satisfied that such a course is the best one for us to pursue, as by so doing we shall gain the goodwill of all parties, and thus secure a permanent victory. Most conquerors have incurred the hatred of mankind by their cruelties, and have all, in consequence of the enmity they have thus awakened, been prevented from long enjoying their power. Sylla was an exception, but his example of successful cruelty I have no disposition to imitate. I will conquer after a new fashion, and fortify myself in the possession of the power I acquire by generosity and mercy. Domitius had the ingratitude, after this release, to take up arms again and wage a new war against Cæsar. When Cæsar heard of it, he said it was all right. "I will act out the principles of my nature," said he, "and he may act out his." Another instance of Cæsar's generosity occurred, which is even more remarkable than this. It seems that among the officers of his army there were some whom he had appointed at the recommendation of Pompey at the time when he and Pompey were friends. These men would, of course, feel under obligations of gratitude to Pompey, as they owed their military rank to his friendly interposition in their behalf. As soon as the war broke out, Cæsar gave them all his free permission to go over to Pompey's side, if they chose to do so. Cæsar acted thus very liberally in all respects. He surpassed Pompey very much in the spirit of generosity and mercy with which he entered upon the great contest before them. Pompey ordered every citizen to join his standard, declaring that he should consider all neutrals as his enemies. Cæsar, on the other hand, gave free permission to everyone to decline if he chose, taking part in the contest, saying that he should consider all who did not act against him as his friends. In the political contests of our day, it is to be observed that the combatants are much more prone to imitate the bigotry of Pompey than the generosity of Cæsar, condemning, as they often do, those who choose to stand aloof from electioneering struggles, more than they do their most determined opponents and enemies. When at length Cæsar arrived at Brundusium, he found that Pompey had sent a part of his army across the Adriatic into Greece, and was waiting for the transports to return, that he might go over himself with the remainder. In the meantime, he had fortified himself strongly in the city. Cæsar immediately laid siege to the place, and he commenced some works to block up the mouth of the harbor. He built piers on each side, extending out as far into the sea as the depth of the water would allow them to be built. He then constructed a series of rafts, which he anchored on the deep water, in a line extending from one pier to the other. He built towers upon these rafts, and garrisoned them with soldiers, in hopes by this means to prevent all egress from the fort. He thought that when this work was completed, Pompey would be entirely shut in, beyond all possibility of escape. The transports, however, returned before the work was completed. Its progress was, of course, slow, as the constructions were the scene of a continued conflict, for Pompey sent out rafts and galleys against them every day, and the workmen had thus to build in the midst of continual interruptions, sometimes from showers of darts, arrows, and javelins, sometimes from the conflagrations of fireships, and sometimes from the terrible concussions of great vessels of war impelled with prodigious force against them. The transports returned, therefore, before the defenses were complete, and contrived to get into the harbor. Pompey immediately formed his plan for embarking the remainder of his army. He filled the streets of the city with barricades and pitfalls, excepting 2 streets which led to the place of embarkation. The object of these obstructions was to embarrass Cæsar's progress through the city in case he should force an entrance while his men were getting on board the ships. He then, in order to divert Cæsar's attention from his design, doubled the guards stationed upon the walls on the evening of his intended embarkation, and ordered them to make vigorous attacks upon all Cæsar's forces outside. Then, when the darkness came on, he marched his troops through the 2 streets which had been left open to the landing place, and got them as fast as possible on board the transports. Some of the people of the town contrived to make known to Cæsar's army what was going on, by means of signals from the walls. The army immediately brought scaling ladders in great numbers, and mounting the walls with great ardor and impetuosity, they drove all before them, and soon broke open the gates and got possession of the city. But the barricades and pitfalls, together with the darkness, so embarrassed their movements that Pompey succeeded in completing his embarkation and sailing away. Cæsar had no ships in which to follow. He returned to Rome. He met, of course, with no opposition. He re-established the government there, organized the Senate anew, and obtained supplies of corn from the public granaries and of money from the city treasury in the capital. In going to the Capitoline Hill after this treasure, he found the officer who had charge of the money stationed there to defend it. He told Cæsar that it was contrary to law for him to enter. Cæsar said that, for men with swords in their hands, there was no law. The officer still refused to admit him. Cæsar then told him to open the doors or he would kill him on the spot. "And you must understand," he added, "that it will be easier for me to do it than it has been to say it." The officer resisted no longer, and Cæsar went in. After this, Cæsar spent some time in vigorous campaigns in Italy, Spain, Sicily, and Gaul, wherever there was manifested any opposition to his sway. When this work was accomplished, and all these countries were completely subjected to his dominion, he began to turn his thoughts to the plan of pursuing Pompey across the Adriatic Sea. End of Julius Caesar Crossing the Rubicon by Jacob Abbott.
Chapter 7 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism by William Patton. Section 7. Fearless Saint Genevieve, Patron Saint of Paris, by Charlotte M. Yonge. 400 years of the Roman dominion had entirely tamed the once wild and independent Gauls. Everywhere, except in the moorlands of Brittany, they had become as much like Romans themselves as they could accomplish. They had Latin names, spoke the Latin tongue, all their personages of higher rank were enrolled as Roman citizens. Their chief cities were colonies where the laws were administered by magistrates in the Roman fashion, and the houses, dress, and amusements were the same as those of Italy. The greater part of the towns had been converted to Christianity, though some paganism still lurked in the more remote villages and mountainous districts. It was upon these civilized Gauls that the terrible attacks came from the wild nations who poured out of the centre and east of Europe. The Franks came over the Rhine and its dependent rivers, and made furious attacks upon the peaceful plains, where the Gauls had long lived in security, and reports were everywhere heard of villages harried by wild horsemen, with short double-headed battle-axes, and a horrible short pike covered with iron and with several large hooks, like a gigantic artificial minnow, and like it fastened to a long rope, so that the prey which it had grappled might be pulled up to the owner. Walled cities usually stopped them, but every farm or villa outside was stripped of its valuables, set on fire, the cattle driven off, and the more healthy inhabitants seized for slaves. It was during this state of things that a girl was born to a wealthy peasant in the village now called Nanterre, about 2 miles from Lutetia. which was already a prosperous city, though not as yet so entirely the capital as it was destined to become under the name of Paris. She was christened by an old Gallic name, probably Gwenfrui, or White Stream, in Latin Genevieve, but she is best known by the late French form of Genevieve. When she was about 7 years old, 2 celebrated bishops passed through the village, Germanus of Auxerre and Lupus of Troyes, who had been invited to Britain to dispute the false doctrines of Pelagius. All the inhabitants flocked into the church to see them, pray with them, and receive their blessing. And here the sweet childish devotion of Genevieve so struck Germanus that he called her to him, talked to her, made her sit beside him at the feast, gave her his special blessing, and presented her with a copper medal with a cross engraven upon it. From that time the little maiden always deemed herself especially consecrated to the service of heaven. But she still remained at home, daily keeping her father's sheep, and spinning their wool as she sat under the trees watching them, but always with her heart full of prayer. After this St. Germanus proceeded to Britain, and there encouraged his converts to meet the heathen Picts at Maesgarmon in Flintshire, where the exulting shout of the white-robed catechumens turned to flight the wild superstitious savages of the north, and the hallelujah victory was gained without a drop of bloodshed. He never lost sight of Genevieve, the little maid whom he had so early distinguished for her piety. After she lost her parents, she went to live with her godmother, and continued the same simple habits, leading a life of sincere devotion and strict self-denial, constant prayer, and much charity to her poorer neighbours. In the year 451 the whole of Gaul was in the most dreadful state of terror at the advance of Attila, the savage chief of the Huns, who came from the banks of the Danube with a host of savages of hideous features, scarred and disfigured to render them more frightful. The old enemies, the Goths and the Franks, seemed like friends compared with these formidable beings, whose cruelties were said to be intolerable, and of whom every exaggerated story was told that could add to the horrors of the miserable people who lay in their path. Tidings came that this scourge of God, as Attila called himself, had passed the Rhine, destroyed Tongres and Metz, and was in full march for Paris. The whole country was in the utmost terror. Every one seized their most valuable possessions, and would have fled. But Genevieve placed herself on the only bridge across the Seine, and argued with them, assuring them, in a strain that was afterwards thought of as prophetic, that, if they would pray, repent, and defend instead of abandoning their homes, God would protect them. They were at first almost ready to stone her for thus withstanding their panic. But just then a priest arrived from Auxerre with a present for Genevieve from St. Germanus, and they were thus reminded of the high estimation in which he held her. They became ashamed of their violence, and she led them back to pray and to arm themselves. In a few days they heard that Attila had paused to besiege Orleans, and that Aetius, the Roman general, hurrying from Italy, had united his troops with those of the Goths and Franks, and given Attila so terrible a defeat at Chalons that the Huns were fairly driven out of Gaul. And here it must be mentioned that when in the next year, 452, Attila with his murderous host came down into Italy, and after horrible devastation of all the northern provinces came to the gates of Rome, no one dared to meet him but one venerable bishop, Leo, the Pope, who, when his flock were in transports of despair, went forth only accompanied by one magistrate to meet the invader, and endeavoured to turn his wrath aside. The savage Huns were struck with awe by the fearless majesty of this unarmed old man. They conducted him safely to Attila, who listened to him with respect, and promised not to lead his people into Rome, provided a tribute should be paid to him. He then retreated, and, to the joy of all Europe, died on his way back to his native dominions. But with the Huns the danger and suffering of Europe did not end. The happy state described in the prophets as dwelling safely with none to make them afraid was utterly unknown in Europe throughout the long break-up of the Roman Empire, and in a few more years the Franks were overrunning the banks of the Seine, and actually venturing to lay siege to the Roman walls of Paris itself. The fortifications were strong enough, but hunger began to do the work of the besiegers, and the garrison, unwarlike and untrained, began to despair. But Genevieve's courage and trust never failed, and finding no warriors willing to run the risk of going beyond the walls to obtain food for the women and children who were perishing around them, this brave shepherdess embarked alone in a little boat, and guiding it down the stream, landed beyond the Frankish camp, and repairing to the different Gallic cities, she implored them to send succour to their famished brethren. She obtained complete success. Probably the Franks had no means of obstructing the passage of the river, so that a convoy of boats could easily penetrate into the town. At any rate, they looked upon Genevieve as something sacred and inspired, whom they durst not touch, probably as one of the battle maids in whom their own myths taught them to believe. One account, indeed, says that, instead of going alone to obtain help, Genevieve placed herself at the head of a forage party, and that the mere sight of her inspired bearing caused them to be allowed to enter and return in safety. But the boat version seems the more probable, since a single boat on the broad river would more easily elude the enemy than a troop of Gauls passed through their army. But a city where all the valour resided in one woman could not long hold out, and in another inroad, when Genevieve was absent, Paris was actually seized by the Franks. Their leader, Hilperik, was absolutely afraid of what the mysteriously brave maiden might do to him, and commanded the gates of the city to be carefully guarded lest she should enter. But Genevieve learned that some of the chief citizens were imprisoned, and that Hilperik intended their death, and nothing could withhold her from making an effort in their behalf. The Franks had made up their minds to settle and not to destroy. They were not burning and slaying indiscriminately, but while despising the Romans, as they called the Gauls, for their cowardice, they were in awe of their superior civilization and knowledge of arts. The country people had free access to the city, and Genevieve, in her homely gown and veil, passed by Hilperik's guards without being suspected of being more than any ordinary Gaulish village maid, and thus she fearlessly made her way even to the old Roman halls, where the long-haired Hilperik was holding his wild carousal. Would that we knew more of that interview, one of the most striking that ever took place. We can only picture to ourselves the Roman tessellated pavement bestrewn with wine, bones, and fragments of the barbarous revelry. There were untamed Franks, their sunburnt hair tied up in a knot at the top of their heads and falling down like a horse's tail, their faces close-shaven, except 2 huge moustaches, and dressed in tight leather garments, their swords at their wide belts. Some slept, some feasted, some greased their long locks, some shouted out their favourite war songs around the table, which was covered with the spoils of churches, and at their head sat the wild, long-haired chieftain, who was a few years later driven away by his own followers for his excesses. The whole scene was all that was abhorrent to a pure, devout, and faithful nature, most full of terror to a woman. Yet there, in her strength, stood the peasant maiden, her heart full of trust and pity, her looks full of the power that is given by fearlessness of them that can kill the body. What she said we do not know. We only know that the barbarous Hilperik was overawed. He trembled before the expostulations of the brave woman, and granted all she asked. The safety of his prisoners, and mercy to the terrified inhabitants. No wonder that the people of Paris have ever since looked back to Genevieve as their protectress, and that in after ages she has grown to be the patron saint of the city. She lived to see the son of Hilperik, Chlodwig, or as he was more commonly called, Clovis, marry a Christian wife, Clotilda, and after a time become a Christian. She saw the foundation of the Cathedral of Notre Dame, and the 2 most famous churches of Saint Denis and Saint Martin of Tours, and gave her full share to the first efforts for bringing the rude and bloodthirsty conquerors to some knowledge of Christian faith, mercy, and purity. After a life of constant prayer and charity, she died 3 months after King Clovis, in the year 512, the 89th of her age. End of section 7.
Chapter 8 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denise Nordell. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism by William Patton. The Boy Viking, Olaf II of Norway, by E.S. Brooks. Old Rain, the helmsman, whose fierce mustaches and shaggy shoulder-mantle made him look like some grim old northern wolf, held high in the air the great bison horn filled with foaming mead. "Skål to the Viking, hail wassail!" rose his exultant shout. From 100 sturdy throats the cry re-echoed till the vaulted hall of the Swedeman's conquered castle rang again. "Skål to the Viking, hail wassail!" And in the center of that throng of mail-clad men and tossing spears, standing firm and fearless upon the interlocked and uplifted shields of 3 stalwart fighting men, a stout-limbed lad of scarce 13, with flowing light brown hair and flushed and eager face, brandished his sword vigorously in acknowledgment of the jubilant shout that rang once again through the dark and smoke-stained hall. "Wassail to the sea-wolf's son! Skål to Olaf the King!" Then above the din and clash of shouting and of steel rose the voice of Sigvat, the saga man, or songman, of the young Viking, singing loud and sturdily. Olaf the King is on his cruise, his blue steel staining, rich booty gaining, and all men trembling at the news. Up, war-wolf's brood, our young fur's name o'ertops the forest trees in fame. Our stout young Olaf knows no fear, though fell the fray he's blithe and gay, and warriors fall beneath his spear. Who can't defend the wealth they have must die or share with the rover brave. A fierce and warlike song, boys and girls, to raise in honor of so young a lad. But those were fierce and warlike days, when men were stirred by the recital of bold and daring deeds, those old, old days, 800 years ago, when Olaf, the boy Viking, the pirate chief of 100 mail-clad men, stood upon the uplifted shields of his exultant fighting men in the grim and smoke-stained hall of the grey castle of captured Sigtun, oldest of Swedish cities. Take your atlas and, turning to the map of Sweden, place your finger on the city of Stockholm. Do you notice that it lies at the easterly end of a large lake? That is the Mälar, beautiful with winding channels, pine-covered islands, and rocky shores. It is peaceful and quiet now, and palace and villa and quaint northern farmhouse stand unmolested on its picturesque borders. But channels and islands and rocky shores have echoed and re-echoed with the war shouts of many a fierce sea rover since those far-off days when Olaf, the boy Viking, and his Norwegian ships of war ploughed through the narrow sea strait and ravaged the fair shores of the Mälar with fire and sword. Stockholm, the Venice of the North, as it is called, was not then in existence, and little now remains of old Sigtun, save ruined walls. But travelers may still see the 3 tall towers of the ancient town, and the great stone heap along which young Olaf drew his ships of war, and over which his pirate crew swarmed into Sigtun town, and planted the victorious banner of the Golden Serpent upon the conquered walls. For this fair young Olaf came of hardy Norse stock. His father, Harald Gransky, or Greymantle, one of the tributary kings of Norway, had fallen a victim to the tortures of the haughty Swedish queen, and now his son, a boy of scarce 13, but a warrior already by training and from desire, came to avenge his father's death. His mother, the Queen Asta, equipped a large dragon ship or war vessel for her adventurous son, and with the lad, as helmsman and guardian, was sent old Rain, whom men called the Far-Travelled, because he had sailed westward as far as England, and southward to Norvesen, by which name men knew the Straits of Gibraltar. Boys toughened quickly in those stirring days, and this lad, who, because he was commander of a dragon ship, was called Olaf the King, though he had no land to rule, was of Viking blood, and quickly learned the trade of war. Already among the rocks and sands of Soderman, upon the Swedish coast, he had won his first battle over a superior force of Danish war vessels. Other ships of war joined him. The name of Olaf the Brave was given him by right of daring deeds, and Skål to the Viking rang from the sturdy throats of his followers, as the little sea king of 13 was lifted in triumph upon the battle-dented shields. But a swift runner bursts into the grey hall of Sigtun. "To your ships, O king, to your ships!" he cries. "Olaf, the Swedish king, men say, is planting a forest of spears along the sea strait, and except ye push out now, you may not get out at all." The nimble young chief sprang from the upraised shields. "To your ships, Vikings all!" he shouted. "Show your teeth, war wolves! Up with the serpent banner, and death to Olaf the Swede!" Straight across the lake to the sea strait, near where Stockholm now stands, the Vikings sailed, young Olaf's dragon ship taking the lead. But all too late, for across the narrow strait the Swedish king had stretched great chains, and had filled up the channel with stocks and stones. Olaf and his Norsemen were fairly trapped. The Swedish spears waved in wild and joyful triumph, and King Olaf the Swede said with grim satisfaction to his lords, "See, Jarls and Lendermen, the fat boy is caged at last." For he never spoke of his stout young Norwegian namesake and rival, save as Olaf Jock, Olaf the Thick or Fat. The boy Viking stood by his dragon-headed prow, and shook his clenched fist at the obstructed sea strait and the Swedish spears. "Shall we then land Rain and fight our way through?" he asked. "Fight our way through?" said old Rain, who had been in many another tight place in his years of sea roving, but none so close as this. "Why, king, they be 100 to 1." "And if they be, what then?" said impetuous Olaf. "Better fall as a Viking breaking Swedish spears than die a straw death." So contemptuously did those fierce old sea kings regard a peaceful life, that they said of one who died quietly on his bed at home, his was but a straw death. As Olaf of Sweden's bonderman, "May we not cut through these chains?" "As soon think of cutting the solid earth, king," said the helmsman. "So, and why not then?" young Olaf exclaimed, struck with a brilliant idea. "Ho, Sigvat," he said, turning to his saga man, "what was that lowland under the cliff where thou didst say the pagan Upsal king was hanged in his own golden chains by his Finnish queen?" "'Tis called the fen of Anjafit, O king," replied the saga man, pointing toward where it lay. "Why then, my Rain," asked the boy, "may we not cut our way out through that lowland fen to the open sea and liberty?" "'Tis Odin's own device," cried the delighted helmsman, catching at his young chief's great plan. "Ho, war wolves all, bite ye your way through the Swedish fens! Up with the serpent banner, and farewell to Olaf the Swede!" It seemed a narrow chance, but it was the only one. Fortune favored the boy Viking. Heavy rains had flooded the lands that sloped down to the Mälar Lake. In the dead of night the Swedish captives and stout Norse oarsmen were set to work, and before daybreak an open cut had been made in the lowlands beneath Anjafit, or the Rock of King Anja, where by the town of Södertälje the Vikings' canal is still shown to travelers. The waters of the lake came rushing through the cut, and an open sea strait awaited young Olaf's fleet. "Unship the rudder, hoist the sail aloft," commanded Bane the helmsman. "Sound war horns all! Skoal to the Vikings! Skoal to the wise young Olaf!" A strong breeze blew astern. The Norse rowers steered the rudderless ships with their long oars, and with a mighty rush through the new canal and over all the shallows out into the great Norrstrom, or North Stream, as the Baltic Sea was called, the fleet passed in safety, while the loud war horns blew the notes of triumph. So the boy Viking escaped from the trap of his Swedish foes, and, standing by the grim gaping dragon's head that crested the prow of his warship, he bade the helmsman steer for Gotland Isle, while Sigvat the saga man sang with the ring of triumph. "Down the fjord sweep wind and rain, our sails and tackles sway and strain, wet to the skin we're sound within. Our sea steed through the foam goes prancing, while shields and spears and helms are glancing. From fjord to sea our ships ride free, and down the wind with swelling sail we scud before the gathering gale." What a breezy, rollicking old saga it is! Can't you almost catch the spray and sea swell in its dashing measures, boys? Now turn to your atlases again and look for the large island of Gotland off the southeastern coast of Sweden in the midst of the Baltic Sea. In the time of Olaf it was a thickly peopled and wealthy district, and the principal town, Wisby, at the northern end, was one of the busiest places in all Europe. To this attractive island the boy Viking sailed with all his ships, looking for rich booty, but the Gotlanders met him with fair words and offered him so great a scat, or tribute, that he agreed not to molest them, and rested at the island, an unwelcome guest, through all the long winter. Early in the spring he sailed eastward to the Gulf of Riga, and spread fear and terror along the coast of Finland. And the old saga tells how the Finlanders conjured up in the night by their witchcraft a dreadful storm and bad weather, but the king ordered all the anchors to be weighed and sail hoisted, and beat off all night to the outside of the island. So the king's luck prevailed more than the Finlanders' witchcraft. Then away through the wild sea to Denmark sailed the young pirate king, and here he met a brother Viking, one Thorkel the Tall. The two chiefs struck up a sort of partnership, and coasting southward along the western shores of Denmark, they won a sea fight in the Ringkjobing Fjord, among the sandhills of Jutland. And so business continued brisk with this curiously matched pirate firm, a giant and a boy, until, under the cliffs of Kinlima in Friesland, hasty word came to the boy Viking that the English king, Ethelred the Unready, was calling for the help of all sturdy fighters to win back his heritage and crown from young King Canute, or Canute the Dane, whose father had seized the throne of England. Quick to respond to an appeal that promised plenty of hard knocks and the possibility of unlimited booty, Olaf, the ever ready, hoisted his blue and crimson sails and steered his warships over the sea to help King Ethelred, the never ready. Up the Thames and straight for London town he rode. "Hail to the Serpent Banner, hail to Olaf the Brave," said King Ethelred as the war horns sounded a welcome, and on the low shores of the Isle of Dogs, just below the old city, the keels of the Norse warships grounded swiftly, and the boy Viking and his followers leaped ashore. "Thou dost come in right good time with thy trusty dragon ships, young king," said King Ethelred, "for the Danish robbers are full well entrenched in London town, and in my father Edgar's castle." And then he told Olaf how, in the great trading place which is called Southwark, the Danes had raised a great work and dug large ditches, and within had builded a bulwark of stone, timber, and turf, where they had stationed a large army. "And we would fain have taken this bulwark," added the king, "and did in sooth bear down upon it with a great assault, but indeed we could make naught of it." "And why so?" asked the young Viking. "Because," said King Ethelred, "upon the bridge betwixt the castle and Southwark have the ravaging Danes raised towers and parapets breast high, and thence did they cast down stones and weapons upon us, so that we could not prevail. And now, sea king, what dost thou counsel? How may we avenge ourselves of our enemies and win the town?" Impetuous as ever, and impatient of obstacles, the young Viking said, "How? Why, pull thou down this bridge, king, and then may ye have free riverway to thy castle." "Break down great London Bridge, young hero?" cried the amazed king. "How may that be? Have we a Duke Samson among us to do so great a feat?" "Lay me thy ships alongside mine, king, close to this barricaded bridge," said the valorous boy, "and I will vow to break it down, or ye may call me caitiff and coward." "Be it so," said Ethelred, the English king, and all the war chiefs echoed, "Be it so." So Olaf and his trusty rein made ready the war forces for the destruction of the bridge. Old London Bridge was not what we should now call an imposing structure, but our ancestors of 9 centuries back esteemed it quite a bridge. The chronicler says that it was so broad that 2 wagons could pass each other upon it, and under the bridge were piles driven into the bottom of the river. So young Olaf and old Rain put their heads together and decided to wreck the bridge by a bold Viking stroke. And this is how it is told in the Heimskringla, or saga of King Olaf the Saint. King Olaf ordered great platforms of floating wood to be tied together with hazel bands, and for this he took down old houses. And with these as a roof he covered over his ship so widely that it reached over the ship's sides. Under this screen he set pillars so high and stout that there both was room for swinging their swords, and the roofs were strong enough to withstand the stones cast down upon them. "Now, out oars and pull for the bridge," young Olaf commanded, and the roofed-over warships were rowed close up to London Bridge. And as they came near the bridge, the chronicle says, there were cast upon them by the Danes upon the bridge so many stones and missile weapons, such as arrows and spears, that neither helmet nor shield could hold out against it, and the ships themselves were so greatly damaged that many retreated out of it. But the boy Viking and his Norsemen were there for a purpose, and were not to be driven back by stones or spears or arrows. Straight ahead they rode, quite up under the bridge. "Out cables all, and lay them around the piles," the young sea king shouted, and the half-naked rowers, unshipping their oars, reached out under the roofs and passed the stout cables twice around the wooden supports of the bridge. The loose end was made fast at the stern of each vessel, and then, turning and heading downstream, King Olaf's 20 stout warships waited his word. "Out oars!" he cried. "Pull, warbirds! Pull all, as if ye were for Norway!" Forward and backward swayed the stout Norse rowers. Tighter and tighter pulled the cables. Fast down upon the straining warships rained the Danish spears and stones, but the wooden piles under the great bridge were loosened by the steady tug of the cables, and soon, with a sudden spurt, the Norse warships darted down the river, while the slackened cables towed astern the captured piles of London Bridge. A great shout went up from the besiegers, and now, says the chronicle, as the armed troops stood thick upon the bridge, and there were likewise many heaps of stones and other weapons upon it, the bridge gave way, and a great part of the men upon it fell into the river, and all the others fled, some into the castle, some into Southwark. And before King Ethelred the Unready could pull his ships to the attack, young Olaf's fighting men had sprung ashore, and storming the Southwark earthworks carried all before them, and the battle of London Bridge was won. And the young Olaf Sagaman sang triumphantly: London Bridge is broken down, gold is won, and bright renown, shields resounding, war horns sounding, Hildar shouting in the din, arrows singing, mail coats ringing, Odin makes our Olaf win. And perhaps, who knows, this wrecking of London Bridge so many 100 years ago by Olaf, the boy Viking of 15, may have been the origin of the old song game dear to so many generations of children. London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down, London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady. So King Ethelred won back his kingdom, and the boy Viking was honored above all others. To him was given the chief command in perilous expeditions against the Danes, and the whole defense of all the coast of England. North and south along the coast he sailed with all his warships, and the Danes and Englishmen long remembered the dashing but dubious ways of this young sea rover who swept the English coast and claimed his dues from friend and foe alike. For those were days of insecurity for merchant and trader and farmer, and no man's wealth or life was safe except as he paid ready tribute to the fierce Norse allies of King Ethelred. But soon after this King Ethelred died, and young Olaf, thirsting for new adventures, sailed away to the south and fought his way all along the French coast as far as the mouth of the river Garonne. Many castles he captured, many rival Vikings subdued, much spoil he gathered, until at last his dragon ships laid moored under the walls of old Bordeaux, waiting for fair winds to take him around to the Straits of Gibraltar, and so on to the land of Jerusalem. One day, in the booty-filled forehold of his dragon ship, the young sea king lay asleep, and suddenly, says the old record, he dreamed a wondrous dream. Olaf, great stem of kings, attend! He heard a deep voice call, and looking up, the dreamer seemed to see before him a great and important man, but of a terrible appearance withal. If that thou art Olaf the Brave, as men do call thee, said the vision, turn thyself to nobler deeds than Vikings ravaging and this wandering cruise. Turn back from thy purposeless journey to the land of Jerusalem, where neither honor nor fame awaits thee. Son of King Harald, return thee to thy heritage, for thou shalt be king over all Norway. Then the vision vanished, and the young rover awoke to find himself alone, save for the sleeping footboy across the cabin doorway. So he quickly summoned old Rain, the helmsman, and told him his dream. "'Twas for thy awakening, king," said his stout old follower. "'Twas the great Olaf, thine uncle, Olaf Tryggvason, the king, that didst call thee. Win Norway, king, for the portent is that thou and thine shall rule thy fatherland." And the warship's prows were all turned northward again, as the boy Viking, following the promise of his dream, steered homeward for Norway and a throne. Now in Norway Earl Eric was dead. For 13 years he had usurped the throne that should have been filled by one of the great King Olaf's line, and at his death his handsome young son, Earl Hakon the Fair, ruled in his father's stead. And when young King Olaf heard this news, he shouted for joy and cried to Rain, "Now home in haste, for Norway shall be either Hakon's heritage or mine." "'Tis a fair match of youth 'gainst youth," said the trusty helmsman, "and if but fair luck go with thee, Norway shall be thine." So from a place called Furuvald, somewhere between the mouths of Humber and of Tees, on the English coast, King Olaf, with but 2 stout warships and 220 well-armed and chosen persons, shook out his purple sails to the North Sea blasts, and steered straight for Norway. As if in league against this bold young Viking, the storm winds came rushing down from the mountains of Norway and the cold belt of the Arctic Circle, and caught the 2 warships tossing in a raging sea. The storm burst upon them with terrific force, and the danger of shipwreck was great. But, says the old record, as they had a chosen company and the king's luck with them, all went on well. "Thou able chief," sings the faithful saga man, "with thy fearless crew thou meetest with skill and courage true the wild sea's wrath on thy ocean's path. Though waves mast high were breaking round, thou findest the middle of Norway's ground, with helm in hand on Salo's strand." Now Sale was Norse for lucky, and Salo's island means the lucky island. "I'll be a lucky king for landing thus upon the lucky isles," said rash young Olaf, with the only attempt at a joke we find recorded of him, as with a mighty leap he sprang ashore where the sliding keel of his warship ploughed the shore of Salo's isle. "True, 'tis a good omen, king," said old Rain the helmsman, following close behind. But the soil of the Lucky Isle was largely clay, moist and slippery, and as the eager young Viking climbed the bank his right foot slipped, and he would have fallen had not he struck his left foot firmly in the clay and thus saved himself. But to slip at all was a bad sign in those old, half-pagan and superstitious times, and he said ruefully, an omen, Rain, the king falls." "Nay, 'tis the king's luck," says ready and wise old Rain. "Thou didst not fall, king, see, thou didst but set fast foot in this thy native soil of Norway." "Thou art a rare diviner, Rain," laughed the young king, much relieved, and then he added solemnly, "It may be so if God doth will it so." And now news comes that Earl Hakon with a single warship is steering north from Sognefjord, and Olaf, pressing on, lays his 2 ships on either side of a narrow strait or channel in Sandunga Sound. Here he stripped his ships of all their war gear, and stretched a great cable deep in the water across the narrow strait. Then he wound the cable ends around the capstans, ordered all his fighting men out of sight, and waited for his rival. Soon Earl Hakon's warship, crowded with rowers and fighting men, entered the strait. Seeing, as he supposed, but 2 harmless merchant vessels lying on either side of the channel, the young earl bade his rowers pull between the 2. Suddenly there is a stir on the quiet merchant vessels, the capstan bars are manned, the sunken cable is drawn taut. Up goes the stern of Earl Hakon's entrapped warship, down plunges her prow into the waves, and the water pours into the doomed boat. A loud shout is heard, the quiet merchant vessels swarm with mail-clad men, and the air is filled with a shower of stones and spears and arrows. The surprise is complete. Tighter draws the cable, over topples Earl Hakon's vessel, and he and all his men are among the billows struggling for life. So, says the record, King Olaf took Earl Hakon and all his men whom they could get hold of out of the water and made them prisoners, but some were killed and some were drowned. Into the forehold of the king's ship the captive earl was led a prisoner, and there the young rivals for Norway's crown faced each other. The 2 lads were of nearly the same age, between 16 and 17, and young Earl Hakon was considered the handsomest youth in all Norway. His helmet was gone, his sword was lost, his ring-steel suit was sadly disarrayed, and his long hair, fine as silk, was bound about his head with a golden ornament. Fully expecting the fate of all captives in those cruel days, instant death, the young earl nevertheless faced his boy-conqueror proudly, resolved to meet his fate like a man. "They speak truth who say of the house of Eric that ye be handsome men," said the king, studying his prisoner's face. "But now, earl, even though thou be fair to look upon, thy luck hath failed thee at last." "Fortune changes," said the young earl. "We both be boys, and thou, king, art perchance the shrewder youth. Yet, had we looked for such a trick as thou hast played upon us, we had not thus been tripped upon thy sunken cables. Better luck next time." "Next time!" echoed the king. "Dost thou not know, earl, that as thou standest here a prisoner, there may be no next time for thee?" The young captive understood full well the meaning of the words. "Yes, king," he said, "it must be only as thou mayest determine. Man can die but once. Speak on, I am ready." But Olaf said, "What wilt thou give me, earl, if at this time I do let thee go whole and unhurt?" "'Tis not what I may give, but what thou mayst take, king," the earl made answer. "I am thy prisoner. What wilt thou take to free me?" "Nothing," said the generous young Viking, advancing nearer to his handsome rival. "As thou didst say, we both be boys, and life is all before us. Earl, I give thee thy life. Do thou but take oath before me to leave this my realm of Norway, to give up thy kingdom, and never to do battle against me hereafter." The conquered earl bent his fair young head. "Thou art a generous chief, King Olaf," he said. "I take my life as thou dost give it, and all shall be as thou wilt." So Earl Hakon took the oath, and King Olaf righted his rival's capsized warship, refitted it from his own stores of booty, and thus the 2 lads parted. The young earl sailing off to his uncle, King Canute in England, and the boy Viking hastening eastward toward Vigen, where lived his mother, the Queen Asta, whom he had not seen for full 5 years. It is harvest time in the year 1014. Without and within the long low house of Sigurd Syr at Vigen all is excitement, for word has come that Olaf the Sea King has returned to his native land, and is even now on his way to this his mother's house. Gay stuffs decorate the dull walls of the great room, clean straw covers the earth floor, and upon the long 4-cornered tables is spread a mighty feast of mead and ale and coarse but hearty food, such as the old Norse heroes drew their strength and muscle from. At the doorway stands the Queen Asta with her maids, while before the entrance, with 30 well-clothed men, waits young Olaf's stepfather, wise Sigurd Syr, gorgeous in a jeweled suit, a scarlet cloak, and a glittering golden helmet. The watchers on the house steps hear a distant shout, now another and a nearer one, and soon, down the highway, they catch the gleam of steel and the waving of many banners, and now they can distinguish the stalwart forms of Olaf's chosen 100 men, their shining coats of ring-mail, their foreign helmets, and their cross-lidded shields flashing in the sun. In the very front rides old Rain, the helmsman, bearing the great white banner blazoned with the golden serpent, and behind him, cased in golden armor, his long brown hair flowing over his sturdy shoulders, rides the boy Viking, Olaf of Norway. It was a brave homecoming, and as the stout young hero, leaping from his horse, knelt to receive his mother's welcoming kiss, the people shouted for joy, the banners waved, the war horns played their loudest, and thus, after 5 years of wandering, the boy comes back in triumph to the home he left when but a wild and adventurous little fellow of 12. The hero of 9 great sea fights and of many smaller ones before he was 17, young Olaf Haraldsson was a remarkable boy, even in the days when all boys aimed to be battle-tried heroes. Toughened in frame and fiber by his 5 years of sea roving, he had become strong and self-reliant, a man in action though but a boy in years. "I am come," he said to his mother and his stepfather, "to take the heritage of my forefathers, but not from Danish nor from Swedish kings will I supplicate that which is mine by right. I intend rather to seek my patrimony with battle-axe and sword, and I will so lay hand to the work that one of 2 things shall happen. Either I shall bring all this kingdom of Norway under my rule, or I shall fall here upon my inheritance in the land of my fathers." These were bold words for a boy of 17, but they were not idle boastings. Before a year had passed, young Olaf's pluck and courage had won the day, and in harvest time, in the year 1015, being then but little more than 18 years old, he was crowned King of Norway in the Drontheim, or throne home, of Nidaros, the royal city, now called on your atlas the city of Drontheim. For 15 years King Olaf II ruled his realm of Norway. The old record says that he was a good and very gentle man, but history shows his goodness and gentleness to have been of a rough and savage kind. The wild and stern experiences of his Viking days lived again even in his attempts to reform and benefit his land. When he who had himself been a pirate tried to put down piracy, and he who had been a wild young robber sought to force all Norway to become Christian, he did these things in so fierce and cruel a way that at last his subjects rebelled, and King Canute came over with a great army to wrest the throne from him. On the bloody field of Stiklestad, July 29th, 1030, the stern king fell, says Sigvat, his saga man, beneath the blows by his own thoughtless people given. So King Canute conquered Norway, but after his death, Olaf's son, Magnus the Good, regained his father's throne. The people, sorrowful at their rebellion against King Olaf, forgot his stern and cruel ways, and magnified all his good deeds so mightily that he was at last declared a saint. And the shrine of St. Olaf is still one of the glories of the old cathedral in Drontheim. And after King Magnus died, his descendants ruled Norway for nearly 400 years, and thus was brought to pass the promise of the dream that, in the forehold of the great dragon ship under the walls of old Bordeaux, came so many years before to that daring and sturdy young Olaf of Norway, the boy Viking. End of The Boy Viking, Olaf II of Norway, by E.S. Brooks. Recording by Denise Nordell, Modesto, California.
Chapter 9 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. The Boy Heroes of Crécy and Poitiers, by Treadwell Walden. Almost everyone has heard of the famous battles of Crécy and Poitiers, which were so much alike in all that made them remarkable that they are generally coupled together, one always reminding us of the other. Yet there is one point they had in common which has not been especially remarked, but which ought to link them memorably together in the imagination of young people. These two great battles really took place 10 years apart, for one was fought in 1346 and the other in 1356. The battlefields also were wide apart, for Crécy was far in the north of France, near the coast of the English Channel, and Poitiers away in the south, deep in the interior, nearly 300 miles from Crécy. But they have drawn near to each other in the mind of students of history because in both cases the French largely outnumbered the English. In both cases the English had gone so far into the country that their retreat seemed to be cut off. In both cases there was a most surprising and unexpected result, for the French were terribly defeated, and in both cases this happened because they made the same mistake. They trusted so much to their overwhelming numbers, to their courage and their valor, that they forgot to be careful about anything else, while the English made up for their small numbers by prudence, discipline, and skill, without which courage and valor are often of no avail. It is quite exciting to read the description of these battles, with their archery fights, the clashing together of furious knights, the first brave advance and the final running away, but after a while the battles at large seem to fade out in the greater interest which surrounds the figures of two youngsters, one hardly more than 15, the other scarcely 14, for one carried off all the honors of the victory of Crécy, and the other redeemed from total dishonor the defeat of Poitiers. Let us now take up the romantic story of the English lad in the former battle, and of the French lad in the latter. When, in 1346, Edward III of England had determined upon an invasion of France, he brought over his army in a fleet of nearly 1,000 sail. He had with him not only the larger portion of his great nobles, but also his eldest son, Edward Plantagenet, the Prince of Wales. He had good reasons for taking the boy. The prince was expected to become the next king of England. His father evidently thought him able to take a very important part in becoming also the king of France. If all the accounts of him are true, he was a remarkable youth, wonderfully strong and courageous, and wonderfully discreet for his years. There was only one road to success or fame in those days, and that was the profession of arms. The ambition of every high-born young fellow was to become a knight. Knighthood was something that both king and nobles regarded as higher in some respects than even the royalty or nobility to which they were born. No one could be admitted into an order of the great brotherhood of knights, which extended all over Europe and formed an independent society, unless he had gone through severe discipline and had performed some distinguished deed of valor. Then he could wear the golden spurs. For knighthood had its earliest origin in the distinction of fighting on horseback, while ordinary soldiers fought on foot. Although knighthood changed afterward, the word chivalry always expressed it, from cheval, a horse. And in addition to valor, which was the result of physical strength and courage, the knight was expected to be generous, courteous, faithful, devout, truthful, high-souled, high-principled. Hence the epithet chivalrous, which even today is so often heard applied to men of especially fine spirit. Honor was the great word which included all these qualities then, as it does in some measure now. I have only time to give you the standard, and cannot pause to tell you how well or ill it was lived up to generally. But I would not have taken this story in hand if chivalry had to be left out of the account, for it was chivalry that made my two boys the heroes they were. As soon as King Edward landed at La Hague, he gave very clear evidence of the serious work he had cut out for his son, and of his confidence that the youngster would be equal to it. He publicly pledged his boy beforehand to some great deed, and to a life of valor and honor. In sight of the whole army, he went through the form of making him a knight. Young Edward, clad in armor, kneeled down before him on the wet sand, when the king touched his shoulder with his sword, saying, "I dub thee knight. Be brave, bold, and loyal." You may imagine how proudly then the young fellow seized lance and sword and shield, and sprang into his saddle at a leap, and with what high resolve he rode on beside his mailed and gallant father to deserve the name which that impressive ceremony had given him. The army moved rapidly forward and northward toward Calais, conquering everything on its way, till, when in the neighborhood of Crécy, the intelligence came that the French king, Philip, with an army of 120,000 men and all the chivalry of France, had come in between it and the sea. There was no retreat possible. Edward had but 30,000 to oppose this great host. They were 4-1. He was in a dangerous spot also, but after a time he succeeded in getting away to a good position, and there he awaited the onset. No one will doubt that he was anxious enough, and yet what did he do? After arranging his troops in battle order, 3 battalions deep, he sent young Edward to the very front of the brilliant group of his finest barons, to take the brunt of the terrible charge that was now to come. It shows of what stern material the king and the men of that time were made, for all his present love, all his future hope, lay around that gallant boy. But he knew that the value of the glory which might be earned was worth all the risk. Besides, he was as much under chivalrous necessity to send him as the lad was under to go. That pledge to knighthood on the seashore had not been either lightly taken or lightly given. If chivalry was not equal to sacrifice, it was equal to nothing. There was keen wisdom, too, in the act. The king could count all the more on the enthusiasm, self-devotion, and valor of the knights and men-at-arms in whose keeping he had placed so precious a charge. That whole 1st Battalion would be nerved to tenfold effort because the prince was among them, for everyone would be as deeply concerned as the father in the boy's success. Edward carried his feeling of devotion to his son's best interests to such a chivalrous extent that he made it a point of duty to keep out of the battle altogether. He was nowhere to be seen. He went into a windmill on a height nearby, and watched the fight through one of the narrow windows in its upper story. He would not even put on his helmet. That was the way the father stood by his son, by showing absolute confidence in him and denying himself all the glory that might come from a great and important battle. And the young fellow was 1,000-fold nerved and strengthened by knowing that his father fully trusted in him. I need not give the details of the battle. It is sufficient to know that the first line of the French chivalry charged with the utmost fury. Among these was an ally of note, John, King of Bohemia, who with his barons and knights was not behindhand in the deadly onset. And yet this king was old and blind. His was chivalry in another form. He would have his stroke in the battle, and he plunged into it with his horse tied by its reins to one of his knights on either side. A plume of 3 ostrich feathers waved from his helmet, and the chroniclers say he laid about him well. After the battle, he and his 2 companions were found dead, with their horses tied together. But although the French were brave, they were not wise, for not only had they brought on the fight with headlong energy before they were prepared, but they had allowed Edward to place himself so that the afternoon sun, then near its setting, blazed full in their eyes and faces. Edward's army fought in the shadow. The terrible English bowmen sent their deadly cloth-yard arrows so thick and fast into the dazzled and crowded ranks of 15,000 Genoese archers and the intermingled men-at-arms, that the missiles filled the air like snow. The Genoese were thrown into confusion, and this spread throughout the whole French army. The French king, with some of his dukes, flew foaming over the field in the rear, trying in vain to get up in time to swell the onset upon the English front. But the onset had proved bad enough as it was. The knights around the young prince were frightened for his safety. One of them, Sir Thomas of Norwich, was sent back to Edward to ask him to come to the assistance of the prince. "Sir Thomas," said the king, "is my son dead, or unhorsed, or so wounded that he cannot help himself?" "Not so, my lord, thank God, but he is fighting against great odds, and is like to have need of your help." "Sir Thomas," replied the king, "return to them who sent you, and tell them from me not to send for me, whatever chance befall them, so long as my son is alive, and tell them that I bid them let the lad win his spurs, for I wish, if God so desire, that the day should be his, and the honor thereof remain to him and to those to whom I have given him in charge." And there he stayed in the windmill till the battle was over. Soon the cry of victory reached him as the French fled in the darkness, leaving their dead strewn upon the field. Now the young prince appeared covered with all the glory that his father had coveted for him, bearing the ostrich plume which he had taken from the dead king of Bohemia. The boy rode up with his visor raised. His face was as fair as a girl's, and glowed under a crown of golden hair. He bore his trophy aloft, and when it was placed as a knightly decoration above the crest of his helmet, he little thought that the triple tuft was to wave for more than 500 years, even to this day, on England's front, for such it does, and that next to the crown there shall be no badge so proudly known as the 3 feathers which nod above the coronet of the Prince of Wales. Edward Albert, son of King George V, now wears it because Edward, the Prince of Wales, when still in his teens, won it at Crécy. We will leave him there and go on 10 years. Philip, the French king, had passed away about 6 years before, and John, a wild character for such a trying time, had ascended the throne. He was always plunging himself into difficulties, and was often guilty of cruelty, and yet was of such a free, generous nature, and had so many of the virtues of chivalry in that day, that he was known as John the Good. He was the extreme opposite to the grave, prudent, sagacious Edward III, who was still alive and well, and King of England. Some time after the victory of Crécy, Calais had been taken, and then both nations were glad to arrange a truce. 9 years of this had gone by, when Edward thought it necessary to make another attempt on France. As soon as might be, therefore, young Edward, his son, now 25, came over alone, landing at Bordeaux. He had, meantime, gained great fame. He was now known as the Black Prince, because he had a fancy for having his armor painted as black as midnight, in order, they say, to give a greater brightness to his fresh blonde complexion and golden hair. Marshalling his little army of 12,000 men, he set out into the interior of France. When he had reached the neighborhood of Poitiers, he was astounded by the news that King John was both after him and behind him, with a force of 60,000 men, 5 to 1. Here was Crécy over again as to numbers, but there was one thing made it worse. For as Edward III not long before had instituted the famous Order of the Garter, which is even now one of the foremost orders of the knighthood in Europe, so John, not to be behindhand, and in order to give a new chivalrous impulse to his nobles, had just instituted the Order of the Star. He made 500 knights of this new order, every one of whom had vowed that he would never retreat, and would sooner be slain than yield to an enemy. The Black Prince thought it almost impossible to fight his way through such a desperately determined host. So he offered to restore all he had just conquered, and to make another truce, if he might pass by unmolested. But John would not consent. He must have Calais back again, and the prince, with 100 of his best knights, into the bargain. This will never do, thought the prince. Better try for another Crécy. On the morning of September 19th, 1356, the battle began. John had with him all 4 of his sons, Charles, Louis, John, and Philip, the eldest only 19, and the youngest 14. The 3 former were put under good guardianship in different portions of the field. But why the hare-brained monarch took the youngest boy with him into the very front and thickest of the fight, it is hard to guess, unless it was another imitation of Edward. And he had also good reason to think that the lad was unusually well able to take care of himself, having been trained at arms and pledged to knighthood. But young Sir Philip, as he was called, proved quite equal to the occasion. King John himself led the van, moving down through a defile into which, after a time, his whole army found themselves crowded. Meantime, the Prince of Wales had planted his army just where he would tempt John into that trap, and had set his archers in good position. These men were clad in green, like Robin Hood's men, and carried bows 7 feet long, and so thick that few men of modern days could bend them. A cloth-yard shaft from one of these would fly with tremendous force. Edward had placed these archers in ambush behind green hedges and crouching in the green of the vineyards. Just as the French king, with all his new chivalry around him, dashed down the narrow valley, the white standard of France on one side of him, his keen-eyed little son on the other, and began to deploy the whole advance battalion, preliminary to a grand charge, whiz, whiz, whir, whir, from both sides came the arrows, as thick as hail and as terrible as javelins from the hidden archers. The astonished Frenchmen fell back. That crowded still more those who were yet wedged in the narrow space behind. Now came the English onset, then a panic, then a rout, then a general flight. Dukes, barons, knights of all sorts fled with the rest, also Charles, Louis, John, the 3 elder sons of the king. The king was in great danger of being slain, but he did not move, and Philip stood fighting by his side. The standard-bearer fell, and the white ensign lay in the dust. Many a faithful knight was cut down or swept away a prisoner, but Philip flinched not. The assailants, some of whom knew the king, while others were wondering who he might be, pressed them fiercely on every side, striking at them, but more anxious to take them captives than to kill them, for they were worth a heavy ransom. The Englishmen shouted all together, yield you, else you die!" Little Sir Philip had no yield in him as long as his father held out. He kept close to him, trying to ward off the blows which were aimed at him, and warning him in time, as his quick eye caught a near danger on either hand. Each instant he was heard calling out, "Father, where right? Father, where left?" Suddenly a mounted knight appeared, who hailed the king in French. It was a French knight, who was fighting on the English side. "Sir, sir," he shouted, "I pray you yield." "To whom shall I yield me?" said John. "Where is my cousin, the Prince of Wales?" "Sir, yield you to me, I will bring you to him." "Who are you?" said the king. "Denis de Morbecque, a knight of Artois. I serve the King of England, not being able to live in France, for I have lost all I possessed there." "I yield me to you," said John, handing him his steel glove. Then the whole crowd began to drag at him, each exclaiming, "I took him!" Both the king and the prince were sadly hustled, until two barons broke through the throng by dint of their horses, and led the two to the tent of the Prince of Wales, and made him a present of the King of France, says an old chronicler. The prince also bowed full low before the king, and received him as a king, properly and discreetly, as he well knew how to do. In the evening he entertained him and Philip at supper, and would not sit at the king's table for all the king's entreaty, but waited as a serving man, bending the knee before him, and saying, Dear sir, be pleased not to put on so bad a countenance, because it hath not pleased God to consent this day to your wishes. For assuredly my lord and father will show you all the honor and friendship he shall be able, and he will come to terms with you so reasonably that you shall remain good friends forever. Nor did all this end in words, but it went on for years during all the captivity of King John and Prince Philip, first at Bordeaux, and afterward at the then new Windsor Castle in England, where galas, tournaments, hawking and hunting, and all sorts of entertainments were devised for them. When King John was brought from Bordeaux to England, where King Edward had prepared to meet him in great state, the French king was mounted on a tall, cream-colored charger, and young Philip rode by his side in great honor also, while the Prince of Wales sat on a small black horse, like an humble attendant on them both. The two royal fathers met midway in that London street. The houses which lined the way were hung with rich tapestries, the trades were out in companies of many colors, the people thronged round the steel-clad cavalcades as they came together, and they filled the air with shouts. But what two figures now most fill the eye when all that pageant has passed away? Not the father who stood by his son with such chivalrous faith, nor the father whose son stood by him with such chivalrous devotion, but the fair youth who carries that tuft of feathers upon his helmet with its motto, I serve, and the lad whom all have heard of as Philip the Bold, the boy hero of Crécy doing chivalrous honor to the boy hero of Poitiers. End of The Boy Heroes of Crécy and Poitiers by Treadwell Walden.
Chapter 10 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. The Noble Burghers of Calais, by Charlotte M. Yonge. Nowhere does the continent of Europe approach Great Britain so closely as at the Straits of Dover, and when the English sovereigns were full of the vain hope of obtaining the crown of France, or at least of regaining the great possessions that their forefathers had owned as French nobles, there was no spot so coveted by them as the fortress of Calais, the possession of which gave an entrance into France. Thus it was that when, in 1346, Edward III. Had beaten Philip VI. At the battle of Crécy, the first use he made of his victory was to march upon Calais and lay siege to it. The walls were exceedingly strong, and solid mighty defences of masonry, of huge thickness, and like rocks for solidity, guarded it, and the king knew that it would be useless to attempt a direct assault. Indeed, during all the Middle Ages, the modes of protecting fortifications were far more efficient than the modes of attacking them. The walls could be made enormously massive, the towers raised to a great height, and the defenders so completely sheltered by battlements that they could not easily be injured, and could take aim from the tops of their turrets or from their loophole windows. The gates had absolute little castles of their own. A moat flowed round the walls full of water, and only capable of being crossed by a drawbridge, behind which the portcullis, a grating armed beneath with spikes, was always ready to drop from the archway of the gate and close up the entrance. The only chance of taking a fortress by direct attack was to fill up the moat with earth and faggots, and then raise ladders against the walls, or else to drive engines against the defences, battering rams which struck them with heavy beams, mangonels which launched stones, sows whose arched wooden backs protected troops of workmen who tried to undermine the wall, and moving towers consisting of a succession of stages or shelves, filled with soldiers, and with a bridge with iron hooks capable of being launched from the highest story to the top of the battlements. The besieged could generally disconcert the battering ram by hanging beds or mattresses over the walls to receive the brunt of the blow. The sows could be crushed with heavy stones, the towers burnt by well-directed flaming missiles, the ladders overthrown, and in general the besiegers suffered a great deal more damage than they could inflict. Cannon had indeed just been brought into use at the Battle of Crécy, but they only consisted of iron bars fastened together with hoops, and were as yet of little use, and thus there seemed to be little danger to a well-guarded city from any enemy outside the walls. King Edward arrived before the place with all his victorious army early in August, his good knights and squires arrayed in glittering steel armour, covered with surcoats richly embroidered with their heraldic bearings, his stout men-at-arms, each of whom was attended by 3 bold fellows, and his archers with their crossbows to shoot bolts, and long-bows to shoot arrows of a yard long, so that it used to be said that each went into battle with 3 men's lives under his girdle, namely the 3 arrows he kept there ready to his hand. With the king was his son Edward, Prince of Wales, who had just won the golden spurs of knighthood so gallantly at Crécy when only in his 17th year, and likewise the famous Hainault knight, Sir Walter Mauny, and all that was noblest and bravest in England. This whole glittering army, at their head the king's great royal standard, bearing the golden lilies of France quartered with the lions of England, and each troop guided by the square banner, swallow-tailed pennon, or pointed pennoncelle of their leader, came marching to the gates of Calais, above which floated the blue standard of France with its golden flowers, and with it the banner of the governor, Sir Jean de Vienne. A herald in a rich long robe, embroidered with the arms of England, rode up to the gate, a trumpet sounding before him, and called upon Sir Jean de Vienne to give up the place to Edward, King of England, and of France, as he claimed to be. Sir Jean made answer that he held the town for Philippe, King of France, and that he would defend it to the last. The herald rode back again, and the English began the siege of the city. At first they only encamped, and the people of Calais must have seen the whole plain covered with the white canvas tents, marshalled round the ensigns of the leaders, and here and there a more gorgeous one displaying the colours of the owner. Still there was no attack upon the walls. The warriors were to be seen walking about in the leathern suits they wore under their armour, or, if a party was to be seen with their coats of mail on, helmet on head, and lance in hand, it was not against Calais that they came. They rode out into the country, and by might be seen driving back before them herds of cattle and flocks of sheep or pigs that they had seized and taken away from the poor peasants. And at night the sky would show red lights where farms and homesteads had been set on fire. After a time, in front of the tents, the English were to be seen hard at work with beams and boards, setting up huts for themselves and thatching them over with straw or broom. These wooden houses were all ranged in regular streets, and there was a market-place in the midst, whither every Saturday came farmers and butchers to sell corn and meat, and hay for the horses, and the English merchants and Flemish weavers would come by sea and by land to bring cloth, bread, weapons, and everything that could be needed, to be sold in this warlike market. The governor, Sir Jean de Vienne, began to perceive that the king did not mean to waste his men by making vain attacks on the strong walls of Calais, but to shut up the entrance by land, and watch the coast by sea, so as to prevent any provisions from being taken in, and so to starve him into surrendering. Sir Jean de Vienne, however, hoped that before he should be entirely reduced by famine, the King of France would be able to get together another army and come to his relief. And at any rate he was determined to do his duty and hold out for his master to the last. But as food was already beginning to grow scarce, he was obliged to turn out such persons as could not fight and had no stores of their own. And so, one Wednesday morning, he caused all the poor to be brought together, men, women, and children, and sent them all out of the town, to the number of 1,700. It was probably the truest mercy, for he had no food to give them, and they could only have starved miserably within the town, or have hindered him from saving it for his sovereign. But to them it was dreadful to be driven out of house and home, straight down upon the enemy, and they went along weeping and wailing, till the English soldiers met them, and asked why they had come out. They answered that they had been put out because they had nothing to eat, and their sorrowful, famished looks gained pity for them. King Edward sent orders that not only should they go safely through his camp, but that they should all rest, and have the first hearty dinner that they had eaten for many a day, and he sent every one a small sum of money before they left the camp, so that many of them went on their way praying aloud for the enemy who had been so kind to them. A great deal happened whilst King Edward kept watch in his wooden town, and the citizens of Calais guarded their walls. England was invaded by King David II of Scotland with a great army, and the good Queen Philippa, who was left to govern at home in the name of her little son Lionel, assembled all the forces that were left at home, and sent them to meet him. And one autumn day a ship crossed the Straits of Dover, and a messenger brought King Edward letters from his queen, to say that the Scots army had been entirely defeated at Neville's Cross near Durham, and that their king was a prisoner, but that he had been taken by a squire named John Copeland, who would not give him up to her. King Edward sent letters to John Copeland to come to him at Calais, and when the squire had made his journey, the king took him by the hand, saying, "Ha, welcome, my squire, who by his valour has captured our adversary, the King of Scotland." Copeland, falling on one knee, replied, "If God, out of his great kindness, has given me the King of Scotland, no one ought to be jealous of it. For God can, when he pleases, send his grace to a poor squire as well as to a great lord. Sir, do not take it amiss if I did not surrender him to the orders of my lady queen, for I hold my lands of you, and my oath is to you, not to her." The king was not displeased with his squire's sturdiness, but made him a knight, gave him a pension of £500 a year, and desired him to surrender his prisoner to the queen as his own representative. This was accordingly done, and King David was lodged in the Tower of London. Soon after, 3 days before All Saints' Day, there was a large and gay fleet to be seen crossing from the white cliffs of Dover, and the king, his son, and his knights rode down to the landing-place to welcome the plump, fair-haired Queen Philippa and all her train of ladies, who had come in great numbers to visit their husbands, fathers, or brothers in the wooden town. Then there was a great court, and numerous feasts and dances, and the knights and squires were constantly striving who could do the bravest deed of prowess to please the ladies. The King of France had placed numerous knights and men-at-arms in the neighbouring towns and castles, and there were constant fights whenever the English went out foraging, and many bold deeds, that were much admired, were done. The great point was to keep provisions out of the town, and there was much fighting between the French, who tried to bring in supplies, and the English, who intercepted them. Very little was brought in by land, and Sir Jean de Vienne and his garrison would have been quite starved out, but for 2 sailors of Abbeville, named Marant and Mestriel, who knew the coast thoroughly, and often in the dark autumn evenings would guide in a whole fleet of little boats, loaded with bread and meat for the starving men within the city. They were often chased by King Edward's vessels, and were sometimes very nearly taken, but they always managed to escape, and thus they still enabled the garrison to hold out. So all the winter passed. Christmas was kept with brilliant feasting and high merriment by the king and his queen in their wooden palace outside, and with lean cheeks and scanty fare by the besieged within. Lent was strictly observed perforce by the besieged, and Easter brought a betrothal in the English camp, a very unwilling one on the part of the bridegroom, the young Count of Flanders, who loved the French much better than the English, and had only been tormented into giving his consent by his unruly vassals, because they depended on the wool of English sheep for their cloth-works. So, though King Edward's daughter Isabel was a beautiful, fair-haired girl of 15, the young Count would scarcely look at her, and in the last week before the marriage day, while her robes and her jewels were being prepared, and her father and mother were arranging the presents they should make to all their court on the wedding day, the bridegroom, when out hawking, gave his attendants the slip, and galloped off to Paris, where he was welcomed by King Philippe. This made Edward very wrathful, and more than ever determined to take Calais. About Whitsuntide he completed a great wooden castle upon the seashore, and placed in it numerous warlike engines, with 40 men-at-arms and 200 archers, who kept such a watch upon the harbour that not even the 2 Abbeville sailors could enter it, without having their boats crushed and sunk by the great stones that the mangonels launched upon them. The townspeople began to feel what hunger really was, but their spirits were kept up by the hope that their king was at last collecting an army for their rescue. And Philippe did collect all his forces, a great and noble army, and came one night to the hill of Sandgate, just behind the English army, the knights' armour glancing and their pennons flying in the moonlight, so as to be a beautiful sight to the hungry garrison, who could see the white tents pitched upon the hillside. Still there were but 2 roads by which the French could reach their friends in the town, one along the sea-coast, the other by a marshy road higher up the country, and there was but one bridge by which the river could be crossed. The English king's fleet could prevent any troops from passing along the coast road, the Earl of Derby guarded the bridge, and there was a great tower strongly fortified close upon Calais. There were a few skirmishes, but the French king, finding it difficult to force his way to relieve the town, sent a party of knights with a challenge to King Edward to come out of his camp and do battle upon a fair field. To this Edward made answer that he had been nearly a year before Calais, and had spent large sums of money on the siege, and that he had nearly become master of the place, so that he had no intention of coming out only to gratify his adversary, who must try some other road if he could not make his way in by that before him. 3 days were spent in parleys, and then, without the slightest effort to rescue the brave, patient men within the town, away went King Philippe of France, with all his men, and the garrison saw the host that had crowded the hill of Sandgate melt away like a summer cloud. August had come again, and they had suffered privation for a whole year, for the sake of a king who deserted them at their utmost need. They were in so grievous a state of hunger and distress that the hardiest could endure no more, for ever since Whitsuntide no fresh provisions had reached them. The governor, therefore, went to the battlements and made signs that he wished to hold a parley, and the king appointed Lord Basset and Sir Walter Manny to meet him, and appoint the terms of surrender. The governor owned that the garrison was reduced to the greatest extremity of distress, and requested that the king would be contented with obtaining the city and fortress, leaving the soldiers and inhabitants to depart in peace. But Sir Walter Manny was forced to make answer that the king, his lord, was so much enraged at the delay and expense that Calais had cost him, that he would only consent to receive the whole on unconditional terms, leaving him free to slay or to ransom or to make prisoners whomsoever he pleased, and he was known to consider that there was a heavy reckoning to pay, both for the trouble the siege had cost him and the damage the Calesians had previously done to his ships. The brave answer was, "These conditions are too hard for us. We are but a small number of knights and squires who have loyally served our lord and master as you would have done, and have suffered much ill and disquiet. But we will endure far more than any man has done in such a post, before we consent that the smallest boy in the town shall fare worse than ourselves. I therefore entreat you, for pity's sake, to return to the king, and beg him to have compassion, for I have such an opinion of his gallantry that I think he will alter his mind." The king's mind, however, seemed sternly made up, and all that Sir Walter Manny and the barons of the council could obtain from him was that he would pardon the garrison and townsmen, on condition that 6 of the chief citizens should present themselves to him, coming forth with bare feet and heads, with halters round their necks, carrying the keys of the town, and becoming absolutely his own, to punish for their obstinacy as he should think fit. On hearing this reply, Sir Jean de Vienne begged Sir Walter Manny to wait until he could consult the citizens, and, repairing to the market-place, he caused a great bell to be rung, at sound of which all the inhabitants came together in the town hall. When he told them of these hard terms, he could not refrain from weeping bitterly, and wailing and lamentation arose all round him. Should all starve together, or sacrifice their best and most honoured, after all suffering in common so long? Then a voice was heard. It was that of the richest burgher in the town, Eustache de St. Pierre. "Messieurs, high and low," he said, "it would be a sad pity to suffer so many people to die through hunger, if it could be prevented, and to hinder it would be meritorious in the eyes of our Saviour. I have such faith and trust in finding grace before God, if I die to save my townsmen, that I name myself as first of the 6. As the burgher ceased, his fellow townsmen wept aloud, and many, amid tears and groans, threw themselves at his feet in a transport of grief and gratitude. Another citizen, very rich and respected, rose up and said, "I will be second to my comrade Eustache." His name was Jean Dare. After him, Jacques Wissant, another very rich man, offered himself as companion to these, who were both his cousins, and his brother Pierre would not be left behind, and 2 more, unnamed, made up this gallant band of men, willing to offer their lives for the rescue of their fellow townsmen. Sir Jean de Vienne mounted a little horse, for he had been wounded and was still lame, and came to the gate with them, followed by all the people of the town, weeping and wailing, yet, for their own sakes and their children's, not daring to prevent the sacrifice. The gates were opened, the governor and the 6 passed out, and the gates were again shut behind them. Sir Jean then rode up to Sir Walter Manny, and told him how these burghers had voluntarily offered themselves, begging him to do all in his power to save them, and Sir Walter promised with his whole heart to plead their cause. De Vienne then went back into the town full of heaviness and anxiety, and the 6 citizens were led by Sir Walter to the presence of the king in his full court. They all knelt down, and the foremost said, "Most gallant king, you see before you 6 burghers of Calais, who have all been capital merchants, and who bring you the keys of the castle and town. We yield ourselves to your absolute will and pleasure, in order to save the remainder of the inhabitants of Calais, who have suffered much distress and misery. Condescend, therefore, out of the nobleness of your mind, to have pity on us." Strong emotion was excited among all the barons and knights who stood round, as they saw the resigned countenances, pale and thin with patiently endured hunger, of these venerable men offering themselves in the cause of their fellow townsmen. Many tears of pity were shed, but the king still showed himself implacable, and commanded that they should be led away and their heads stricken off. Sir Walter Manny interceded for them with all his might, even telling the king that such an execution would tarnish his honour, and that reprisals would be made on his own garrison, and all the nobles joined in entreating pardon for the citizens, but still without effect, and the headsman had actually been sent for, when Queen Philippa, her eyes streaming with tears, threw herself on her knees amongst the captives, and said, "Ah, gentle sir, since I have crossed the sea with much danger to see you, I have never asked you one favour. Now I beg as a boon to myself, for the sake of the Son of the Blessed Mary, and for your love to me, that you will be merciful to these men." For some time the king looked at her in silence. Then he exclaimed, "Dame, dame, would that you had been anywhere than here! You have entreated in such a manner that I cannot refuse you. I therefore give these men to you, to do as you please with." Joyfully did Queen Philippa conduct the 6 citizens to her own apartments, where she made them welcome, sent them new garments, entertained them with a plentiful dinner, and dismissed them each with a gift of 6 nobles. After this Sir Walter Manny entered the city and took possession of it, retaining Sir Jean de Vienne and the other knights and squires till they should ransom themselves, and sending out the old French inhabitants, for the king was resolved to people the city entirely with English, in order to gain a thoroughly strong hold of this first step in France. The king and queen took up their abode in the city, and the houses of Jean d'Air were, it appears, granted to the queen, perhaps because she considered the man himself as her charge, and wished to secure them for him, and her little daughter Margaret was shortly after born in one of his houses. Eustache de Saint Pierre was taken into high favour, and was placed in charge of the new citizens whom the king placed in the city. Indeed, as this story is told by no chronicler but Froissart, some have doubted of it, and thought the violent resentment thus imputed to Edward III. Inconsistent with his general character. But it is evident that the men of Calais had given him strong provocation, by attacks on his shipping, piracies which are not easily forgiven, and that he considered that he had a right to make an example of them. It is not unlikely that he might after all have intended to forgive them, and have given the queen the grace of obtaining their pardon, so as to excuse himself from the fulfilment of some over-hasty threat. But however this may have been, nothing can lessen the glory of the 6 grave and patient men who went forth by their own free will to meet what might be a cruel and disgraceful death, in order to obtain the safety of their fellow townsmen. End of The Noble Burghers of Calais, by Charlotte M. Yonge.
Chapter 11 of The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. The Story of Joan of Arc, the Maid Who Saved France, by Anonymous. Over 500 years ago, the children of Domremy, a little village on the border of France, used to dance and sing beneath a beautiful beech tree. They called it the Fairy Tree. Among those children was one named Jeanne, the daughter of an honest farmer, Jacques d'Arc. Jeanne sang more than she danced, and though she carried garlands like the other boys and girls, and hung them on the boughs of the fairies' tree, she liked better to take the flowers into the parish church and lay them on the altars of St. Margaret and St. Catherine. She was brought up by her parents, as she told the judges at her trial, to be industrious, to sew and spin. She did not fear to match herself at spinning and sewing, she said, against any woman in Rouen. When very young, she sometimes went to the fields to watch the cattle. As she grew older, she worked in the house. She did not any longer watch sheep and cattle. But the times were dangerous, and when there was an alarm of soldiers or robbers in the neighborhood, she sometimes helped to drive the flock into a fortified island or peninsula for which her father was responsible, in the river near her home. She learned her creed, she said, from her mother. 20 years after her death, her neighbors, who remembered her, described her as she was when a child. Jean Morin said that she was a good, industrious girl, but that she would often be praying in church when her father and mother did not know it. Jean Vaterin, when he was a boy, had seen Joan in the fields, and when they were all playing together, she would go apart and pray to God, as he thought, and he and the others used to laugh at her. When she heard the church bell ring, she would kneel down in the fields. All those who had seen Joan told the same tale. She was always kind, simple, industrious, pious, and yet merry and fond of playing with the others. In Joan's childhood, France was under a mad king, Charles VI, and was torn to pieces by two factions, the party of Burgundy and the party of Armagnac. The English took advantage of these disputes and overran the land. The two parties of Burgundy and Armagnac divided town from town and village from village. It was as in the days of the Douglas Wars in Scotland, when the very children took sides for Queen Mary and King James, and fought each other in the streets. Domremy was for the Armagnacs, that is, against the English, and for the Dauphin, the son of the mad Charles VI. But at Maxey, a village near Domremy, the people were all for Burgundy and the English. The boys of Domremy would go out and fight the Maxey boys with fists and sticks and stones. Joan did not remember having taken part in these battles, but she had often seen her brothers and the Domremy boys come home all bruised and bleeding. When Joan was between 12 and 13, 1424, so she swore, a voice came to her from God for her guidance. But when first it came, she was in great fear. And it came, that voice, about noonday in the summer season, she being in her father's garden. Joan had not fasted the day before that, but was fasting when the voice came. The voices at first only told her to be a good girl and go to church. The voice later told her of the great sorrow there was in France, and that one day she must go into France and help the country. She had visions with the voices, visions first of Saint Michael, and then of Saint Catherine and Saint Margaret. I saw them with my bodily eyes as I see you, she said to her judges. And when they departed from me, I wept, and well I wished that they had taken me with them. What are we to think about these visions and these voices, which were with Joan to her death? In 1428, only a very few small towns in the east still held out for the Dauphin, and these were surrounded on every side by enemies. Meanwhile, the voices came more frequently, urging Joan to go into France and help her country. She asked how she, a girl who could not ride or use sword and lance, could be of any help. At the same time, she was encouraged by one of the vague old prophecies which were common in France. A legend ran that France was to be saved by a maiden from the oak wood, and there was an oak wood, le bois chenu, near Domremy. Some such prophecy had an influence on Joan, and probably helped people to believe in her. The Voices often commanded her to go to Vaucouleurs, a neighboring town which was loyal, and there meet Robert de Baudricourt, who was captain of the French garrison. Now, Robert de Baudricourt was a gallant soldier, but a plain, practical man, very careful of his own interest, and cunning enough to hold his own among his many enemies, English, Burgundian, and Lorrainers. Joan had a cousin, who was married to one Durand-Lassois, at Buret-en-Vaux, a village near Vaucouleurs. This cousin invited Joan to visit her for a week. At the end of that time, she spoke to her cousin's husband. There was an old saying, as we saw, that France would be rescued by a maid, and she, as she told Lassois, was that maid. Lassois listened, and whatever he may have thought of her chances, he led her to Robert de Baudricourt. Joan came in her simple red dress, and walked straight up to the captain. She told him that the Dauphin must keep quiet, and risk no battle, for before the middle of Lent next year, 1423, God would send him help. She added that the kingdom belonged not to the Dauphin, but to her master, who willed that the Dauphin should be crowned, and she herself would lead him to Rome, to be anointed with the holy oil. "And who is your master?" said Robert. "The King of Heaven." Robert, very naturally, thought that Joan was crazed, and shrugged his shoulders. He bluntly told Lassois to box her ears and take her back to her father. So she had to go home. But here new troubles awaited her. The enemy came down on Domremy and burned it. Joan and her family fled to Neufchâteau, where they stayed for a few days. When Joan looked from her father's garden to the church, she saw nothing but a heap of smoking ruins. These things only made her feel more deeply the sorrows of her country. The time was drawing near when she had prophesied that the Dauphin was to receive help from heaven, namely in the Lent of 1429. On that year the season was held more than commonly sacred, for Good Friday and the Annunciation fell on the same day. So early in January 1429, Joan turned her back on Domremy, which she was never to see again. Her cousin Lassois came and asked leave for Joan to visit him again, so she said good-bye to her father and mother, and to her friends. She went to her cousin's house at Buret, and there she stayed for 6 weeks, hearing bad news on the siege of Orléans by the English. A squire named Jean de Nouillompont met Joan one day. "Well, my lass," said he, "is our king to be driven from France, and are we all to become English?" "I have come here," said Joan, "to bid Robert de Baudricourt lead me to the king, but he will not listen to me. And yet to the king I must go, even if I walk my legs down to the knees, for none in all the world, king, nor duke, nor the king of Scotland's daughter, can save France, but myself only. Certainly I would rather stay and spin with my poor mother, for to fight is not my calling. But I must go, and I must fight, for so my lord will have it." "And who is your lord?" said Jean de Nouillompont. "He is God," said the maiden. On February 12th, the story goes, she went to Robert de Baudricourt. "You delay too long," she said. "On this very day at Orléans, the gentle Dauphin has lost a battle." Now the people of Vaucouleurs brought clothes for Joan to wear on her journey to the Dauphin. They were such clothes as men wear: doublet, hose, surcoat, boots, and spurs, and Robert de Baudricourt gave Joan a sword. Her reason was that she would have to be living alone among men-at-arms for a 10 days' journey, and she thought it was more modest to wear armor like the rest. Also, her favorite saint, Saint Margaret, had done this once when in danger. Besides, in all the romances of chivalry, we find fair maidens fighting in arms like men, or traveling dressed as pages. On February 23, 1429, the gate of the little castle of Vaucouleurs, the Gate of France, which is still standing, was thrown open. 7 travelers rode out, among them 2 squires, Jean de Nouillompont and Bertrand de Poulengy, with their attendants, and Joan the maid. "Go, and let what will come of it come," said Robert de Baudricourt. He did not expect much to come of it. It was a long journey. They were 11 days on the road, and a dangerous. But Joan laughed at danger. "God will clear my path to the king, for to this end I was born." Often they rode by night, stopping at monasteries when they could. Sometimes they slept out under the sky. Though she was young and beautiful, these 2 gentlemen never dreamed of paying their court to her and making love as they do in romances, for they regarded her as if she had been an angel. They were in awe of her, they said long afterward, and all the knights who had seen her said the same. From Fierbois, Joan made some clerk write to the king that she was coming to help him, and that she would know him among all his men. Probably it was here that she wrote to beg her parents' pardon, and they forgave her, she says. Meanwhile, news reached the people then besieged in Orléans that a marvelous maiden was riding to their rescue. On March the 6th, Joan arrived in Chinon, where for 2 or 3 days the king's advisers would not let him see her. At last they yielded, and she went straight up to him, and when he denied that he was the king, she told him that she knew well who he was. "There is the king," said Charles, pointing to a richly dressed noble. "No, fair sire, you are he." Still, it was not easy to believe. Joan stayed at Chinon in the house of a noble lady. The young Duc d'Alençon was on her side from the first. Great people came to see her and question her, but when she was alone, she wept and prayed. Joan was weary of being asked questions. One day she went to Charles and said, "Gentle Dauphin, why do you delay to believe me? I tell you that God has taken pity on you and your people, at the prayer of St. Louis and St. Charlemagne. And I will tell you, by your leave, something which will show you that you should believe me." Then she told him secretly something which, as he said, none could know but God and himself. But the king to whom Joan brought this wonderful message, the king whom she loved so loyally and for whom she died, spoiled all her plans. He, with his political advisers, prevented her from driving the English quite out of France. These favorites were lazy, comfortable, cowardly, disbelieving. In their hearts they hated the maid, who put them to so much trouble. Charles, to tell the truth, never really believed in her. He never quite trusted her. He never led a charge by her side. And in the end he shamefully deserted her, and left the maid to her doom. Weeks had passed, and Joan had never yet seen a blow struck in war. She used to exercise herself in horsemanship and knightly sports of tilting, and it is wonderful that a peasant girl became at once one of the best riders among the chivalry of France. The young Duc d'Alençon and his wife were her friends from the first, when the politicians and advisers were against her. It was now determined that Joan should be taken to Poitiers and examined before all the learned men, bishops, doctors, and higher clergy who still were on the side of France. There was good reason for this delay. It was plain to all, friends and foes, that the wonderful maid was not like other men and women, with her voices, her visions, her prophecies, and her powers. All agreed that she had some strange help given to her, but who gave it? This aid must come, people thought then, either from heaven or hell, either from God and his saints, or from the devil and his angels. Now, if any doubt could be thrown on the source whence Joan's aid came, the English might argue, as of course they did, that she was a witch and a heretic. If she was a heretic and a witch, then her king was involved in her wickedness, and so he might be legally shut out from his kingdom. It was necessary, therefore, that Joan should be examined by learned men. They must find out whether she had always been good and a true believer, and whether her voices always agreed in everything with the teachings of the Church. Otherwise, her angels must be devils in disguise. During 3 long weeks, the learned men asked her questions. They said it was wonderful how wisely this girl, who did not know A from B, replied to their puzzling inquiries. She told the story of her visions, of the command laid upon her to rescue Orléans. At last, after examining witnesses from Domremy and the Queen of Sicily and other great ladies to whom Joan was entrusted, the clergy found nothing in her but goodness, humility, frank maidenhood, piety, honesty, and simplicity. As for her wearing a man's dress, the Archbishop of Embrun said to the king, "It is more becoming to do these things in man's clothes, since they have to be done amongst men." The king therefore made up his mind at last. Jean and Pierre, Joan's brothers, were to ride with her to Orléans. Her old friends, her first friends, Jean de Nouillompont and Bertrand de Poulengy, had never left her. She was given a squire, a page, and a chaplain. The king gave Joan armor and horses, and offered her a sword. But her voices told her that behind the altar of Saint Catherine de Fierbois, where she heard Mass on her way to Chinon, there was an old sword, with 5 crosses on the blade, buried in the earth. That sword she was to wear. A man whom Joan did not know, and had never seen, was sent from Tours, and found the sword in the place which she described. The sword was cleaned of rust, and the king gave her 2 sheaths, one of velvet, one of cloth of gold. But Joan had a leather sheath made for use in war. She also commanded a banner to be made with the lilies of France on a white field. When once it was settled that she was to lead an army to relieve Orléans, she showed her faith by writing a letter addressed to the King of England, Bedford the regent, and the English generals at Orléans. If they did not yield to the maid and the king, she will come on them to their sorrow. Duke of Bedford, the maid prays and entreats you not to work your own destruction. We may imagine how the English laughed and swore when they received this letter. They threw the heralds of the maid into prison, and threatened to burn them as heretics. From the very first, the English promised to burn Joan as a witch and a heretic. At last, the men-at-arms who were to accompany Joan were ready. She was armed in white armor, but unhelmeted, a little axe in her hand, riding a great black charger. She turned to the church and said in her girlish voice, You priests and churchmen, make prayers and processions to God." Then she cried, "Forward! Forward!" And on she rode at their head, a page carrying her banner. And so Joan went to war. She led, she says, 10 or 12,000 soldiers. This army was to defend a great convoy of provisions of which the people of Orléans stood in sore need. The people were not starving, but food came in slowly and in small quantities. The French general-in-chief was the famous Dunois. On the English side was the brave Talbot, who fought under arms for 60 years and died fighting when he was over 80. Looking down the river Loire, Orléans lies on your right hand. It had strong walls, towers on the wall, and a bridge of many arches crossing to the left side of the river. At the further end of this bridge were a fort and rampart called Les Tourelles, and this fort had already been taken by the English, so that no French army could cross the bridge to help Orléans. The rampart and the fort of Les Tourelles were guarded by another strong work called Les Augustins. All round the outside of the town on the right bank, the English had built strong redoubts, which they called Bastilles. But on the east, above the town, and on the Orléans bank of the Loire, the English had only one Bastille, Saint-Loup. Now, as Joan's army mustered at Blois, south of Orléans, further down the river, she might march on the left side of the river, cross it by boats above Orléans, and enter the town where the English were weakest, and had only one fort, Saint-Loup. Or she might march up the right bank, and attack the English where they were strongest and had many Bastilles. The voices bade the Maid act on the boldest plan, and enter Orléans where the English were strongest, on the right bank of the river. The English would not move, said the voices. She was certain that they would not even sally out against her. But Dunois in Orléans, and the generals with the Maid, thought this plan very perilous. They therefore deceived her, caused her to think that Orléans was on the left bank of the Loire, and led her thither. When she arrived, she saw that they had not played her fair, that the river lay between her and the town, and the strongest force of the enemy. This girl of 17 saw that, if a large convoy of provisions was to be thrown into a besieged town, the worst way was to try to ferry the supplies across a river under the enemy's fire. But Dunois and the other generals had brought her to this pass, and the Maid was sore ill pleased. The wind was blowing in her teeth. Boats could not cross with the troops and provisions. There she sat her horse, and chafed till Dunois came out and crossed the Loire to meet her. This is what he says about Joan and her conduct. I did not think, and the other generals did not think, that the men-at-arms with the Maid were a strong enough force to bring the provisions into the town. Above all, it was difficult to get boats and ferry over the supplies, for both wind and stream were dead against us. Then Joan spoke to me thus: Are you the general? That am I, and glad of your coming. Is it you who gave counsel that I should come hither by that bank of the stream, and not go straight where Talbot and the English are? I myself, and others wiser than I, gave that advice, and we think it the better way and the surer. In God's name, the counsel of our God is wiser and surer than yours. You thought to deceive me, and you have deceived yourselves, for I bring you a better rescue than ever shall come to soldier or city, that is, the help of the King of heaven. Then instantly, and as it were in one moment, the wind changed that had been dead against us, and had hindered the boats from carrying the provisions into Orléans, and the sails filled. Dunois now wished Joan to cross by boat and enter the town, but her army could not cross, so the army returned to Blois to cross by the bridge there, and come upon the Orléans bank, as Joan had intended from the first. Then Joan crossed in the boat, holding in her hand the lily standard. She and La Hire and Dunois rode into Orléans, where the people crowded round her, blessing her and trying to kiss her hand. So they led her with great joy to the Regnart gate, and the house of Jacques Boucher, treasurer of the Duke of Orléans, and there was she gladly received. Next day, without leave from Joan, La Hire led a sally against the English, fought bravely, but failed, and Joan wished once more to bid the English go in peace. The English, of course, did not obey her summons, and it is said that they answered with wicked words which made her weep. For she wept readily, and blushed when she was moved. In her anger she went to a rampart, and crying aloud, bade the English begone. But they repeated their insults, and threatened yet again to burn her. Next day Dunois went off to bring the troops from Blois, and Joan rode round and inspected the English position. They made no attempt to take her. On May 4th the army returned from Blois. Joan rode out to meet them. Priests marched in procession, singing hymns, but the English never stirred. They were expecting fresh troops under Fastolf. For some reason, probably because they did not wish her to run risk, they did not tell Joan when the next fight began. She had just laid down to sleep when she leaped up with the noise, wakening her squire. "My voices tell me," she said, "that I must go against the English, but whether to their forts or against Fastolf, I know not." In a moment she was in the street. The page handed to her the lily flag from the upper window. Followed by her squire, Dolon, she galloped to the Burgundy gate. They met wounded men. "Never do I see French blood, but my hair stands up on my head," said Joan. She rode out of the gate to the English fort of Saint-Loup, which the Orléans men were attacking. Joan leaped into the fosse, under fire, holding her banner, and cheering on her men. Saint-Loup was taken by the French, in spite of a gallant defense. The French generals now conceived a plan to make a feint, or a sham attack, on the English forts where they were strongest, on the Orléans side of the river. The English on the left side would cross to help their countrymen, and then the French would take the forts beyond the bridge. Thus they would have a free path across the river, and would easily get supplies and tire out the English. They only told Joan of the first part of their plan, but she saw that they were deceiving her. When the plan was explained, she agreed to it. Her one wish was to strike swiftly and strongly. The French attacked the English fort of Les Augustins, beyond the river, but suddenly they fled to their bridge of boats, while the English sallied out, yelling their insults at Joan. She turned, gathered a few men, and charged. The English ran before her like sheep. She planted her banner again in the ditch. The French hurried back to her. A great Englishman, who guarded the breach, was shot. 2 French knights leaped in. The others followed, and the English took refuge in the redoubt of Les Tourelles, their strong fort at the bridge head. The maid returned to Orléans, and though it was a Friday, and she always fasted on Fridays, she was so weary that she ate some supper. A bit of bread, her page reports, was all that she usually ate. Now the generals sent to Joan and said that enough had been done. They had food, and could wait for another army from the king. "You have been with your council," she said. "I have been with mine. The wisdom of God is greater than yours. Rise early tomorrow, do better than your best, keep close by me, for tomorrow have I much to do, and more than ever yet I did. And tomorrow shall my blood flow from a wound above my breast." Joan had already said at Chinon that she would be wounded at Orléans. The generals did not wish to attack the bridge tower, but Joan paid them no attention. They were glad enough to follow, lest she took the fort without them. About 6:30 in the morning the fight began. The French and Scottish leaped into the fosse, they set ladders against the walls, they reached the battlements, and were struck down by English swords and axes. Cannon balls and great stones and arrows rained on them. "Fight on!" cried the maid. "The place is ours!" At 1 o'clock she set a ladder against the wall with her own hands, but was deeply wounded by an arrow, which pierced clean through between neck and shoulder. Joan wept, but seizing the arrow with her own hands, she dragged it out. "Yet," says Dunois, "she did not withdraw from the battle, nor took any medicine for the wound, and the onslaught lasted from morning till 8 at night, so that there was no hope of victory. I desired that the army should go back to the town, but the maid came to me and bade me wait a little longer. Next she mounted her horse and rode into a vineyard, and there prayed for the space of 7 minutes or 8. Then she returned, took her banner, and stood on the brink of the fosse. The English trembled when they saw her, but our men returned to the charge and met with no resistance. The English fled or were slain, and we returned gladly into Orléans. The people of Orléans had a great share in this victory. Seeing the English hard pressed, they laid long beams across the broken arches of the bridge, and charged by this perilous way. The triumph was even more that of the citizens than of the army. Next day the English drew up their men in line of battle. The French went out to meet them, and would have begun the attack. Joan said that God would not have them fight. "If the English attack, we shall defeat them. We are to let them go in peace, if they will." Mass was then said before the French army. When the rite was done, Joan asked, "Do they face us, or have they turned their backs?" It was the English backs that the French saw that day. Talbot's men were in full retreat on Meun. From that hour, May 8th is kept a holiday at Orléans in honor of Joan the Maiden. Never was there such a deliverance. In a week the Maid had driven a strong army, full of courage and well led, out of forts like Les Tourelles. The Duc d'Alençon visited it, and said that with a few men at arms he would have felt certain of holding it for a week against any strength, however great. But Joan not only gave the French her spirit, her extraordinary courage in leading a new charge after so terrible a wound, 6 inches deep, says d'Alençon, made the English think that they were fighting a force not of this world. End of The Story of Joan of Arc, the Maid Who Saved France, by Anonymous.
Chapter 12 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denise Nordell. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. How Joan the Maid Took Largesse from the English, by Anonymous. The Maid had shown her sign as she promised. She had rescued Orléans. Her next desire was to lead Charles to Reims, through a country occupied by the English, and to have him anointed there with the holy oil. Till this was done she could only regard him as Dauphin, king indeed by blood, but not by consecration. After all that Joan had accomplished, the king and his advisers might have believed in her. She went to the castle of Loches, where Charles was. He received her kindly, but still he did not seem eager to go to Rheims. It was a dangerous adventure for which he and his favourites had no taste. It seems that more learned men were asked to give their opinion. Was it safe and wise to obey the Maid? Councils were now held at Tours, and time was wasted as usual. As usual, Joan was impatient. With Dunois, she went to see Charles at the castle of Loches. Some nobles and clergy were with him. Joan entered, knelt, and embraced his knees. "Noble Dauphin," she said, "do not hold so many councils, and such weary ones, but come to Rheims and receive the crown." Harcourt asked her if her Voices, or council, as she called it, gave this advice. She blushed and said, "I know what you mean, and will tell you gladly." The king asked her if she wished to speak before so many people. Yes, she would speak. When they doubted her, she prayed, and then she heard a voice saying to her, "Daughter of God, go on, I will help thee, go." And when she heard this voice she was glad indeed, and wished that she could always be as she was then. And as she spoke, says Dunois, she rejoiced strangely, lifting her eyes to heaven. And she repeated, "I will last for only 1 year, or little more, use me while you may." Joan stirred the favourites and courtiers at last. They would go to Rheims, but could they leave behind them English garrisons in Jargeau, where Suffolk commanded, in Meun, where Talbot was, and in other strong places? Already, without Joan, the French had attacked Jargeau, after the rescue of Orleans, and had failed. Joan agreed to assail Jargeau. Her army was led by the fair Duke d'Alençon. Let us tell what followed in the words of Duke d'Alençon. "We were about 600 lances who wished to go against the town of Jargeau, then held by the English. That night we slept in a wood, and next day came Dunois and some other captains. When we were all met, we were about 1200 lances, and now arose a dispute among the captains, some thinking that we should attack the city, others not so, for they said that the English were very strong and had many men. Seeing this difference, Jeanne bade us have no fear of any numbers, nor doubt about attacking the English, because God was guiding us. She herself would rather be herding sheep than fighting, if she were not certain that God was with us. Thereon we rode to Jargeau, meaning to occupy the outlying houses, and there pass the night. But the English knew of our approach, and drove in our skirmishers. Seeing this, Jeanne took her banner and went to the front, bidding our men be of good heart. And they did so much that they held the suburbs of Jargeau that night. Next morning we got ready our artillery, and brought guns up against the town. After some days a council was held, and I, with others, was ill content with La Hire, who was said to have parleyed with Lord Suffolk. La Hire was sent for, and came. Then it was decided to storm the town, and the heralds cried, "To the attack!" And Jeanne said to me, "Forward, gentle Duke." I thought it was too early, but she said, "Doubt not, the hour is come when God pleases." As the onslaught was given, Jeanne bade me leave the place where I stood, "or yonder gun," pointing to one on the walls, "will slay you." Then I withdrew, and a little later de Lude was slain in that very place. And I feared greatly, considering the prophecy of the Maid. Then we both went together to the onslaught, and Suffolk cried for a parley, but no man marked him, and we pressed on. Jeanne was climbing a ladder, banner in hand, when her flag was struck by a stone, and she also was struck on her head, but her light helmet saved her. She leaped up again, crying, "Friends, friends, on, on! Our Lord has condemned the English. They are ours. Be of good heart." In that moment Jargeau was taken, and the English fled to the bridges, we following, and more than 1100 of them were slain. Once Joan saw a man-at-arms strike down a prisoner. She leaped from her horse and laid the wounded Englishman's head on her breast, consoling him, and bade a priest come and hear his confession. From Jargeau the Maid rode back to Orleans, where the people could not look on her enough, and made great festival. The garrison of the English in Beaugency did not know whether to hold out or to yield. Fastolf said the English had lost heart, and that Beaugency should be left to its fate, while the rest held out in strong places and waited for reinforcements, but Talbot was for fighting. The English then rode to Meun, and cannonaded the bridge fort, which was held by the French. They hoped to take the bridge, cross it, march to Beaugency, and relieve the besieged there. But that very night Beaugency surrendered to the Maid. She then bade her army march on the English, who were retreating to Paris. But how was the Maid to find the English? "Ride forward," she cried, "and you shall have a sure guide." They had a guide, and a strange one. The English were marching toward Paris, near Pathay, when their skirmishers came in with the news that the French were following. Talbot lined the hedges with 500 archers of his best, and sent a galloper to bring thither the rest of his army. On came the French, not seeing the English in ambush. In a few minutes they would have been shot down and choked the pass with dying men and horses. But now was the moment for the strange guide. A stag was driven from cover by the French, and ran blindly among the ambushed English bowmen. Not knowing that the French were so near, and being archers from Robin Hood's country who loved a deer, they raised a shout, and probably many an arrow flew at the stag. The French scouts heard the cry, saw the English, and hurried back with the news. "Forward!" cried the Maid. "If they were hung to the clouds, we have them. Today the gentle king will gain such a victory as never yet did he win." The French dashed into the pass before Talbot and secured it. Falstaff galloped up, but the English thought that he was in flight. The captain of the advanced guard turned his horse about and made off. Talbot was taken. Falstaff fled, making more sorrow than ever yet did man. The French won a great victory. They needed their spurs, as the Maid had told them that they would, to follow their flying foes. The English lost some 3,000 men. In the evening Talbot, as a prisoner, was presented to the Duc d'Alençon. At last, with difficulty, Charles was brought to visit Rheims, and consent to be crowned like his ancestors. Seeing that he was never likely to move, Joan left the town where he was, and went off into the country. This retreat brought Charles to his senses. The towns which he passed by yielded to him. Joan went and summoned each. Now she was with the king in the centre, now with the rear guard, now with the van. The town of Troyes, where there was an English garrison, did not wish to yield. There was a council in the king's army. They said they could not take the place. "In 2 days it shall be yours by force or by good will," said the Maid. "6 days will do," said the chancellor, "if you are sure you speak the truth." Joan made ready for an attack. She was calling "Forward!" when the town surrendered. Rheims, after some doubts, yielded also, on July 16th, and all the people welcomed the king. On July 17th the king was crowned and anointed with the holy oil by that very Archbishop of Rheims who always opposed Joan. The 12 peers of France were not all present. Some were on the English side, but Joan stood by Charles, her banner in her hand. When the ceremony was ended, and the Dauphin Charles was a crowned and anointed king, the Maid knelt, weeping at his feet. "Gentle king," she said, "now is accomplished the will of God, who desired that you should come to Rheims to be consecrated, and to prove that you are the true king, and the kingdom is yours." Then all the knights wept for joy. The king bade Joan choose her reward. Already horses, rich armor, jeweled daggers had been given to her. These, adding to the beauty and glory of her aspect, had made men follow her more gladly, and for that she valued them. She made gifts to noble ladies, and gave much to the poor. She only wanted money to wage the war with, not for herself. Her family was made noble. On their shield, between 2 lilies, a sword upholds the crown. Her father was at Rheims, and saw her in her glory. What reward, then, was Joan to choose? She chose nothing for herself, but that her native village of Domremy should be free from taxes. This news her father carried home from the splendid scene at Rheims. As they went from Rheims after the coronation, Dunois and the archbishop were riding by her rein. The people cheered and shouted with joy. "They are a good people," said Joan. "Never saw I any more joyous at the coming of their king. Ah, would that I might be so happy when I end my days as to be buried here." Said the archbishop, "Jeanne, in what place do you hope to die?" Then she said, "Where it pleases God, for I know not that hour nor that place more than ye do. But would to God my Maker that now I might depart, and lay down my arms, and help my father and mother, and keep their sheep with my brothers and my sisters, who would rejoice to see me." What was to be done after the crowning of the king? Bedford, the regent for the child Henry VI., expected to see Joan under the walls of Paris. He was waiting for the troops which the Cardinal of Winchester had collected in England. Bedford induced Winchester to bring his men to France, but they had not arrived. The Duke of Burgundy, the head of the great French party which opposed Charles, had been invited by the Maid to Rheims. Again she wrote to him. "Make a firm, good peace with the King of France," she said. "Forgive each other with kind hearts. I pray and implore you with joined hands, fight not against France." The Duke of Burgundy, far from listening to Joan's prayer, left Paris and went to raise men for the English. Meanwhile Charles was going from town to town, and all received him gladly. But Joan soon began to see that instead of marching west from Rheims to Paris, the army was being led southwest toward the Loire. There the king would be safe among his dear castles, where he could live indoors and take his ease. Thus Bedford was able to throw 5,000 men of Winchester's into Paris, and even dared to come out and hunt for the French king. The French should have struck at Paris at once, as Joan desired. The delays were excused because the Duke of Burgundy had promised to surrender Paris in a fortnight. But this he did merely to gain time. Joan knew this, and said there would be no peace but at the lance point. The French and English armies kept watching each other, and there were skirmishes near Senlis. On August 15th, the Maid and d'Alençon hoped for a battle, but the English had fortified their position in the night. Come out they would not, so Joan rode up to their fortifications, standard in hand, struck the palisade, and challenged them to sally forth. She even offered to let them march out and draw themselves up in line of battle. The Maid stayed on the field all night, and next day made a retreat, hoping to draw the English out of their fort. But they were too wary and went back to Paris. Now the fortnight was over, after which the Duke of Burgundy was to surrender Paris, but he did nothing of the kind. The Maid was weary of words. She called the Duke d'Alençon and said, "My fair Duke, array your men, for, by my staff, I would fain see Paris more closely than I have seen it yet." On August 23rd the Maid and d'Alençon left the king at Compiègne and rode to St. Denis, where were the tombs of the kings of France. And when the king heard that they were at St. Denis, he came very sore against his will as far as Senlis, and it seemed that his advisers were contrary to the will of the Maid, of the Duke d'Alençon, and of their company. The king was afraid to go near Paris, but Bedford was afraid to stay in the town. He went to Rouen, the strongest English hold in Normandy, leaving the Burgundian army and 2,000 English in Paris. Every day the Maid and d'Alençon rode from St. Denis to the gates of Paris, to observe the best places for an attack, and still Charles dallied and delayed, still the main army did not come up. Thus the delay of the king gave the English time to make Paris most impregnable, and to frighten the people, who, had Charles marched straight from Reims, would have yielded as Reims did. D'Alençon kept going to Senlis, urging Charles to come up with the main army. He went on September 1st. The king promised to start the next day. D'Alençon returned to the Maid. The king still loitered. At last d'Alençon brought him to St. Denis on September 7th, and there was a skirmish that day. In the book of Percival de Cagny, who was with his lord the Duke d'Alençon, he says, "The assault was long and fierce, and it was marvel to hear the noise of the cannons and culverins from the walls, and to see the clouds of arrows. Few of those in the fosse with the Maid were struck, though many others on horseback and foot were wounded with arrows and stone cannon balls, but by God's grace and the Maid's good fortune, there was none of them but could return to camp unhelped. The assault lasted from noon till dusk, say 8 in the evening. After sunset the Maid was struck by a crossbow bolt in the thigh, and, after she was hurt, she cried but the louder that all should attack, and that the place was taken. But as night had now fallen, and she was wounded, and the men-at-arms were weary with the long attack, de Gaucourt and others came and found her, and against her will brought her forth from the fosse. And so ended that onslaught. But right sad she was to leave, and said, "By my baton, the place would have been taken." They put her on horseback and led her to her quarters, and all the rest of the king's company who that day had come from St. Denis. Next day, says Cagny, in spite of her wound, she was first in the field. She went to d'Alençon and bade him sound the trumpet for the charge. D'Alençon and the other captains were of the same mind as the Maid, and Montmorency with 60 gentlemen and many lances came in, though he had been on the English side before. So they began to march on Paris, but the king sent messengers, and compelled the Maid and the captains to return to St. Denis. Right sorry they were, yet they must obey the king. When she saw that they would go, she dedicated her armour, and hung it up before the statue of Our Lady at St. Denis, and so right sadly went away in company with the king. And thus were broken the will of the Maid and the army of the king. The courtiers had triumphed. They had thwarted the Maid, they had made her promise to take Paris of no avail. They had destroyed the confidence of men in the banner that had never gone back. The king now went from one pleasant tower on the Loire to another, taking the Maid with him. Meanwhile the English took and plundered some of the cities which had yielded to Charles, and they carried off the Maid's armour from the chapel in St. Denis. Her voices had bidden her stay at St. Denis, but this she was not permitted to do, and now she must hear daily how the loyal towns that she had won were plundered by the English, and all her work seemed wasted. The Duke d'Alençon offered to lead an army against the English in Normandy if the Maid might march with him, for the people had not wholly lost faith, but the courtiers and the Archbishop of Reims, who managed the king and the war, would not consent, nor would they allow the Maid and the Duke to even see each other. Joan wanted to return to Paris, but the council sent her to take La Charité and Saint-Pierre-le-Moustier from the English. This town she attacked first. Her squire, a gentleman named Dolan, was with her, and described what he saw. When they had besieged the place for some time, an assault was commanded, but for the great strength of the forts and the numbers of the enemy, the French were forced to give way. At that hour I who speak was wounded by an arrow in the heel, and could not stand or walk without crutches. But I saw the Maid holding her ground with a handful of men, and fearing ill might come of it, I mounted a horse and rode to her, asking what she was doing there alone, and why she did not retreat like the others. She took the salade from her head, and answered that she was not alone, but had in her company 50,000 of her people, and that go she would not till she had taken that town. But whatever she said, I saw that she had with her but 4 men or 5, as others also saw, wherefore I bade her retreat. Then she commanded me to have faggots brought, and planks to bridge fosses, and as she spoke to me, she cried in a loud voice, "All of you, bring faggots and fill the fosse." And this was done, whereat I greatly marvelled, and instantly that town was taken by assault with no great resistance. And all that the maid did seemed to me rather deeds divine than natural, and it was impossible that so young a maid should do such deeds without the will and guidance of our Lord. End of chapter 12. Recording by Denise Nordell, Modesto, California. Chapter 13 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denise Nordell. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism by William Patton. Chapter 13, Death of Joan the Maid by Anonymous. From there the maid rode to attack La Charité. But, though the towns helped her as well as they might, with money and food, her force was too small and was too ill provided with everything, for the king did not send supplies. She abandoned the siege and departed in great displeasure. The court now moved from place to place, with Joan following in its train. For 3 weeks she stayed with a lady who describes her as very devout and constantly in church. Thinking her already a saint, people brought her things to touch. "Touch them yourselves," she said, "your touch is as good as mine." Winter was over and spring came on, but still the king did nothing. The maid could be idle no longer. Without a word to the king, she rode to Lagny, for there they had fought bravely against the English. These men were Scots, under Sir Hugh Kennedy. In mid-April she was at Melun. There she heard her voices almost every day, and many a time they told her that she would presently be taken prisoner. Her year was over. She prayed that she might die as soon as she was taken, without the long sorrow of imprisonment. Then her voices told her to bear graciously whatever befell her, for so it must be. But they told her not the hour of her captivity. If she had known the hour, she would not then have gone to war. And often she prayed them to tell her of that hour, but they did not answer. These words are Joan's. She spoke them to her judges at Rouen. The name of Joan was now such a terror to the English that men deserted rather than face her in arms. At this time the truce with Burgundy ended, and the Duke openly set out to besiege the strong town of Compiègne, held by de Flavy for France. Burgundy had invested Compiègne when Joan, with 400 men, rode into the town secretly at dawn. That day Joan led a sally against the Burgundians. Her voices told her nothing, good or bad, she says. The Burgundians were encamped at Margny and at Clairoix, the English at Venette, villages on a plain near the walls. Joan crossed the bridge on a grey charger, in a surcoat of crimson silk, rode through the redoubt beyond the bridge, and attacked the Burgundians. De Flavy in the town was to prevent the English from attacking her in the rear. He had boats on the river to secure Joan's retreat, if necessary. Joan swept through Margny, driving the Burgundians before her. The garrison of Clairoix came to their help. The battle was doubtful. Meanwhile the English came up. They could not have reached the Burgundians to aid them, but some of the maid's men, seeing the English standards, fled. The English followed them under the walls of Compiègne. The gate of the redoubt was closed to prevent the English from entering with the runaways. Like Hector under Troy, the maid was shut out from the town which she came to save. Joan was with her own foremost line when the rear fled. They told her of her danger, she heeded not. Her men seized her bridle and turned her horse's head about. The English held the entrance from the causeway. Joan and a few men were driven into a corner of the outer wall. A rush was made at Joan. "Yield, yield to me!" each man cried. "I have given my faith to another," she said, "and I will keep my oath." Her enemies confessed that on this day Joan did great feats of arms, covering the rear of her force when they had to fly. Some French historians hold that the gates were closed by treason, that the maid might be taken. The maid, as a prisoner, was led to Margny, where the Burgundian and English captains rejoiced over her. They had her at last, the girl who had driven them from fort and field. Not a French lance was raised to rescue her, not a sou did the king send to ransom her. Within 2 days of her capture, the Vicar General of the Inquisition in France claimed her as a heretic and a witch. The English knights let the doctors of the University of Paris judge and burn the girl whom they seldom dared to face in war. She was the enemy of the English, and the English believed in witchcraft. Joan was now kept in a high tower and was allowed to walk on the leads. She knew she was sold to England, and had heard that the people of Compiègne were to be massacred. She would rather die than fall into English hands, but she hoped to escape and relieve Compiègne. She therefore prayed for counsel to her saints. Might she leap from the top of the tower? Would they not bear her up in their hands? St. Catherine bade her not to leap. God would help her and the people of Compiègne. Then, for the first time, as far as we know, the maid wilfully disobeyed her voices. She leaped from the tower. They found her, not wounded, not a limb broken, but stunned. She knew not what had happened. They told her she had leaped down. For 3 days she could not eat, yet was she comforted by St. Catherine, who bade her confess and seek pardon of God, and told her that, without fail, they of Compiègne should be relieved before Martinmas. This prophecy was fulfilled. Joan was more troubled about Compiègne than about her own coming doom. Now she was locked up in an iron cage at Rouen. The person who conducted the trial was her deadly enemy, the Bishop of Beauvais, Cauchon, whom she and her men had turned out of his bishopric. Next, Joan was kept in strong irons day and night, always guarded by 5 English soldiers. Weakened by long captivity and ill usage, she, an untaught girl, was questioned repeatedly for 3 months by the most cunning and learned doctors of law of the Paris University. Often many spoke at once to perplex her mind. But Joan always showed a wisdom which confounded them, and which is at least as extraordinary as her skill in war. She would never swear an oath to answer all their questions. About herself, and all matters bearing on her own conduct, she would answer. About the king and the secrets of the king she would not answer. If they forced her to reply about these things, she frankly said she would not tell them the truth. The whole object of the trial was to prove that she dealt with powers of evil, and that her king had been crowned and aided by the devil. Her examiners therefore attacked her day by day, in public and in her dungeon, with questions about these visions which she held sacred and could only speak of with a blush among her friends. She maintained that she certainly did see and hear her saints, and that they came to her by the will of God. This was called blasphemy and witchcraft. Most was made of her refusal to wear woman's dress. For this she seems to have had 2 reasons. First, that to give up her old dress would have been to acknowledge that her mission was ended. Next, for reasons of modesty, she being alone in prison among ruffianly men. She would wear woman's dress if they would let her take the Holy Communion, but this they refused. To these points she was constant. She would not deny her visions. She would not say one word against her king, the noblest Christian in the world, she called him, who had deserted her. She would not wear woman's dress in prison. They took her to the torture chamber and threatened her with torture. Finally they put her up in public, opposite a pile of wood ready for burning, where she was solemnly preached to for the last time. All through her trial her voices bade her answer boldly. In 3 months she would give her last answer. In 3 months she would be free with great victory and come into the kingdom of paradise. At last, in fear of the fire and the stake before her, and on promise of being taken to a kindlier prison among women, and released from chains, she promised to renounce her visions, and submit to Cauchon and her other enemies. Some little note on paper she now signed with a cross, and repeated a short form of words. By some trick the signature was changed for a long document, in which she was made to confess all her visions false. Cauchon had triumphed. The blame of heresy and witchcraft was cast on Joan, and on her king as an accomplice. But the English were not satisfied. They made an uproar. They threatened Cauchon, for Joan's life was to be spared. She was to be in prison all her days on bread and water, but while she lived they dared scarcely stir against the French. They were soon satisfied. Joan's prison was not changed. There soon came news that she had put on man's dress again. The judges went to her. She told them, they say, that she put on this dress of her own free will. In confession later she told her priest that she had been refused any other dress, and had been brutally treated both by the soldiers and by an English lord. In any case, the promises made to her had been broken. The judge asked if her voices had been with her again. Yes. What did they say? God told me by the voices of the great sorrow of my treason, when I abjured to save my life. Do you believe the voices came from St. Margaret and St. Catherine? Yes, and that they are from God. She added that she had never meant to deny this, had not understood that she had denied it. All was over now. She was a relapsed heretic. Enough. They burned Joan the maid. She did not suffer long. Her eyes were fixed on a cross which a priest, Martin Laudvenu, held up before her. She maintained, he says, to her dying moment, the truth of her voices. With a great cry, Jesus! She gave up her life. Even the English wept. Even a secretary of the English king said that they had burned a saint. 20 years after her death, Charles VII, in his own interest, induced the Pope to try the case of Joan over again. They collected the evidence of most of the living people who had known her, the Domremy peasants from Dunois, d'Alençon, d'Aulon, from Isambart and Laudvenu. They learned how nobly she died, and how she never made one complaint, but forgave all her enemies freely. All these old Latin documents were collected, edited, and printed in 1849 by M. Jules Quicherat, a long and noble labor. End of chapter 13. Recording by Denise Nordell, Modesto, California.
Chapter 14 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism by PATTEN. How Catherine Douglas Tried to Save King James of Scotland by Charlotte M. Yonge. It was bedtime, and the old vaulted chambers of the Dominican monastery at Perth echoed with sounds that would seem incongruous in such a home of austerity, but that the disturbed state of Scotland rendered it the habit of her kings to attach their palaces to convents, that they themselves might benefit by the peace of the Church, which was in general accorded to all sacred spots. Thus it was that Christmas and Carnival time of 1435-36 had been spent by the court in the cloisters of Perth, and the dance, the song, and the tourney had strangely contrasted with the grave and self-denying habits to which the Dominicans were devoted in their neighboring cells. The festive season was nearly at an end, for it was the 20th of February, but the evening had been more than usually gay, and had been spent in games at chess, tables, or backgammon, reading romances of chivalry, harping and singing. King James himself, brave and handsome, and in the prime of life, was the blithest of the whole joyous party. He was the most accomplished man in his dominions, for though he had been basely kept a prisoner at Windsor throughout his boyhood by Henry IV. of England, an education had been bestowed on him far above what he would have otherwise obtained, and he was naturally a man of great ability, refinement, and strength of character. Not only was he a perfect knight on horseback, but in wrestling and running, throwing the hammer, and putting the stane, he had scarcely a rival, and he was skilled in all the learned lore of the time, wrote poetry, composed music both sacred and profane, and was a complete minstrel, able to sing beautifully and to play on the harp and organ. His queen, the beautiful Joan Beaufort, had been the lady of his minstrelsy in the days of his captivity, ever since he had watched her walking on the slopes of Windsor Park, and wooed her in verses that are still preserved. They had now been 11 years married, and their court was one bright spot of civilization, refinement, and grace, amid the savagery of Scotland. And now, after the pleasant social evening, the Queen, with her long fair hair unbound, was sitting under the hands of her tirewomen, who were preparing her for the night's rest, and the King, in his furred nightgown, was standing before the bright fire on the hearth of the wide chimney, laughing and talking with the attendant ladies. Yet dark hints had already been whispered, which might have cast a shadow over that careless mirth. Always fierce and vindictive, the Scots had been growing more and more lawless and savage ever since the disputed succession of Bruce and Balliol had unsettled all royal authority, and led to one perpetual war with the English. The 20 years of James's captivity had been the worst of all. Almost every noble was a robber chief. Scottish borderer preyed upon English borderer, Highlander upon Lowlander, knight upon traveller, every one who had armor upon him who had not. Each clan was at deadly feud with its neighbor. Blood was shed like water from end to end of the miserable land, and the higher the birth of the offender, the greater the impunity he claimed. Indeed, James himself had been brought next to the throne by one of the most savage and horrible murders ever perpetrated, that of his elder brother David by his own uncle, and he himself had probably been only saved from sharing the like fate by being sent out of the kingdom. His earnest words on his return to take the rule of this unhappy realm were these: "Let God but grant me life, and there shall not be a spot in my realm where the key shall not keep the castle, and the bracken bush the cow, though I should lead the life of a dog to accomplish it." This great purpose had been before James through the 11 years of his reign, and he had worked it out resolutely. The lawless nobles would not brook his ruling hand, and strong and bitter was the hatred that had arisen against him. In many of his transactions he was far from blameless. He was sometimes tempted to craft, sometimes to tyranny, but his object was always a high and kingly one, though he was led by the horrible wickedness of the men he had to deal with, more than once to forget that evil is not to be overcome with evil, but with good. In the main, it was his high and uncompromising resolution to enforce the laws upon high and low alike that led to the nobles' conspiracies against him, though, if he had always been true to his purpose of swerving neither to the right nor to the left, he might have avoided the last fatal offense that armed the murderer against his life. The chief misdoers in the long period of anarchy had been his uncles and cousins, nor was it till after his eldest uncle's death that his return home had been possible. With a strong hand had he avenged upon the princes and their followers the many miseries they had inflicted upon his people, and in carrying out these measures he had seized upon the great earldom of Strathern, which had descended to one of their party in right of his wife, declaring that it could not be inherited by a female. In this he appears to have acted unjustly, from the strong desire to avail himself by any pretext of an opportunity of breaking the overweening power of the great turbulent nobles, and, to make up for the loss, he created the new earldom of Monteith for the young Malise Graham, the son of the disposed earl. But the proud and vindictive Grahams were not thus to be pacified. Sir Robert Graham, the uncle of the young earl, drew off into the Highlands, and there formed a conspiracy among other discontented men, who hated the resolute government that repressed their violence. Men of princely blood joined in the plot, and 300 Highland Catherines were ready to accompany the expedition that promised the delights of war and plunder. Even when the hard-worked king was setting forth to enjoy his holiday at Perth, the traitors had fixed upon that spot as the place of his doom. But the scheme was known to so many that it could not be kept entirely secret, and warnings began to gather round the king. When, on his way to Perth, he was about to cross the Firth of Forth, the wild figure of a Highland woman appeared at his bridle rein, and solemnly warned him that, if he crossed that water, he would never return alive. He was struck by the apparition, and bade one of his knights to inquire of her what she meant. But the knight must have been a dullard or a traitor, for he told the king that the woman was either mad or drunk, and no notice was taken of her warning. There was likewise a saying abroad in Scotland, that the new year, 1436, should see the death of a king, and the same carnival night, James, while playing at chess with a young friend, whom he was wont to call the King of Love, laughingly observed that it must be you or I, since there were but two kings in Scotland. Therefore look well to yourself. Little did the blithe monarch guess that at that moment one of the conspirators, touched by a moment's misgiving, was hovering round, seeking in vain for an opportunity of giving him warning; that even then his chamberlain and kinsman, Sir Robert Stewart, was enabling the traitors to place boards across the moat for their passage, and to remove the bolts and bars of all the doors in their way. And the Highland woman was at the door, earnestly entreating to see the king, if but for one moment. The message was even brought to him, but alas! he bade her wait till the morrow, and she turned away, declaring that she should never more see his face. And now, as before said, the feast was over, and the king stood, gaily chatting with his wife and her ladies, when the clang of arms was heard, and the glare of torches in the court below flashed on the windows. The ladies flew to secure the doors. Alas, the bolts and the bars were gone. Too late the warnings returned upon the king's mind, and he knew it was he alone who was sought. He tried to escape by the windows, but here the bars were but too firm. Then he seized the tongs and tore up a board in the floor, by which he let himself down into the vault below, just as the murderers came rushing along the passage, slaying on their way a page named Walter Straiton. There was no bar to the door. Yes, there was. Catherine Douglas, worthy of her name, worthy of the cognizance of the bleeding heart, thrust her arm through the empty staples to gain for her sovereign a few moments more for escape and safety. But though true as steel, the brave arm was not as strong. It was quickly broken. She was thrust fainting aside, and the ruffians rushed in. Queen Joan stood in the midst of the room, with her hair streaming round her, and her mantle thrown hastily on. Some of the wretches even struck and wounded her, but Graham called them off, and bade them search for the king. They sought him in vain in every corner of the women's apartments, and dispersed through the other rooms in search of their prey. The ladies began to hope that the citizens and nobles in the town were coming to their help, and that the king might have escaped through an opening that led from the vault into the tennis court. Presently, however, the king called to them to draw him up again, for he had not been able to get out of the vault, having a few days before caused the hole to be bricked up, because his tennis balls used to fly into it and be lost. In trying to draw him up by the sheets, Elizabeth Douglas, another of the ladies, was actually pulled down into the vault. The noise was heard by the assassins, who were still watching outside, and they returned. There is no need to tell of the foul and cruel slaughter that ensued, nor of the barbarous vengeance that visited it. Our tale is of golden, not of brazen deeds, and if we have turned our eyes for a moment to the bloody carnival of Perth, it is for the sake of the king, who was too upright for his bloodthirsty subjects, and, above all, for that of the noble-hearted lady whose frail arm was the guardian of her sovereign's life in the extremity of peril. End of chapter 14. How Catherine Douglas tried to save King James of Scotland, by Charlotte M. Yonge. Recording by Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 15 of The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patton. The Brave Queen of Hungary, by Charlotte M. Yonge. Of all the possessions of the old kingdom of Hungary, none was more valued than what was called the crown of St. Stephen, so called from one which had, in the year 1000, been presented by Pope Sylvester II to Stephen, the second Christian duke and first king of Hungary. A crown and a cross were given to him for his coronation, which took place in the Church of the Holy Virgin at Alba Regale, also called in German Weissenburg, where thenceforth the kings of Hungary were anointed to begin their troubled reigns, and at the close of them were laid to rest beneath the pavement, where most of them might have used the same epitaph as the old Italian leader, "He rests here who never rested before." For it was a wild realm, bordered on all sides by foes, with Poland, Bohemia, and Austria ever casting greedy eyes upon it, and afterwards with the Turk upon the southern border, while the Magyars, or Hungarian nobles, themselves were a fierce and untamable race, bold and generous, but brooking little control, claiming a voice in choosing their own sovereign, and to resist him even by force of arms if he broke the laws. No prince had a right to their allegiance, unless he had been crowned with St. Stephen's crown, but if he had once worn that sacred circle, he thenceforth was held as the only lawful monarch, unless he should flagrantly violate the constitution. In 1076, another crown had been given by the Greek emperor to Cæsar, king of Hungary, and the sacred crown combined the two. It had the two arches of the Roman crown, and the gold circlet of the Constantinopolitan, and the difference of workmanship was evident. In the year 1439 died King Albert, who had been appointed King of Hungary in right of his wife, Queen Elizabeth. he left a little daughter only 4 years old, and as the Magyars had never been governed by a female hand, they proposed to send and offer their crown and the hand of their young widowed queen to Władyslas, the King of Poland. But Elizabeth had hopes of another child, and in case it should be a son, she had no mind to give away its rights to its father's throne. How, then, was she to help herself among the proud and determined nobles of her court? One thing was certain, that if once the Polish king were crowned with St. Stephen's crown, it would be his own fault if he were not King of Hungary as long as he lived. But if the crown were not to be found, of course he could not receive it, and the fealty of the nobles would not be pledged to him. The most trustworthy person she had about her was Helen Cottener, the lady who had the charge of her little daughter, Princess Elizabeth. And to her she confided her desire that the crown might be secured, so as to prevent the Polish party from getting access to it. Helen herself has written down the history of these strange events, and of her own struggles of mind at the risk she ran, and the doubt whether good would come of the intrigue. And there can be no doubt that, whether the Queen's conduct were praiseworthy or not, Helen dared a great peril for the sake purely of loyalty and fidelity. "The Queen's commands," she says, "sorely troubled me, for it was a dangerous venture for me and my little children, and I turned it over in my mind what I should do, for I had no one to take counsel of but God alone, and I thought if I did it not, and evil arose therefrom, I should be guilty before God and the world. So I consented to risk my life on this difficult undertaking, but desired to have someone to help me." This was permitted, but the first person to whom the Lady of Cottener confided her intention, a Croat, lost his color from alarm, looked like one half dead, and went at once in search of his horse. The next thing that was heard of him was that he had had a bad fall from his horse, and had been obliged to return to Croatia, and the Queen remained much alarmed at her plans being known to one so faint-hearted. However, a more courageous confidant was afterwards found in a Hungarian gentleman whose name has become illegible in Helen's old manuscript. The crown was in the vaults of the strong castle of Plintenberg, also called Visegrad, which stands upon a bend of the Danube, about 12 miles from the twin cities of Buda and Pest. It was in a case within a chest, sealed with many seals, and since the king's death it had been brought up by the nobles, who closely guarded both it and the queen, into her apartments, and there examined and replaced it in the chest. The next night, one of the queen's ladies upset a wax taper, without being aware of it, and before the fire was discovered and put out, the corner of the chest was singed, and a hole burnt in the blue velvet cushion that lay on the top. Upon this, the lords had caused the chest to be taken down again into the vault, and had fastened the doors with many locks and with seals. The castle had further been put into the charge of Ladislas von Gara, the queen's cousin, and ban, or hereditary commander, of the border troops, and he had given it over to a burggraf, or seneschal, who had placed his bed in the chamber where was the door leading to the vaults. The queen removed to Komorn, a castle higher up the Danube, in charge of her faithful cousin, Count Ulrich of Ely, taking with her her little daughter Elizabeth, Helen Cottener, and 2 other ladies. This was the first stage on the journey to Pressburg, where the nobles had wished to lodge the queen, and from thence she sent back Helen to bring the rest of the maids of honor and her goods to join her at Comorn. It was early spring, and snow was still on the ground, and the Lady of Cotoner and her faithful nameless assistant travelled in a sledge. But 2 Hungarian noblemen went with them, and they had to be most careful in concealing their arrangements. Helen had with her the Queen's signet and keys, and her friend had a file in each shoe, and keys under his black velvet dress. On arriving in the evening, they found that the Burggraf had fallen ill, and could not sleep in the chamber leading to the vault, because it belonged to the ladies' chambers, and that he had therefore put a cloth over the padlock of the door and sealed it. There was a stove in the room, and the maidens began to pack up their clothes there, an operation that lasted till 8 o'clock. While Helen's friend stood there, talking and jesting with them, trying all the while to hide the files, and contriving to say to Helen, "Take care that we have a light." So she begged the old housekeeper to give her plenty of wax tapers, as she had many prayers to say. At last every one was gone to bed, and there only remained in the room with Helen an old woman, whom she had brought with her, who knew no German, and was fast asleep. Then the accomplice came back through the chapel, which opened into this same hall. He had on his black velvet gown and felt shoes, and was followed by a servant, who, Helen says, was bound to him by oath, and had the same Christian name as himself, this being evidently an additional bond of fidelity. Helen, who had received from the Queen all the keys of this outer room, let them in, and after the Burggraf's cloth and seal had been removed, they unlocked the padlock and the other 2 locks of the outer door of the vault, and the 2 men descended into it. There were several other doors, whose chains required to be filed through, and their seals and locks broken, and to the ears of the waiting Helen the noise appeared fatally loud. She says, "I devoutly prayed to God and the Holy Virgin that they would support and help me, yet I was in greater anxiety for my soul than for my life, and I prayed to God that He would be merciful to my soul, and rather let me die at once there, than that anything should happen against His will, or that should bring misfortune on my country and people." She fancied she heard a noise of armed men at the chapel door, but finding nothing there, believed that it was a spirit, and returning to her prayers, vowed, poor lady, to make a pilgrimage to St. Maria Zell in Styria, if the Holy Virgin's intercessions obtained their success, and till the pilgrimage could be made, to forego every Saturday night my feather bed. After another false alarm at a supposed noise at the maiden's door, she ventured into the vault to see how her companions were getting on, when she found that they had filed away all the locks, except that of the case containing the crown, and this they were obliged to burn, in spite of their apprehension that the smell and smoke might be observed. They then shut up the chest, replaced the padlocks and chains with those they had brought for the purpose, and renewed the seals with the Queen's signet, which, bearing the royal arms, would baffle detection that the seals had been tampered with. They then took the crown into the chapel, where they found a red velvet cushion so large that by taking out some of the stuffing a hiding place was made in which the crown was deposited, and the cushion sewn up over it. By this time day was dawning. The maidens were dressing, and it was the hour for setting off for Comorn. The old woman who had waited on them came to the Lady of Cotoner to have her wages paid, and be dismissed to Buda. While she was waiting, she began to remark on a strange thing lying by the stove, which, to the Lady Helen's great dismay, she perceived to be a bit of the case in which the crown was kept. She tried to prevent the old woman from noticing it, pushed it into the hottest part of the stove, and by way of further precaution, took the old woman away with her on the plea of asking the queen to make her a beads woman at Vienna, and this was granted to her. When all was ready, the gentleman desired his servant to take the cushion and put it into the sledge designed for himself and the Lady of Cotoner. The man took it on his shoulders, hiding it under an old ox hide, with the tail hanging down, to the laughter of all beholders. Helen further records the trying to get some breakfast in the marketplace and finding nothing but herrings, also the going to Mass, and the care she took not to sit upon the Holy Crown, though she had to sit on its cushion in the sledge. They dined at an inn, but took care to keep the cushion in sight, and then in the dusk crossed the Danube on the ice, which was becoming very thin, and halfway across it broke under the maiden's carriage, so that Helen expected to be lost in the Danube, crown and all. However, though many packages were lost under the ice, her sledge got safe over, as well as all the ladies, some of whom she took into her conveyance, and all safely arrived at the castle of Comorn late in the evening. The very hour of their arrival, a babe was born to the queen, and to her exceeding joy it was a son. Count von Ely, hearing that a king and friend was born to him, had bonfires lighted and a torchlight procession on the ice that same night, and early in the morning came the Archbishop of Gran to christen the child. The queen wished her faithful Helen to be godmother, but Helen refused in favor of some lady whose family it was probably needful to propitiate. She took off the little Princess Elizabeth's mourning for her father, and dressed her in red and gold. All the maidens appeared in gay apparel, and there was great rejoicing and thanksgiving when the babe was christened Ladislas, after a sainted king of Hungary. Illustration. Then he offered a fervent prayer of thanks. The peril was, however, far from ended, for many of the Magyars had no notion of accepting an infant for their king, and by Easter the King of Poland was advancing upon Buda to claim the realm to which he had been invited. No one had discovered the abstraction of the crown, and Elizabeth's object was to take her child to Weissenburg and there have him crowned, so as to disconcert the Polish party. She had sent to Buda for cloth of gold to make him a coronation dress, but it did not come in time, and Helen therefore shut herself into the chapel at Comorn, and with doors fast bolted, cut up a rich and beautiful vestment of his grandfather's, the Emperor Sigismund, of red and gold, with silver spots, and made it into a tiny coronation robe, with surplice and humeral, or shoulder-piece, the stole and banner, the gloves and shoes. The queen was much alarmed by a report that the Polish party meant to stop her on her way to Weissenburg, and if the baggage should be seized and searched, the discovery of the crown might have fatal consequences. Helen, on this, observed that the king was more important than the crown, and that the best way would be to keep them together. So she wrapped up the crown in a cloth and hid it under the mattress of his cradle, with a long spoon for mixing his pap upon the top, so, said the queen, he might take care of his crown himself. On Tuesday before Whitsunday, the party set out, escorted by Count Ulrich and several other knights and nobles. After crossing the Danube in a large boat, the queen and her little girl were placed in a carriage, or more probably a litter. The other ladies rode, and the cradle and its precious contents were carried by 4 men. But this the poor little Laszlo, as Helen shortens his lengthy name, resented so much that he began to scream so loud that she was forced to dismount and carry him in her arms along a road rendered swampy by much rain. They found all the villages deserted by the peasants, who had fled into the woods, and as most of their lords were of the other party, they expected an attack. So the little king was put into the carriage with his mother and sister, and the ladies formed a circle round it, that if any one shot at the carriage, we might receive the stroke. When the danger was over, the child was taken out again, for he would be content nowhere but in the arms of either his nurse or of faithful Helen, who took turns to carry him on foot nearly all the way, sometimes in a high wind, which covered them with dust, sometimes in great heat, sometimes in rain so heavy that Helen's fur pelisse, with which she covered his cradle, had to be wrung out several times. They slept at an inn, round which the gentlemen lighted a circle of fires, and kept watch all night. Weissenburg was loyal. 500 armed gentlemen came out to meet them, and on Whitsun Eve they entered the city, Helen carrying her little king in her arms, in the midst of a circle of these 500 holding their naked swords aloft. On Whitsunday, Helen rose early, bathed the little fellow, who was 12 weeks old that day, and dressed him. He was then carried in her arms to the church, beside his mother. According to the old Hungarian customs, the choir door was closed. The burghers were within, and would not open till the new monarch should have taken the great coronation oath to respect the Hungarian liberties and laws. This oath was taken by the queen in the name of her son. The doors were opened, and all the train entered, the little princess being lifted up to stand by the organ, lest she should be hurt in the throng. First Helen held her charge up to be confirmed, and then she had to hold him while he was knighted, with a richly adorned sword, bearing the motto, Indestructible, and by a stout Hungarian knight called Mikos Veda, who struck with such a good will that Helen felt the blow on her arm, and the queen cried out to him not to hurt the child. The Archbishop of Gran anointed the little creature, dressed him in the red and gold robe, and put on his head the holy crown, and the people admired to see how straight he held up his neck under it. Indeed, they admired the loudness and strength of his cries when, as the good lady records, the noble king had little pleasure in his coronation, for he wept aloud. She had to hold him up for the rest of the service, while Count Ulrich of Ely held the crown over his head, and afterwards to seat him in a chair in St. Peter's Church, and then he was carried home in his cradle, with the count holding the crown over his head, and the other regalia borne before him. And thus Ladislas became King of Hungary at 12 weeks old, and was then carried off by his mother into Austria for safety. Whether this secret robbery of the crown and coronation by stealth was wise or just on the mother's part is a question not easy of answer, though of course she deemed it her duty to do her utmost for her child's rights. Of Helen Cottener's deep fidelity and conscientious feeling there can be no doubt, and her having acted with her eyes fully open to the risk she ran, her trust in heaven overcoming her fears and terrors, rendered her truly a heroine. The crown has had many other adventures, and afterwards was kept in an apartment of its own in the castle of Ofen, with an antechamber guarded by 2 grenadiers. The door was of iron, with 3 locks, and the crown itself was contained in an iron chest with 5 seals. All this, however, did not prevent it from being taken away and lost in the Revolution of 1849. End of The Brave Queen of Hungary by Charlotte M. Yonge.
Chapter 16 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Torres. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism by William PATTEN. The Story of Christopher Columbus for Little Children by Elizabeth Harrison. Once upon a time, far across the great ocean, there lived a little boy named Christopher. The city in which he lived was called Genoa. It was on the coast of the great sea, and from the time that little Christopher could first remember, he had seen boats come and go across the water. I doubt not that he had little boats of his own which he tried to sail or paddle about on the small pools near his home. Soon after he was old enough to read books, which in those days were very scarce and very much valued, he got hold of an account of the wonderful travels of a man named Marco Polo. Over and over again little Christopher read the marvelous stories told by this old traveler, of the strange cities which he had seen, and of the dark-colored people whom he had met, of the queer houses, of the wild and beautiful animals he had encountered, of the jewels and perfumes and flowers which he had come across. All day long the thoughts of little Christopher were busy with the strange far-away land which Marco Polo described. All night long he dreamed of the marvelous sights to be seen on those distant shores. Many a time he went down to the water's edge to watch the queer ships as they slowly disappeared in the dim distance where the sea and sky seemed to meet. He listened eagerly to everything about the sea and the voyages of adventure or of trade which were told by the sailors near. When he was 14 years old, he went to sea with an uncle, who was commander of one of the vessels that came and went from the port of Genoa. For a number of years he thus lived on a vessel, learning everything that he could about the sea. At one time, the ship on which he was sailing had a desperate fight with another ship. Both took fire and were burned to the water's edge. Christopher Columbus, for that was his full name, only escaped, as did the other sailors, by jumping into the sea and swimming to the shore. Still, this did not cure him of his love for the ocean life. We find after a time that he left Italy, his native country, and went to live in Portugal, a land near the great sea whose people were far more venturesome than had been those of Genoa. Here he married a beautiful maiden, whose father had collected a rich store of maps and charts, which showed what was then supposed to be the shape of the earth, and told of strange and wonderful voyages which brave sailors had from time to time dared to make out into the then unknown sea. Most people in those days thought it was certain death to anyone who ventured very far out on the ocean. There were all sorts of queer and absurd ideas afloat as to the shape of the earth. Some people thought it was round like a pancake, and that the waters which surrounded the land gradually changed into mist and vapor, and that he who ventured out into these vapors fell through the mist and clouds down into they knew not where. Others believed that there were huge monsters living in the distant waters, ready to swallow any sailor who was foolish enough to venture near them. But Christopher Columbus had grown to be a very wise and thoughtful man, and from all he could learn from the maps of his father-in-law and the books which he read, and from the long talks which he had with some other learned men, he grew more and more certain that the world was round like an orange, and that by sailing westward from the coast of Portugal, one could gradually go round the world and find at last the wonderful land of Cathay, the strange country which lay far beyond the sea, the accounts of which had so thrilled him as a boy. We of course know that he was right in his belief concerning the shape of the earth, but people in those days laughed him to scorn when he spoke of making a voyage out on the vast and fearful ocean. In vain he talked and reasoned and argued and drew maps to explain matters. The more he proved to his own satisfaction that this must be the shape of the world, the more other people shook their heads and called him crazy. He remembered in his readings of the book of Marco Polo's travels that the people whom Polo had met were heathen, who knew little about the God who made the world, and nothing at all about his Son, Christ Jesus. And as Christopher Columbus loved very dearly the Christian religion, his mind became filled with a longing to carry it across the great seas to this far-away country. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to go, until his whole life was filled with the one thought of how to get hold of some ships to prove that the earth was round, and that these faraway heathens could be reached. Through some influential friends, he obtained admission to the court of the King of Portugal. Eagerly he told the rich monarch of the great enterprise which filled his heart. It was of little or no use. The king was busy with other affairs, and only listened to the words of Columbus as one might listen to the wind. Year after year passed by. Columbus's wife had died, and their one little son, Diego, had grown to be quite a boy. Finally, Columbus decided he would leave Portugal, and would go over to Spain, a rich country nearby, and see if the Spanish monarchs would not give him boats in which to make his longed-for voyage. The Spanish king was named Ferdinand, and the Spanish queen was a beautiful woman named Isabella. When Columbus told them of his belief that the world was round, and of his desire to help the heathen who lived in this far-off country, they listened attentively to him, for both King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella were very earnest people and very desirous that all the world should become Christians. But their ministers and officers of state persuaded them that the whole thing was a foolish dream of an enthusiastic, visionary man, and again Columbus was disappointed in his hopes of getting help. Still, he did not give up in despair. The thought was too great for that. He sent his brother over to England to see if the English king would not listen to him and give the necessary help, but again he was doomed to disappointment. Only here and there could he find anyone who believed that it was possible for him to sail round the earth and reach the land on the other side. Long years passed by. Columbus grew pale and thin with waiting and hoping, with planning and longing. Sometimes, as he walked along the streets of the Spanish capital, people would point their fingers at him and say, "There goes the crazy old man who thinks the world is round." Again and again, Columbus tried to persuade the Spanish king and queen that if they would aid him, his discoveries would bring great honor and riches to their kingdom, and that they would also become the benefactors of the world by helping to spread the knowledge of Christ and his religion. Nobody believed in his theory. Nobody was interested in his plan. He grew poorer and poorer. At last he turned his back on the great Spanish court, and in silent despair he took his little son by the hand and walked a long way to a small seaport called Palos, where there was a queer old convent in which strangers were often entertained by the kind monks who lived in it. Weary and footsore, he reached the gate of the convent. Knocking upon it, he asked the porter, who answered the summons, if he would give little Diego a bit of bread and a drink of water. While the two tired travelers were resting, as the little boy ate his dry crust of bread, the prior of the convent, a man of thought and learning, whose name was Juan Perez, came by and at once saw that these two were no common beggars. He invited them in and questioned Columbus closely about his past life. He listened quietly and thoughtfully to Columbus and his plan of crossing the ocean and converting the heathen to Christianity. Juan Perez had at one time been a very intimate friend of Queen Isabella, in fact, the priest to whom she told all her sorrows and troubles. He was a quiet man and talked but little. After a long conference with Columbus, in which he was convinced that Columbus was right, he borrowed a mule and, getting on his back, rode for many miles across the open country to the palace in which the queen was then staying. I do not know how he convinced her of the truth of Columbus's plan, when all the ministers and courtiers and statesmen about her considered it the absurdly foolish and silly dreams of an old man. But somehow he did it. He then returned on his mule to the old convent at Palos, and told Columbus to go back once more to the court of Spain, and again petition the queen to give him money with which to make his voyage of discovery. The state treasurer said the queen had no money to spare, but this noble-hearted woman, who now, for the first time, realized that it was a grand and glorious thing Columbus wished to do, said she would give her crown jewels for money with which to start Columbus on his dangerous journey across the great ocean. This meant much in those days, as queens were scarcely considered dignified or respectable if they did not wear crowns of gold inlaid with bright jewels on all public occasions. But Queen Isabella cared far more to send the gospel of Christ over to the heathen than how she might look, or what other people might say about her. The jewels were pawned, and the money was given to Columbus. With a glad heart he hastened back to the little town of Palos, where he had left his young son with the kind priest Juan Perez. But now a new difficulty arose. Enough sailors could not be found who would venture their lives by going out on this unknown voyage with a crazy old man such as Columbus was thought to be. At last the convicts from the prisons were given liberty by the Queen on the condition that they would go with the sailors and Columbus. So, you see, it was not altogether a very nice crew. Still, it was the best he could get, and Columbus's heart was so filled with the great work that he was willing to undertake the voyage no matter how great or how many the difficulties might be. The ships were filled with food and other provisions for a long, long voyage. Nobody knew how long it would be before the land on the other side could be reached, and many people thought there was no possible hope of its ever being found. Early one summer morning, even before the sun had risen, Columbus bade farewell to the few friends who had gathered at the little seaport of Palos to say goodbye to him. The ships spread their sails and started on the great untried voyage. There were 3 boats, none of which we would think nowadays was large enough or strong enough to dare venture out of sight and help of land and run the risk of encountering the storms of mid-ocean. The names of the boats were the Santa Maria, which was the one that Columbus himself commanded, and 2 smaller boats, one named the Pinta and the other the Nina. Strange indeed must the sailors have felt, as hour after hour they drifted out into the great unknown waters which no man ever ventured into before. Soon all land faded from their sight, and on and on and on they went, not knowing where or how the voyage would end. Columbus alone was filled with hope, feeling quite sure that in time he would reach the never-before-visited shores of a new world, and would thus be the means of bringing the Christian religion to these poor, ignorant people. On and on they sailed, day after day, far beyond the utmost point which sailors had ever before reached. Many of the men were filled with a strange dread and begged and pleaded to return home. Still, on and on they went, each day taking them further and further from all they had ever known or loved before. Day after day passed, and week after week, until 2 months had elapsed. The provisions which they had brought with them were getting scarce, and the men now dreaded starvation. They grew angry with Columbus and threatened to take his life if he did not command the ships to be turned back toward Spain, but his patience did not give out, nor was his faith one whit the less. He cheered the hearts of the men as best he could, often telling them droll, funny stories to distract their thoughts from the terrible dread which now filled all minds. He promised a rich reward to the first man who should discover land ahead. This somewhat renewed their courage, and day and night watches were set, and the western horizon before them was scanned at all hours. Time and time again they thought they saw land ahead, only to find they had mistaken a cloud upon the horizon for the longed-for shore. Flocks of birds flying westward began to be seen. This gave some ground for hope, for surely the birds must be flying towards some land where they could find food and trees in which to build their nests. Still, fear was great in the hearts of all, and Columbus knew that he could not keep the men much longer in suspense, and that if the land did not appear soon, they would compel him to turn around and retrace his steps, whether he wished to or not. Then he thought of all the benighted heathen who had never heard of God's message of love to man through Christ, and he prayed almost incessantly that courage might be given him to go on. Hour after hour he looked across the blue water day and night, longing for the sight of land. In fact, he watched so incessantly that his eyesight became injured and he could scarcely see at all. At last, one night as he sat upon the deck of the ship, he was quite sure that a faint light glimmered for a few moments in the distant darkness ahead. Where there is a light, there must be land, he thought. Still, he was not sure, as his eyesight had become so dim. So he called one of the more faithful sailors to him and asked him what he saw. The sailor exclaimed, "A light! A light!" Another sailor was called, but by this time the light had disappeared and the sailor saw nothing, and Columbus's hopes again sank. Still, he felt they must be nearing land. About 2 o'clock that night, the commander of one of the other boats started to cry, "Land! Land ahead!" You can well imagine how the shout was taken up, and how the sailors one and all rushed to the edge of their ships, leaning far over, no doubt, and straining their eyes for the almost unhoped-for sight. Early the next morning some of the sailors picked up a branch of a strange tree, lodged in the midst of which was a tiny bird's nest. This was sure evidence that they were indeed near land, for branches of trees do not grow in water. Little by little the land came in sight. First it looked like a dim ghost of a shore, but gradually it grew distinct and clear. About noon the next day, the keel of Columbus's boat grounded upon the sand of the newly discovered country. No white man had ever before set eyes upon it. No ship had ever before touched this coast. At last, after a long life of working and studying, of hoping and planning, of trying and failing and trying yet again, he had realized his dream. The great mystery of the ocean was revealed, and Columbus had achieved a glory which would last as long as the world lasted. He had given a new world to mankind. He had reached the far distant country across the ocean, which scarcely any of his countrymen had even believed to have any existence. He now knew that the whole round world could in time have the Christian religion. He sprang upon the shore, and dropping on his knees, he first stooped and kissed the ground, and then he offered a fervent prayer of thanks to God. A learned attorney who had come with him across the water next planted the flag of Spain upon the unknown land, and claimed the newly discovered country in the name of King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella of Spain. Wonderful, wonderful indeed were the things which Columbus and the sailors now saw. Strange naked men and women of a copper or bronze color, strange new birds with gorgeous tails that glittered like gems such as they had never seen before. Beautiful and unknown fruits and flowers met their gaze on every side. The savages were kind and gentle, and brought them food and water. They had little else to offer, as they had no houses, nor streets, nor carriages, nor cars, nor conveniences of any kind. Do you know, my dear children, that this strange, wild, savage country which Columbus had traveled so far and so long to discover was our country, America? But it was not long after Columbus had gone back to Europe and told the people there of the wonderful things which he had seen in this far, far-away land, that shiploads of white people, who were educated, and who had been taught to love God and to keep his commandments, came over and settled in this wild new country. They plowed the land and planted seed. They built houses for themselves, their wives, and their little ones. And in time they made schoolhouses for the children, and churches in which to worship God. Long and hard was the struggle which these first white men had to make in this strange new country. Year after year, more and more white men came. These new settlers prospered, and new towns were built, and roads were made from one town to another, and stores and manufactories began to be seen. At last the little handful of people had grown so strong that they established a government of their own, which welcomed all newcomers, providing they were law-abiding citizens. The poor and oppressed, the persecuted and discouraged in other lands came to this new shore, where they found wealth if they were willing to work for it. Here they need no longer fear the persecutions from which they had suffered. Here they gained new hope and became honored and respected citizens. Little by little, the small country grew into a great nation, the greatest on earth because it is the freest, and each citizen in it has his rights respected. But for the courage and determination and self-sacrifices of Columbus, this great new world might have remained for hundreds of years unknown to men. 400 years afterwards, the children of the children's children of these early settlers had a grand celebration in honor of the brave old man, Christopher Columbus, whom the people of his day called crazy, and all the nations of the earth were invited to bring their most beautiful, their richest and rarest products to this celebration, in order that not we of America alone, but the whole world might celebrate the wisdom and the courage of the great Columbus, the finder of America. In the rejoicing and in the celebration, the nations did not forget the good Queen Isabella, who was willing to give up her most precious jewels in order that she might help Columbus in his voyage of discovery. End of the story of Christopher Columbus for Little Children by Elizabeth Harrison. Recording by Michelle Torres.
Chapter 17 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrea Coffey. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism by William Patton. A Sea Fight in the Time of Queen Bess by Charles Kingsley. When the sun leapt up the next morning, and the tropic night flashed suddenly into the tropic day, Amyas was pacing the deck, with disheveled hair and torn clothes, his eyes red with rage and weeping, his heart full, How can I describe it? Picture it to yourselves. Picture it to yourselves. You who have ever lost a brother, and you who have not, thank God that you know nothing of his agony. Full of impossible projects, he strode and staggered up and down as the ship thrashed, close-hauled through the rolling seas. He would go back and burn the villa. He would take Guayra, and have the life of every man in it in return for his brothers. "We can do it, lads!" he shouted. "If Drake took Nombre de Dios, we can take La Guayra." And every voice shouted, "Yes!" "We will have it, Amyas, and have Frank too yet," cried Carey. But Amyas shook his head. He knew, and knew not why he knew, that all the ports in New Spain would never restore to him that one beloved face. "Yes, he shall be well avenged. And look there! There is the first crop of our vengeance." And he pointed toward the shore, where between them and the now distant peaks of the Silla 3 sails appeared, not 5 miles to windward. "There are the Spanish bloodhounds on our heels, the same ships which we saw yesterday off Guayra. Back, lads, and welcome them, if they were a dozen." There was a murmur of applause from all around, and if any young heart sank for a moment at the prospect of fighting 3 ships at once, it was awed into silence by the cheer which rose from all the older men, and by Salvation Yeo's stentorian voice. "If there were a dozen, the Lord is with us, who has said, 'One of you shall chase 1,000. Clear away, lads, and see the glory of the Lord this day." "Amen!" cried Gary, and the ship was kept still closer to the wind. Amyas had revived at the sight of battle. He no longer felt his wounds, or his great sorrow. Even Frank's last angel's look grew dimmer every moment as he bustled about the deck. And ere a quarter of an hour had passed, his voice cried firmly and cheerfully as of old, "Now, my masters, let us serve God, and then to breakfast, and after that clear for action." Jack Bimblecombe read the daily prayer and the prayers before a fight at sea, and his honest voice trembled as, in the prayer for all conditions of men, in spite of Amyas's despair, he added, "and especially for our dear brother Mr. Francis Lee, perhaps captive among the idolaters." And so they rose. "Now then," said Amyas, "to breakfast. A Frenchman fights best fasting, a Dutchman drunk, an Englishman full, and a Spaniard when the devil is in him, and that's always." "And good beef and the good cause are a match for the devil," said Carey. "Come down, Captain. You must eat too." Amyas shook his head, took to the tiller from the steersman, and bade him go below and fill himself. Will Carey went down, and returned in 5 minutes with a plate of bread and beef, and a great jack of ale, coaxed them down Amyas's throat, as a nurse does with a child, and then scuttled down below again with tears hopping down his face. Amyas still stood steering. His face was grown 7 years older in the last night. A terrible set calm was on him. Woe to the man who came across him that day. "There are 3 of them, you see, my masters," said he, as the crew came on deck again. "A big ship forward, and 2 galleys astern of her. The big ship may keep. She is a race ship, and if we can but recover the wind of her, we will see whether our height is not a match for her length. We must give her the slip, and take the galleys first." "I thank the Lord," said Yeo, "who has given so wise a heart to so young a general. And very David and Daniel, saving his presence, lads, and if any dare not follow him, let him be as the men of Meroz and Succoth. Amen. Silas Staveley, smite me that boy over the head, the young monkey. Why is he not down at the powder-room door?" And Yeo went about his gunnery as one who knew how to do it, and had the most terrible mind to do it thoroughly, and the most terrible faith that it was God's work. So all fell to, and though there was comparatively little to be done, the ship having been kept as far as could be in fighting order all night, yet there was clearing the decks, lacing the nettings, making of bulwarks, fitting of waist-clothes, arming of tops, tallowing of pikes, slinging of yards, doubling of sheets and tacks, enough to satisfy even the pedantical soul of Richard Hawkins himself. Amyas took charge of the poop, Gary of the forecastle, and Yeo, as gunner, of the main deck, while Drew, as master, settled himself in the waist, and all was ready, and more than ready, before the great ship was within 2 miles of them. And now, while the mastiffs of England and the bloodhounds of Spain are nearing, and nearing over the rolling surges, thirsting for each other's blood, let us spend a few minutes, at least, in looking at them both, and considering the causes which in those days enabled the English to face and conquer armaments immensely superior in size and number of ships, and to boast that in the whole Spanish war but one Queen's ship, the Revenge, and, if I recollect right, but one private man-of-war, Sir Richard Hawkins Dainty, had ever struck their colours to the enemy. What was it which enabled Sir Richard Grenville's Revenge, in his last fearful fight off the Azores, to endure, for 12 hours before she struck, the attack of 8 Spanish armadas, of which 2, 3 times her own burden, sank at her side, and after all her masts were gone, and she had been boarded 3 times without success, to defy to the last the whole fleet of 54 sail which lay around her, waiting for her to sink, like dogs around the dying forest king? What was it that enabled young Richard Hawkins Dainty, though half her guns were useless through the carelessness or treachery of the gunner, to maintain for 3 days a running fight with 2 Spaniards of equal size with her, double weight of metal, and 10 times the number of men? What enabled Sir George Gary's illustrious ship, the Content, to fight single-handed from 7 in the morning till 11 at night, with 4 great armadas and 2 galleys, though her heaviest gun was but 1 9-pounder, and for many hours she had but 13 men fit for service? What enabled, in the very year of which I write, those 2 valiant Turkey merchantmen of London, the Merchant Royal and the Toby, with their 3 small consorts, to cripple off Pantelleria in the Mediterranean the whole fleet of Spanish galleys set to intercept them, and return triumphant through the Straits of Gibraltar? And lastly, what in the fight of 1588, whereof more hereafter, enabled the English fleet to capture, destroy, and scatter the great Armada, with the loss, but not the capture, of 1 pinnace and 1 gentleman of note? There were more causes than one. The first seems to have lain in the build of the English ships; the second, in their superior gunnery and weight of metal; the third, without which the first would have been useless, in the hearts of the English men. The English ship was much shorter than the Spanish, and this, with the rig of those days, gave them an ease in manoeuvring which utterly confounded their Spanish foes. The English ships in the fight of 1588, says Camden, charged the enemy with marvellous agility, and having discharged their broadsides, flew forth presently into the deep and levelled their shot directly, without missing, at those great ships of the Spaniards, which were altogether heavy and unwieldy. Moreover, the Spanish fashion, in the West Indies at least, though not in the ships of the Great Armada, was, for the sake of carrying merchandise, to build their men of war flush-decked, or, as it was called, races, which left those of the deck exposed and open, while the English fashion was to heighten the ship as much as possible at stem and stern, both by the sweep of her lines and also by stockades, close fights and cage-works, on the poop and forecastle, thus giving to the men a shelter which was further increased by strong bulkheads, co-bridgeheads, across the main deck below, dividing the ship thus into a number of separate forts, fitted with swivels, bases, fowlers and murderers, and loopholed for musketry and arrows. But the great source of superiority was, after all, in the men themselves. The English sailor was then, as now, a quite amphibious and all-cunning animal, capable of turning his hand to everything, from needlework and carpentry to gunnery or hand-to-hand blows, and he was, moreover, one of a nation, every citizen of which was not merely permitted to carry arms, but compelled by law to practice from childhood the use of the bow, and accustomed to consider sword-play and quarter-staff as a necessary part and parcel of education, and the pastime of every leisure hour. The fiercest nation upon earth, as they were then called, and the freest also, each man of them fought for himself with the self-help and self-respect of a Yankee ranger, and once bidden to do his work, was trusted to carry it out by his own wit as best he could. In one word, he was a free man. The English officers, too, as now, lived on terms of sympathy with their men, unknown to the Spaniards, who raised between the commander and the commanded absurd barriers of rank and blood, which forbade to his pride any labor but that of fighting. The English officers, on the other hand, brought up to the same athletic sports, the same martial exercise as their men, were not ashamed to care for them, to win their friendship, even on emergency to consult their judgment, and used their rank, not to differ from their men, but to outvie them, not merely to command and be obeyed, but like Homer's heroes, or the old Norse Vikings, to lead and be followed. Drake touched the true mainspring of English success when he once, in his voyage round the world, indignantly rebuked some coxcomb gentleman adventurers with, "I should like to see the gentleman that will refuse to set his hand to a rope. I must have the gentleman to hail and draw with the mariners." But those were days in which Her Majesty's service was as little overridden by absurd rules of seniority as by that etiquette which is at once the counterfeit and the ruin of true discipline. Under Elizabeth and her ministers, a brave and shrewd man was certain of promotion, let his rank or his age be what they might. The true honor of knighthood covered once and for all any lowliness of birth, and the merchant service, in which all the best sea captains, even those of noble blood, were more or less engaged, was then a nursery not only for seamen but for warriors, in days when Spanish and Portuguese traders, whenever they had a chance, got rid of English competition by salvos of cannon shot. Hence, as I have said, that strong fellow-feeling between officers and men, and hence mutinies, as Sir Richard Hawkins tells us, were all but unknown in the English ships, while in the Spanish they broke out on every slight occasion. For the Spaniards, by some suicidal pedantry, had allowed their navy to be crippled by the same despotism, etiquette, and official routine by which the whole nation was gradually frozen to death in the course of the next century or two, forgetting that, 50 years before, Cortes, Pizarro, and the early conquistadores of America had achieved their miraculous triumphs on the exactly opposite methods, by that very fellow-feeling between commander and commanded by which the English were now conquering them in their turn. Their navy was organized on a plan complete enough, but on one which was, as the event proved, utterly fatal to their prowess and unanimity, and which made their courage and honor useless against the assaults of free men. They do, in their armadas at sea, divide themselves into 3 bodies, to wit, soldiers, mariners, and gunners. The soldiers and officers watch and ward as if on shore, and this is the only duty they undergo, except cleaning their arms, wherein they are not over-curious. The gunners are exempted from all labor and care, except about the artillery, and these are either Almains, Flemings, or strangers, for the Spaniards are but indifferently practised in this art. The mariners are but as slaves to the rest, to moil and toil day and night, and those but few and bad, and not suffered to sleep or harbor under the decks. For in fair or foul weather, in storms, sun, or rain, they must pass void of covert or succor. This is the account of one who was long prisoner on board their ships. Let it explain itself while I return to my tale. For the great ship is now within 2 musket shots of the Rose, with the golden flag of Spain floating in her poop, and her trumpets are shouting defiance up the breeze from a dozen brazen throats, which 2 or 3 answer lustily from the Rose, from whose poop flies the flag of England, and from her fore the arms of Lee and Carey side by side, and over them the ship and bridge of the good town of Biddeford. And then Amyas calls, "Now, silence trumpets, waits, play up, Fortune my foe, and God and the Queen be with us." Whereon, laugh not, reader, for it was a fashion of those musical as well as valiant days, up rose the noble old favorite of good Queen Bess, from cornet and sackbut, fife and drum, while Parson Jack, who had taken his stand with the musicians on the poop, worked away lustily at his violin. "Well played, Jack, thy elbow flies like a lamb's tail," said Amyas, forcing a jest. "It shall fly to a better fiddle bow presently, sir, if I have the luck." "Steady helm!" said Amyas. "What is he after now?" The Spaniard, who had been coming up on them right down the wind under a press of sail, took in his light canvas. "He don't know what to make of our waiting for him so bold," said the helmsman. "He does, though, and means to fight us," cried another. "See, he is hauling up the foot of his mainsail, but he wants to keep the wind of us." "Let him try, then," quoth Amyas. "Keep her closer still. Let no one fire till we are about. Man the starboard guns, to starboard, and wait, all small-arm men. Pass the order down to the gunner, and bid all fire high, and take the rigging." Bang went one of the Spaniards' bow guns, and the shot went wide. Then another, and another, while the men fidgeted about, looking at the priming of their muskets, and loosened arrows in the sheath. "Lie down, men, and sing a psalm. When I want you, I'll call you. Closer still, if you can, helmsman, and we will try a short ship against a long one. We can sail 2 points nearer the wind than he." As Amyas had calculated, the Spaniard would gladly enough have stood across the Rose's bows, but knowing the English readiness, dare not, for fear of being raked. So her only plan, if she did not intend to shoot past her foe down to leeward, was to put her head close to the wind, and wait for her on the same tack. Amyas laughed to himself. Hold on yet a while. More ways of killing a cat than choking her with cream. Drew there. Are your men ready? Aye, aye, sir. And on they went, closing fast with the Spaniard, till within a pistol shot. Ready about! And about she went like an eel, and ran upon the opposite tack right under the Spaniard's stern. The Spaniard, astounded at the quickness of the maneuver, hesitated a moment, and then tried to get about also, as his only chance. But it was too late. And while his lumbering length was still hanging in the wind's eye, Amyas's bowsprit had all but scraped his quarter, and the Rose passed slowly across its stern at a 10 yards distance. "Now then," roared Amyas, "fire, and with a will! Have at her! Archers, have at her! Muskets all!" And in an instant a storm of bar and chain shot, round and canister, swept the proud Don from stem to stern, while through the white cloud of smoke the musket balls and the still deadlier cloth-eared arrows whistled and rushed upon their venomous errand. Down went the steersman, and every soul who manned the poop. Down went the mizzen-top-mast, in went the stern windows and quarter-galleries. And as the smoke cleared away, the gorgeous painting of the Madre Dolorosa, with her heart full of 7 swords, which, in a gilded frame, bedizened the Spanish stern, was shivered in splinters, while, most glorious of all, the golden flag of Spain, which the last moment flaunted above their heads, hung trailing in the water. The ship, her tiller shot away, and her helmsman killed, staggered helplessly a moment, and then fell up into the wind. "Well done, men of Devon!" shouted Amyas, as cheers rent the welkin. "She has struck!" cried some, as the deafening hurrahs died away. "Not a bit," said Amyas. "Hold on, helmsman, and leave her to patch her tackle while we settle the galleys." On they shot merrily, and long ere the Armada could get herself to rights again, were 2 good miles to windward, with the galleys sweeping down fast upon them. And 2 venomous-looking craft they were, as they shot through the short chopping sea upon some 40 oars apiece, stretching their long swordfish snouts over the water, as if snuffing for their prey. Behind this long snout, a strong square forecastle was crammed with soldiers, and the muzzles of cannon grinned out through the portholes, not only in the sides of the forecastle, but forward in the line of the galley's course, thus enabling her to keep up a continual fire on a ship right ahead. The long low waist was packed full of slaves, some 5 or 6 to each oar, and down the center, between the 2 banks, the English could see the slave-drivers walking up and down a long gangway, whip in hand. A raised quarter-deck at the stern held more soldiers, the sunlight flashing merrily upon their armor and their gun-barrels as they neared. The English could hear plainly the cracks of the whips, and the yells as of wild beasts which answered them, the roll and rattle of oars, and the loud "Ha!" of the slaves which accompanied every stroke, and the oaths and curses of the drivers, while a sickening, musky smell, as of a pack of kennelled hounds, came down the wind from off those dens of misery. No wonder if many a young heart shuddered as it faced, for the first time, the horrible reality of those floating hells, the cruelties whereof had rung so often in the English ears, from the stories of their own countrymen, who had passed them, fought them, and now and then passed years of misery on board of them. Who knew but what there might be English among those sun-browned, half-naked masses of panting wretches? "Must we fire upon the slaves?" asked more than one, as the thought crossed him. Amyas sighed. "Spare them all you can, in God's name, but if they try to run us down, rake them we must, and God forgive us." The two galleys came abreast of each other, some 40 yards apart. To outmaneuver their oars as he had done the ship's sails, Amyas knew was impossible. To run from them was to be caught between them and the ship. He made up his mind, as usual, to the desperate game. "Lay her head upon the wind, helmsman, and we will wait for them." They were now within musket shot, and opened fire from their bow guns, but, owing to the chopping sea, their aim was wild. Amyas, as usual, withheld his fire. The men stood at quarters with compressed lips, not knowing what was to come next. Amyas, towering motionless on the quarter-deck, gave orders calmly and decisively. The men saw that he trusted himself, and trusted him accordingly. The Spaniards, seeing him wait for them, gave a shout of joy. Was the Englishman mad? And the two galleys converged rapidly, intending to strike him full, one on each bow. They were within 40 yards. Another minute, and the shock would come. The Englishman's helm went up, his yards creaked round, and gathering way, he plunged upon the larboard galley. "A dozen gold nobles to him who brings down the steersman," shouted Carey, who had his cue. And a flight of arrows from the forecastle rattled upon the galley's quarter-deck. Hit or not hit, the steersman lost his nerve, and shrank from the coming shock. The galley's helm went up to port, and her beak slid all but harmless along Amyas's bow. A long, dull grind, and then loud crack on crack, as the Rose sawed slowly through the bank of oars, from stem to stern, hurling the wretched slaves in heaps upon each other, and ere her mate on the other side could swing round to strike him in his new position, Amyas's whole broadside, great and small, had been poured into her at pistol shot, answered by a yell which rent their ears and hearts. "Spare the slaves! Fire at the soldiers!" cried Amyas, but the work was too hot for much discrimination, for the larboard galley, crippled but not undaunted, swung round across his stern, and hooked herself venomously on to him. It was a move more brave than wise, for it prevented the other galley from returning to the attack without exposing herself a second time to the English broadside, and a desperate attempt of the Spaniards to board at once through the stern ports and up the quarter was met with such a demurrer of shot and steel that they found themselves in 3 minutes again upon the galley's poop, accompanied, to their intense disgust, by Amyas Leigh and 20 English swords. 5 minutes' hard cutting, hand to hand, and the poop was clear. The soldiers in the forecastle had been able to give them no assistance, open as they lay to the arrows and musketry from the Rose's lofty stern. Amyas rushed along the central gangway, shouting in Spanish, "Freedom to the slaves! Death to the masters!" clambered into the forecastle, followed close by his swarm of wasps, and set them so good an example how to use their stings that in 3 minutes more there was not a Spaniard on board who was not dead or dying. "Let the slaves free!" shouted he. "Throw us a hammer down, men! Hark! There's an English voice!" There is indeed. From amid the wreck of broken oars and writhing limbs, a voice is shrieking in broadest Devon to the master, who is looking over the side. "Oh, Robert Drew! Robert Drew! Come down and take me out of hell!" "Who be you, in the name of the Lord?" "Don't you mind William Prust, that Captain Hawkins left behind in the Honduras, years and years gone? There's 9 of us aboard, if your shot hasn't put 'em out of their misery. Come down, if you've a Christian heart, come down!" Utterly forgetful of all discipline, Drew leaps down, hammer in hand, and the 2 old comrades rush into each other's arms. Why make a long story of what took but 5 minutes to do? The 9 men, luckily none of them wounded, are freed, and helped on board, to be hugged and kissed by all comrades and young kinsmen, while the remaining slaves, furnished with a couple of hammers, are told to free themselves and help the English. The wretches answered by a shout, and Amyas, once more safe on board again, dashes after the other galley, which has been hovering out of reach of his guns, but there is no need to trouble himself about her. Sickened with what she has got, she is struggling right up wind, leaning over to one side, and seemingly ready to sink. "Are there any English on board of her?" asked Amyas, loath to lose the chance of freeing a countryman. "Never a one, sir, thank God." So they set to work to repair damages, while the liberated slaves, having shifted some of the galley's oars, pull away after their comrade, and that with such a will, that in 10 minutes they have caught her up, and careless of the Spaniards' fire, boarded her en masse, with yells as of 1,000 wolves. There will be fearful vengeance taken on those tyrants, unless they play the man this day. And in the meanwhile half the crew are clothing, feeding, questioning, caressing those 9 poor fellows thus snatched from living death, and Yeo, hearing the news, has rushed up on deck to welcome his old comrades, and— "Is Michael Hurd, my cousin, here among you?" Yes, Michael Hurd is there, white-headed rather from misery than age, and the embracings and questionings begin afresh. "Where is my wife, Salvation Yeo?" "With the Lord." "Amen," says the old man with a short shudder. "I thought so much. And my 2 boys?" "With the Lord." The old man catches Yeo by the arm. "How then?" It is Yeo's turn to shudder now. "Killed in Panama, fighting the Spaniards, sailing with Mr. Oxenham, and 'twas I led him into it. May God and you forgive me." "They couldn't die better, cousin Yeo." "Where's my girl Grace?" "Dead." The old man covers his face with his hands for a while. "Well, I've been alone with the Lord these 15 years, so I must not whine at being alone a while longer. It won't be long." "Put this coat on your back, uncle," says someone. "No, no coats for me. You'd better go to your work, lads, or the big one will have the wind of you yet." "So she will," said Amyas, who has overheard, but so great is the curiosity on all hands that he has some trouble in getting the men to quarters again. Indeed, they only go on condition of parting among themselves the newcomers, each to tell his sad and strange story. How after Captain Hawkins, constrained by famine, had put them ashore, they wandered in misery till the Spaniards took them. How, instead of hanging them, as they at first intended, the Dons fed and clothed them, and allotted them as servants to various gentlemen about Mexico, where they throve, turned their hands, like true sailors, to all manner of trades, and made much money, and some of them were married, even to women of wealth, so that all went well, until the fatal year 1574, when, much against the minds of many of the Spaniards themselves, that cruel and bloody Inquisition was established for the first time in the Indies, and how, from that moment, their lives were one long tragedy. The history even of their party was not likely to improve the good feeling of the crew toward the Spanish ship, which was 2 miles to leeward of them, and which might be fought with or fled from before a quarter of an hour was past. So, kneeling down upon the deck, as many a brave crew in those days did in like case, they "gave God thanks devoutly for the favor they had found," and then, with one accord, at Jack's leading, sang one and all the 94th Psalm. "O Lord, thou dost revenge all wrong, vengeance belongs to thee," etc. And then again to quarters, for half the day's work, or more than half, still remained to be done, and hardly were the decks cleared afresh, and the damage repaired as best it could be, when she came ranging up to leeward, as close-hauled as she could. She was, as I said, a long flush-decked ship of full 500 tons, more than double the size, in fact, of the Rose, though not so lofty in proportion, and many a bold heart beat loud, and no shame to them, as she began firing away merrily, determined, as all well knew, to wipe out in English blood the disgrace of her late foil. "Never mind, my merry masters," said Amyas, "she has quantity, and we quality." "That's true," said one, "for one honest man is worth 2 rogues." "And one of our guns 3 of theirs," said another. "So when you will, captain, and have at her." "Let her come abreast of us, and don't burn powder. We have the wind, and can do what we like with her. Serve the men out a horn of ale all round, steward. and all take your time." So they waited for 5 minutes more, and then set to work quietly, after the fashion of English mastiffs, though they waxed right mad before 3 rounds were fired, and the white splinters began to crackle and fly. Amyas, having, as he had said, the wind, and being able to go nearer it than the Spaniard, kept his place at easy point-blank range for his 2 18-pounder guns, which Yeo and his mate worked with terrible effect. "We are lacking her through and through every shot," said he. "Leave the small ordnance alone yet a while, and we shall sink her without them." Wing, wing, went the Spaniards' shot like so many humming tops, through the rigging far above their heads, for the ill-constructed ports of those days prevented the guns from hulling an enemy who was to windward and less close alongside. "Blow, jolly breeze," cried one, "and lay the dawn over all thou canst. What's the matter aloft there?" Alas, a crack, a flap, a rattle, and blank dismay, an unlucky shot had cut the foremast in two, and all forward was a mass of dangling wreck. "Forward, and cut away the wreck," said Amyas, unmoved. "Small-arm men, be ready. He will be aboard of us in 5 minutes." It was too true. The Rose, unmanageable from the loss of her head-sail, lay at the mercy of the Spaniard, and the archers and musketeers had hardly time to range themselves to leeward, when the Madre Dolorosa's chains were grinding against the Rose's, and grapples tossed on board from stem to stern. "Don't cut them loose!" roared Amyas. "Let them stay and see the fun. Now, dogs of Devon, show your teeth, and hurrah for God and the Queen!" And then began a fight most fierce and fell. The Spaniards, according to their fashion, attempted to board. The English, amid fierce shouts of "God and the Queen! God and St. George for England!" sweeping them back by showers of arrows and musket balls, thrusting them down with pikes, hurling grenades from the tops, while the swills on both sides poured their grape, and bar, and chain, and the great main-deck guns, thundering muzzle to muzzle, made both ships quiver and recoil, as they smashed the round shot through and through each other. So they roared and flashed, fast clenched to each other under a cloud of smoke beneath the cloudless tropic sky, while all around the dolphins gamboled, and the flying fish shot on from swell to swell, and the rainbow-hued jellies opened and shut their cups of living crystal to the sun, as merrily as if nothing had happened. So it raged for an hour or more, till all arms were weary, and all tongues clove to the mouth. Sick men scrambled up on deck, and fought with the strength of madness, and tiny powder boys, handing up cartridges from the hold, laughed and cheered as the shots ran past their ears. And old Salvation Yeo, a text upon his lips, and a fury in his heart as of Joshua or Elijah in old time, worked on, calm and grim, but with the energy of a boy at play. And now and then an opening in the smoke showed the Spanish captain, in his suit of black steel armor, standing cool and proud, guiding and pointing careless of the iron hail, but too lofty a gentleman to soil his glove with aught but a knightly sword-hilt, while Amyas and Will, after the fashion of the English gentlemen, had stripped themselves nearly as bare as their own sailors, and were cheering, thrusting, hewing, and hauling, here, there, and everywhere, like any common mariner, and filling them with a spirit of self-respect, fellow-feeling, and personal daring, which the discipline of the Spaniards, more perfect mechanically, but cold, and tyrannous, and crushing spiritually, never could bestow. The black-plumed señor was obeyed, but the golden-locked Amyas was followed, and would have been followed to the end of the world. The Spaniards, ere 5 minutes had passed, poured into the Rose's waist, but only to their destruction. Between the poop and forecastle, as was then in fashion, the upper deck beams were left open and unplanked, with the exception of a narrow gangway on either side, and off that fatal ledge the boarders, thrust on by those behind, fell headlong between the beams to the main deck below, to be slaughtered helpless in that pit of destruction by the double fire from the bulkheads fore and aft, while the few who kept their footing on the gangway, after vain attempts to force stockades on poop and forecastle, leapt overboard again amid a shower of shot and arrows. The fire of the English was as steady as it was quick, and though 3/4 of the crew had never smelled powder before, they proved well the truth of the old chronicler's saying, since proved again more gloriously than ever at Alma, Balaklava, and Inkerman, that the English never fight better than in their first battle. Thrice the Spaniards clambered on board, and thrice surged back before that deadly hail. The deck on both sides were very shambles, and Jack Bimblecombe, who had fought as long as his conscience would allow him, found enough to do in carrying poor wretches to the surgeon. At last there was a lull in that wild storm. No shot was heard from the Spaniard's upper deck. Amyas leapt into the mizzen rigging, and looked through the smoke. Dead men he could descry through the blinding veil, rolled in heaps, laid flat, dead men and dying, but no man upon his feet. The last volley had swept the deck clear, one by one had dropped below to escape that fiery shower, and alone at the helm, grinding his teeth with rage, his mustachios curling up to his very eyes, stood the Spanish captain. Now was the moment for a counterstroke. Amyas shouted for the boarders, and in 2 minutes more he was over the side, and clutching the Spaniard's mizzen rigging. What was this? The distance between him and the enemy's side was widening. Was she sheering off? Yes, and rising too, growing bodily higher every moment, as if by magic. Amyas looked up in astonishment, and saw what it was. The Spaniard was keeling fast over to leeward away from him. Her masts were all sloping forward, swifter and swifter. The end was come then. "Back! In God's name, back, men! She is sinking by the head!" And with much ado some were dragged back, some leapt back, all but old Michael Hurd. With hair and beard floating in the wind, the bronzed naked figure, like some weird old Indian fakir, still climbed on steadfastly up the mizzen chains of the Spaniard, hatchet in hand. "Come back, Michael! Leap while you may!" shouted a dozen voices. Michael turned. "And what should I come back for, then? To go home where no one knoweth me? I'll die like an Englishman this day, or I'll know the reason why." And turning, he sprang in over the bulwarks, as the huge ship rolled up more and more, like a dying whale, exposing all her long black bulk almost down to the keel, and one of her lower deck guns, as if in defiance, exploded upright into the air, hurling the ball to the very heavens. In an instant it was answered from the Rose by a column of smoke, and the 18-pound ball crashed through the bottom of the defenseless Spaniard. "Who fired? Shame to fire on a sinking ship!" "Gunner Yeo, sir!" shouted a voice up from the main deck. "He's like a madman down here. Tell him if he fires again, I'll put him in irons, if he were my own brother. Cut away the grapples aloft, men. Don't you see how she drags us over? Cut away, or we shall sink with her." They cut away, and the Rose, released from the strain, shook her feathers on the wave crest like a freed seagull, while all men held their breath. Suddenly the glorious creature righted herself, and rose again, as if in noble shame, for one last struggle with her doom. Her bows were deep in the water, but her afterdeck still dry. Righted, but only for a moment, long enough to let her crew come pouring wildly up on deck, with cries and prayers, and rush aft to the poop, where, under the flag of Spain, stood the tall captain, his left hand on the standard staff, his sword pointed in his right. "Back, men!" they heard him cry, "and die like valiant mariners!" Some of them ran to the bulwarks, and shouted, "Mercy! We surrender!" And the English broke into a cheer, and called to them to run her alongside. "Silence!" shouted Amyas. "I take no surrender from mutineers, senor," cried he to the captain, springing into the rigging and taking off his hat. "For the love of God and these men, strike, and surrender a buena guerra." The Spaniard lifted his hat and bowed courteously, and answered, "Impossible, senor. No guerra is good which stains my honor." "God have mercy on you, then." "Amen," said the Spaniard, crossing himself. She gave one awful lunge forward, and dived under the coming swell, hurling her crew into the eddies. Nothing but the point of her poop remained, and there stood the stern and steadfast Don, cap a pie, in his glistening black armor, immovable as a man of iron, while over him the flag, which claimed the empire of both worlds, flaunted its gold aloft and upward in the glare of the tropic noon. "He shall not carry that flag with him. I will have it yet, if I die for it," said Will Gary, and rushed to the side to leap overboard, but Amyas stopped him. "Let him die as he has lived, with honor." A wild figure sprang out of the mass of sailors, who struggled and shrieked amid the foam, and rushed upward at the Spaniard. It was Michael Hurd. The Don, who stood above him, plunged his sword into the old man's body, but the hatchet gleamed, nevertheless. Down went the blade through the headpiece and through the head, and as Hurd sprang onward, bleeding but alive, the steel-clad corpse rattled down the deck into the surge. 2 more strokes, struck with the fury of a dying man, and the standard staff was hewn through. Old Michael collected all his strength, hurled the flag far from the sinking ship, and then stood erect one moment and shouted, "God save Queen Bess!" And the English answered with a hurrah, which rent the welkin. Another moment, and the gulf had swallowed his victim, and the poop, and him, and nothing remained of the Madre Dolorosa but a few floating spars and struggling wretches, while a great awe fell upon all men, and a solemn silence, broken only by the cry, "Of some strong swimmer in his agony!" And then, suddenly collecting themselves, as men awakened from a dream, 6 desperate gallants, reckless of sharks and eddies, leapt overboard, swam toward the flag, and towed it alongside in triumph. End of A Sea Fight in the Time of Queen Bess, by Charles Kingsley. Recording by Andrea Coffey.
Chapter 18 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catalina Watt, London. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patton. A Brave Scottish Chief, by Anonymous. This is the story of the life of Alexander Gordon of Earlstoun, in the province of Galloway, Scotland. Earlstoun is a bonny place, sitting above the waterside of the River Ken. The grey tower stands ruinous and empty today, but once it was a pleasant dwelling, and dear to the hearts of those who had dwelt in it, when they were in foreign lands or hiding out on the wild wide moors. It was the time when Charles II wished to compel the most part of the people of Scotland to change their religion and worship as he bade them. Some obeyed the king, but most hated the new order of things, and cleaved in their hearts to their old ways and to their old ministers, who had been put out of their churches and homes at the coming of the king. Many even set themselves to resist the king in open battle rather than obey him in the matter of their consciences. It was only in this that they were rebellious, for many of them had been active in bringing him again to the throne. Among those who thus went out to fight were William Gordon and his son Alexander. William Gordon was a grave, courteous, and venerable man, and his estate was one of the best in all Galloway. Like nearly all the lairds in the south and west, he was strongly of the Presbyterian party, and resolved to give up life and lands rather than his principles. Now, the king was doubtless ill-advised, and his counsellors did not take the kindly or the wise way with the people at this time. For a host of wild Highlanders had been turned into the land, who plundered in Cotter's and Laird's Hall, without much distinction between those that stood for the Covenants and those that held for the king. So in the year 1679, Galloway was very hot and angry, and many were ready to fight the king's forces wherever they could be met with. So, hearing news of a revolt in the west, William Gordon rode away, with many good riders at his back, to take his place in the ranks of the rebels. His son Alexander, whose story we are to tell, was there before him. The Covenanting army had gained one success in Drumclog, which gave them some hope, but at Bothwell Bridge their forces were utterly broken, largely through their own quarrels, but by the Duke of Monmouth and the disciplined troops of the government. Alexander Gordon had to flee from the field of Bothwell. He came home to Earlstoun alone, for his father had been met about 6 miles from the battlefield by a troop of horse, and as he refused to surrender, he was slain there and buried in the parish of Glassford. Immediately after Bothwell, Alexander Gordon was compelled to go into hiding with a price upon his head. Unlike his father, he was very ready-witted, free with his tongue, even boisterous upon occasion, and of very great bodily strength. These qualities stood him in good stead during the long period of his wandering, and when lying in concealment among the hills. The day after Bothwell, he was passing through the town of Hamilton, when he was recognized by an old retainer of the family. "Save us, Master Alexander," said the man, who remembered the ancient kindnesses of his family. "Do you not know that it is death for you to be found here?" So saying, he made his young master dismount, and carried away all his horseman's gear and his arms, which he hid in a heap of field manure behind the house. Then he took Earlstoun to his own house, and put upon him a long dress of his wife's. Hardly had he been clean shaven and arrayed in a clean white cap, when the troopers came clattering into the town. They had heard that he and some others of the prominent rebels had passed that way, and they went from door to door, knocking and asking, "Saw ye anything of Sandy Gordon of Earlstoun?" So going from house to house, they came to the door of the ancient Gordon retainer, and Earlstoun hardly had time to run to the corner and begin to rock the cradle with his foot before the soldiers came to ask the same question there. But they passed on without suspicion, only saying one to the other as they went out, "My certes, Billy, but yon was a sturdy hizzy." After that there was nothing but the heather and the mountain cave for Alexander Gordon for many a day. He had wealth of adventures, travelling by night, hiding and sleeping by day. Sometimes he would venture to the house of one who sympathized with the Covenanters, only to find that the troopers were already in possession. Sometimes, in utter weariness, he slept so long that when he awoke he would find a party searching for him quite close at hand. Then there was nothing for it but to lie close like a hare in a covert till the danger passed by. Once, when he came to his own house of Earlstoun, he was only an hour or two there before the soldiers arrived to search for him. His wife had hardly time to stow him in a secret recess behind the ceiling of a room over the kitchen, in which place he abode several days, having his meals passed to him from above, and breathing through a crevice in the wall. After this misadventure he was sometimes in Galloway and sometimes in Holland for 3 or 4 years. He might even have remained in the Low Countries, for his services were so necessary to his party in Scotland that he was repeatedly summoned to come over into Galloway and the West to take up the work of organizing resistance to the government. During most of the time the Tower of Earlstoun was a barracks of the soldiers, and it was only by watching his opportunity that Alexander Gordon could come home to see his wife, and put his hand upon his bairn's head as they lay a row in their cots. Yet come he sometimes did, especially when the soldiers of the garrison were away on duty in the more distant parts of Galloway. Then the wanderer would steal indoors in the gloaming, soft-footed like a thief, into his own house, and sit talking with his wife and an old retainer or two who were fit to be trusted with the secret. Yet while he sat there, one was ever on the watch, and at the slightest signs of the king's men in the neighbourhood, Alexander Gordon rushed out and ran to the great oak tree, which you may see to this day standing in sadly diminished glory in front of the great house of Earlstoun. Now it stands alone, all the trees of the forest having been cut away from around it during the subsequent poverty which fell upon the family. A rope ladder lay snugly concealed among the ivy that clad the trunk of the tree. Up this Alexander Gordon climbed. When he arrived at the top he pulled the ladder after him, and found himself upon an ingeniously constructed platform built with a shelter over it from the rain, high among the branchy tops of the great oak. His faithful wife, Jean Hamilton, could make signals to him out of one of the top windows of Earlstoun whether it was safe for him to approach the house, or whether he had better remain hidden among the leaves. If you go now to look for the tree, it is indeed plain and easy to be seen, but though now so shorn and lonely, there is no doubt that 200 years ago it stood undistinguished among 1,000 others that thronged the woodland about the Tower of Earlstoun. Often, in order to give Alexander Gordon a full sense of security, the garrison would be withdrawn for a week or two, and then in the middle of some murky night or early in the morning twilight the house would be surrounded, and the whole place ransacked in search of its absent master. On one occasion the man who came running along the narrow river path from Dowry had hardly time to arouse Gordon before the dragoons were heard clattering down through the wood from the high road. There was no time to gain the great oak in safety, where he had so often hid in time of need. All Alexander Gordon could do was to put on the rough jerkin of a labouring man, and set to cleaving firewood in the courtyard with the scolding assistance of a maidservant. When the troopers entered to search for the master of the house, they heard the maid vehemently flyting the great hulking lout for his awkwardness, and threatening to draw a stick across his back if he did not work to a better tune. The commander ordered him to drop his axe, and to point out the different rooms and hiding places about the castle. Alexander Gordon did so with an air of indifference, as if hunting Whigs were much the same to him as cleaving firewood. He did his duty with a stupid unconcern which successfully imposed on the soldiers, and as soon as they allowed him to go, he fell to his wood-chopping with the same stolidity and rustic boorishness that had marked his conduct. Some of the officers came up to him and questioned him as to his master's hiding-place in the woods, but as to this he gave them no satisfaction. "My master," he said, "has no hiding-place that I know of. I always find him here when I have occasion to seek for him, and that is all I care about. And I am sure that if he thought you were seeking him he would immediately show you, for that is ever his custom." This was one of the answers with a double meaning that was so much in the fashion of the time, and so characteristic of the people. On leaving, the commander of the troop said, "You are a stupid kindly note man. See that you get no harm in such a rebel service." Sometimes, however, searching waxed so hot and close that Gordon had to withdraw himself altogether out of Galloway, and seek quieter parts of the country. On one occasion he was speeding up the water of A, when he found himself so weary that he was compelled to lie down under a bush of heather and rest before proceeding on his journey. It so chanced that a noted king's man, Dalyell of Glenay, was riding homeward over the moor. His horse started back in astonishment, having nearly stumbled over the body of a sleeping man. It was Alexander Gordon. Hearing the horse's feet, he leaped up, and Dalyell called upon him to surrender, but that was no word to say to a Gordon of Earlstoun. Gordon instantly drew his sword, and though unmounted, his lightness of foot on the heather and moss more than counterbalanced the advantages of the horseman, and the king's man found himself matched at all points, for the Laird of Earlstoun was in his day a famous swordsman. Soon the Covenanters' sword seemed to wrap itself about Dalyell's blade, and sent it twirling high in the air. In a little while he found himself lying on the heather at the mercy of the man whom he had attacked. He asked for his life, and Alexander Gordon granted it to him, making him promise by his honour as a gentleman that whenever he had the fortune to approach a conventicle (church meeting) he would retire, if he saw a white flag elevated in a particular manner upon a flagstaff. This seemed but a little condition to weigh against a man's life, and Dalyell agreed. Now the Cavalier was an exceedingly honourable man, and valued his spoken word. So, on the occasion of a great conventicle at the Mitchell-Slacks, in the parish of Closeburn, he permitted a great field meeting to disperse, drawing off his party in another direction, because the signal streaming from the staff told him the man who had spared his life was among the company of worshippers. After this, the white signal was frequently used in the neighbourhood over which Dalyell's jurisdiction extended, and to the great credit of the Cavalier, it is recorded that on no single occasion did he violate his plighted word, though he is said to have remarked bitterly that the Whig with whom he fought must have been the devil, for ever going to and fro in the earth, and walking up and down it. But Alexander Gordon was too great a man in the affairs of the praying societies to escape altogether. He continually went and came from Holland, and some of the letters that he wrote from the country are still in existence. At last, in 1683, having received many letters and valuable papers for delivery to people in refuge in Holland, he went secretly to Newcastle, and agreed with the master of a ship for his voyage to the Low Countries. But just as the vessel was setting out from the mouth of the Tyne, it was accidentally stopped. Some watchers for fugitives came on board, and Earlstoun and his companion were challenged. Earlstoun, fearing the taking of his papers, threw the box that contained them overboard, but it floated, and was taken along with himself. Then began a long series of misfortunes for Alexander Gordon. He was 5 times tried, twice threatened with torture, which he escaped, in the judgment hall itself, by such an exhibition of his strength as terrified his judges. He simulated madness, foamed at the mouth, and finally tore up the benches in order to attack the judges with the fragments. He was sent first to the castle of Edinburgh, and afterwards to the Base, an island, for a change of air, as the record quaintly says. Finally he was dispatched to Blackness Castle, where he remained close in hold till the Revolution. Not till June 5, 1689, were his prison doors thrown open, but even then Alexander Gordon would not go till he had obtained signed documents from the governor and officials of his prison to the effect that he had never altered any of his opinions in order to gain privilege or release. Alexander Gordon returned to Earlstown, and lived there quietly far into the next century, taking his share in local and county business with Grierson of Lag and others who had hunted him for years, which is a strange thing to think on, but one also very characteristic of those times. On account of his great strength and the power of his voice, he was called the Bull of Earlstown, and it is said that when he was rebuking his servants, the bellowing of the bull could plainly be heard in Dalry, which is 2 miles away, across hill and stream. End of A Brave Scottish Chief by Anonymous. Recording by Catalina Watt, London.
Chapter 19 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patten. The Adventure of Grizel Cochrane, by Arthur Quiller-Couch. At Edinburgh, almost under the shadow of the spire of St. Giles, in the pavement between that old cathedral church and the county hall, the passer-by will mark the figure of a hart let into the causeway, and know that he is standing on the Heart of Midlothian. [Footnote: The title of one of Sir Walter Scott's romances.] The site of the old toll-booth. That gloomy pile vanished in the autumn of 1817. As Mr. Stevenson says, the walls are now down in the dust. There is no more squalor carceris for merry debtors, no more cage for the old acknowledged prison-breaker, but the sun and the wind play freely over the foundations of the jail. This place, old in story and name-father to a noble book. The author of that same noble book possessed himself of some memorials of the keep he had rendered so famous, securing the stones of the gateway and the door with its ponderous fastenings, to decorate the entrance of his kitchen court at Abbotsford, and this is all that is left. But in the summer and autumn of 1685 the toll-booth held prisoners enough, notwithstanding the many gloomy processions that were from time to time walking to the axe and halter in the Grassmarket, and in a narrow cell, late one August evening, 2 persons were sitting, of whom this story shall treat. These 2 were Sir John Cochrane of Ochiltree, and his daughter Grizel, here on the saddest of errands, to visit her father in prison, and help in his preparations for death. For Sir John, a stout Whig, had been one of the leaders of Argyle's insurrection. He had been beaten with his troops by Lord Ross at Moordykes, had disbanded his handful of men, and fled for hiding to the house of his uncle, Mr. Gavin Cochrane of Craigmoor, had been informed against by his uncle's wife, seized, taken to Edinburgh, had been paraded, bound and bareheaded, through the streets by the common executioner, and then, on the 3rd of July, flung into the toll-booth to await his trial for high treason. And now the trial, too, was over, and Sir John was condemned to die. As he now sat, with bowed head, on the bench of his cell, it was not the stroke of death that terrified him, for Sir John was a brave man, but the parting with his children, who would, through his rashness, be left both orphaned and penniless, for the crown would seize his goods, and chiefly the parting with his daughter, who had been his one comfort in the dark days of waiting for the king's warrant of execution to arrive. Between his apprehension and his trial, no friend or kinsman had been allowed to visit him. But now that his death was assured, greater license had been granted. But anxious to deprive his enemies of a chance to accuse his sons, he had sent them his earnest entreaties and commands that they should abstain from using this permission until the night before his execution. They had obeyed. But obedience of this sort did not satisfy the conscience of his daughter Grizel. On the very night of his condemnation he heard the key turn in his door. Thinking it could only be the jailer, he scarcely lifted his eyes. But the next moment a pair of soft arms were flung round his neck, and his daughter was weeping on his breast. From that day she had continued to visit him, and now, as she sat beside him, staring at the light already fading in the narrow pane, both father and daughter knew that it was almost the last time. Presently she spoke. "And this message, tell me truly, have you any hope from it?" It was an appeal made by Sir John's father, the Earl of Dundonald, to Father Peters, the king's confessor, who often dictated to him, as was well known, on matters of state. But in the short time left, would there be time to press this appeal, and exert that influence in London which alone could stay the death warrant? "There is no hope in that quarter," said Sir John. Grizel knew that he spoke only what was her own conviction and her despair. "Argyle is dead these 3 days," pursued her father, "and with him men of less consequence than I. Are they likely to spare me, ahead of the rising? Would they spare any man now in the heat of their revenge?" "Father," said Grizel suddenly, "could you spare me from your side for a few days?" Sir John looked up. He knew by her manner that she had formed some plan in her mind. He knew, too, from her heart, that nothing but chance of winning his safety could take her from him now, of all times. "My child," he said, "you are going to attempt something." She nodded, with a brighter face than she had worn for many days. "And what you would attempt," he went on, "is an impossibility." "Nothing is impossible to a true heart," she said. "And who will help you?" "No one." She was standing before him now, and in the twilight he could see her eyes lit up with hope, her figure upright, and as if full of a man's strength. "My girl, you will run into danger, into blame. They will not spare you. And do you know the characters of those men whom you would have to sue?" She bent and kissed him. "I am a Cochrane, my father." Early next morning, before the world was up, Grizel Cochrane was mounted on horseback and riding towards the border. She had dressed herself, this girl of 18, as a young serving woman, and when she drew rein at a wayside cottage for food and drink, professed herself journeying on a borrowed horse to visit her mother's house across the Tweed. By noon Edinburgh was some leagues behind, but she pressed on through that day and most of the following night. On the second day after leaving Edinburgh she crossed the Tweed and came in safely to the home of an old nurse on the English side, 4 miles beyond the town of Berwick. "Good sakes!" cried the old woman, who was standing at her cottage door, and was rather astonished to find the horsewoman draw rein, leap to the ground, and plant a kiss on either cheek. "Good sakes! If it isna Miss Grizel!" "Quickly into the house," commanded her young mistress. "I have somewhat to tell that will not wait an hour." She knew the old nurse was to be trusted, and therefore told her story and her secret. "Even now," she said, at the end of her story, "the postman is riding from London with the warrant in his bag. I must stop him and make him give it up to me, or my father's head is the penalty." "But what use to talk of this, when the postman is a stout rider and armed to boot? How is a mere girl, saving your presence, to do this at all?" "Look here." Grizel unrolled a bundle which she had brought on her saddle crutch from Edinburgh. It held a horseman's cloak and a brace of pistols. "Now," said she, "where are the clothes of Donald, my foster brother? He was a slight lad in times sin, and little doubt they'll fit me." For this was indeed the brave girl's plan. In those times the mail from London took 8 days on its journey to Edinburgh. By possessing herself of the warrant for her father's death, and detaining it, she could count on the delay of 16 or 17 days at least, before application could be made for a second, and that signed and sent to the Scotch capital. By this delay, time enough would be won for her friends in London to use all their influence to quash the sentence. It was a mad scheme, but, as she had said, nothing is impossible to a true heart. She had possessed herself, too, of the minutest information with regard to the places where the postmen rested on their journey. One of these places, she knew, was a small inn kept by a widow on the outskirts of the little town of Belford. There the man who received the bag at Durham was accustomed to arrive at about 6 in the morning, and take a few hours' sleep before going on with his journey. And at Belford Grizel Cochrane had determined to meet him. Taking leave of her faithful nurse, she rode southwards again, and timing her pace, drew up before the inn at Belford just an hour after the postman had come in from the south and disposed himself to sleep. The mistress of the inn had no ostler, so Grizel stabled her horse with her own hands, and striding into the inn parlour, demanded food and drink. "Sit ye down, then," answered the old woman, "at the end of yon table, for the best I have to give you is there already. And be pleased, my bonny man, to make as little noise as may be, for there's one asleep in that bed that I like ill to disturb." She pointed to the victuals on the board, which were indeed the remains of the sleeping man's meal. Grizel sat down before them, considered to herself while she played with a mouthful or two, and then asked, "Can I have a drink of water?" "'Deed," answered the hostess, "and are ye a water drinker? 'Tis but an ill custom for a change house." "Why, that I know, and so, when I put up at an inn, 'tis my custom always to pay for it the price of stronger drink, which I cannot take." "Indeed! Well, that's fairly spoken, and come to think of it, 'tis but just." The landlady brought a jug of water and set it on the board. "Is the well where you got this water near at hand?" said Grizel, pouring out a glass and sipping at it. "For if 'tis no trouble to fetch some fresh for me, I will tell you that this is rather over warm and flat. Your trouble shall be considered in the drawing," added she. "'Tis a good step off," answered the dame, "but I cannot refuse to fetch for so civil, discreet a lad, and a well-favoured one besides. So bide ye here, and I'll be as quick as I'm on. But for any sake take care and don't meddle with the man's pistols there, for they are loaded, the both, and every time I set eyes on them they scare me out of my senses almost." She took up a pitcher and went out to draw the water. No sooner was Grizel left alone than, starting up, she waited for a moment, listening to the footsteps as they died away in the distance, and then crept swiftly across the floor to the place where the postman lay asleep. He lay in one of those close wooden bedsteads, like cupboards, which were then common in the houses of the poor, and to this day may be seen in many a house in Brittany. The door of it was left half open to give the sleeper air, and from this aperture the noise of his snoring issued in a way that shook the house. Nevertheless, it seemed to the girl that he must be awakened by the creaking of the floor under her light footfall. With heart in mouth she stole up to the bedstead, and gently pulling the door still wider ajar, peeped in the hope of seeing the mail-bag, and being able to pounce upon it. She saw it indeed, but to her dismay it lay beneath the shaggy head of its guardian, a giant in size. The postman used his charge as a pillow, and had flung himself so heavily across it as to give not the faintest hope that any one could pull it away without disturbing its keeper from his nap. Nothing could be done now. In those few bitter moments, during which she stood helplessly looking from the bag which contained the fatal warrant to the unconscious face of the man before her, Grizel made up her mind to another plan. She turned to the table, caught up the postman's holsters, and pulled out the pistols, of which the old woman had professed herself in such terror. Quickly drawing and secreting the charges, she returned them to their cases, with many an anxious look over her shoulder towards the bedstead, and took her seat again at the foot of the table. Hardly had she done so, when she heard the old woman returning with the pitcher. Grizel took a draught, for her throat felt like a lime-kiln, and having settled her bill, much to the landlady's satisfaction, by paying for the water the price of a pot of beer, prepared to set off. She carelessly asked and ascertained how much longer the other guest was likely to sleep. "By the noise he makes, he intends sleeping till doomsday," she said, laughing. "Ay, poor man, his is a hard life," said the hostess, "and little more than half an hour more before he must be on the highway again." Grizel laughed once more, and mounting her horse, set off at a trot along the road southward, as if continuing her journey in that direction. Hardly had she got beyond the town, however, when turning the horse's head she galloped back, making a circuit around Belford, and striking into the high road again between that place and Berwick. Having gained it, she walked the horse gently on, awaiting the coming up of the postman. Though all her mind was now set on the enterprise before her, she could not help a shiver of terror, as she thought on the chance of her tampering with the pistols being discovered, and their loading replaced. But she had chosen her course, and now she must go through with it. She was a woman, after all, and it cannot be wondered that her heart began to beat quickly, as her ear caught the sound of hoofs on the road behind her. And turning, she saw the man on whose face she had been gazing not an hour before, trotting briskly towards her. The mail bags, there were two, one containing the letters direct from London, the other those taken up at the different post offices on the road, strapped one on each side of his saddle in front, close to the holsters. At the last moment her nerve came back, and as he drew near she saluted him civilly, and with perfect calmness, put her horse into the same pace with his, and rode on for some way in his company. The postman was a burly, thick-set man, with a good-humoured face. You may be sure that Miss Cochrane inspected it anxiously enough, and was relieved to find that it did not contain any vast amount of hardy courage. The man was well enough inclined for conversation, too, and as they rode had a heap of chat, which it seemed a pity to interrupt. At length, however, when they were about half-way between Belford and Berwick, Grizel judged now or never was the time. Pulling her horse's rein gently so as to bring her close to her company, she said in a low but perfectly determined voice, "Friend, I have taken a fancy for those mail bags of yours, and I must have them. Therefore take my advice and deliver them up quietly. For I am provided for all hazards. I am mounted, as you see, on a fleet horse. I carry firearms, and moreover I am allied with those who are stronger, though not bolder, than I. You see that wood yonder," she continued, pointing to one about a mile off, with an accent and air meant to corroborate her bold words. "Then take my advice. Give me up your bags, and speed back the road you came for the present, nor dare to approach that wood for at least 2 or 3 hours to come." The postman, whose eyes had been growing rounder and rounder during this speech from the stripling beside him, pulled up and looked at her in dumb amazement for some moments. "If," said he, as soon as he found his tongue, "you mean, young master, to make yourself merry at my expense, you are heartily welcome. I can see a joke, I trust, as well as another man. So have your laugh out, and don't think I'm one to take offence at the words of a foolish boy. But if," and here he whipped a pistol from his holster and turned the muzzle on her face, "if you're mad enough to think seriously of such a business, then I am ready for you." They had come to a stand now in the middle of the road, and Grizel felt an ugly sinking at the heart as she looked at the mouth of the pistol, now not a yard from her cheek. Nevertheless she answered very quietly and coolly, If you have a doubt, dismiss it. I am quite in earnest." The postman, with his hand on the trigger, hesitated. "Methinks, my lad, you seem of an age when robbing a garden or an old woman's fruit stall would befit you better, if so be you must turn thief, than taking his Majesty's mails upon his highway from a stout and grown man. So be thankful, then, you have met with one who will not shed blood if he can help it, and go your way before I am provoked to fire." "Sir," said Grizel, "you are a worthy man, nor am I fonder of bloodshed than you. But if you will not be persuaded, what shall I do? For I have said, and it is truth, that mail I must and will have. Choose then." And with this she pulled out a pistol from under her cloak, and cocking it, presented it in his face. "Nay, then, your blood be on your own head," cried the postman, and raising his pistol again, he pulled the trigger. It flashed in the pan. Dashing the weapon to the ground, he pulled out the other in a moment, and aiming it in Grizel's face, fired, with the same result. In a furious passion he flung down this pistol too, sprang from his horse, and dashed forward to seize her. She dug her spurs into her horse's flank, and just eluded his grasp. Meanwhile the postman's horse, frightened at the noise and the struggle, had moved forward a pace or two. The girl saw her opportunity, and seized it in the same instant. Another dig with the spurs, and her own horse was level with the other. Leaning forward, she caught at the bridle, and calling to the pair, in an instant was galloping off along the highway, leaving the postman helplessly staring. She had gone about 100 yards with her prize, when she pulled up to look back. Her discomfited antagonist was still standing in the middle of the road, apparently stupefied with amazement at the unlooked-for turn which affairs had taken. Shouting to him to remember her advice about the wood, she put both horses to their speed, and on looking back once more was gratified to find that the postman, impressed with the truth of her mysterious threat, had turned and was making the best of his way back to Belford. On gaining the wood to which she had pointed, Grizel tied the postman's horse to a tree, at a safe distance from the road, and set about unfastening the straps of the mail bags. With a sharp penknife she ripped them open, and searched for the government dispatches among their contents. To find these was not difficult, owing to their address to the council in Edinburgh, and of the imposing weight of their seals. Here she discovered not only the warrant for her father's death, but also many other sentences, inflicting punishment in varying degrees on the unhappy men who had been taken in the late rising. Time was pressing. She could not stop to examine the warrants, but quickly tearing them in small pieces, placed them carefully in her bosom. This done, and having arranged all the private papers as far as possible as she had found them, Grizel mounted her horse again and rode off. The postman's horse and the mail bags, she imagined, would soon be found, from the hints which she had given to the man about the wood, and this afterwards proved to be the case. She now set her horse at a gallop again, and did not spare whip or spur until she reached the cottage of her nurse, where her first care was to burn, not only the warrant for her father's death, but the remainder of the sentences on his fellow prisoners. Having satisfied herself that all trace of the obnoxious papers was now consumed, she put on again her female garments, and was once more the gentle and unassuming Miss Grizel Cochrane. It was high time, however, to be making her way northwards again. Accordingly she left her pistols and cloak to be concealed by the nurse, and again set forward on her journey. By avoiding the high road, resting only at the most sequestered cottages, and then but for an hour or so, and riding all the while as hard as she might, she reached Edinburgh in safety early next morning. It remains only to say that the time thus won by this devoted girl was enough to gain the end for which she strove, and Father Peters plied the ear of King James so importunately that at length the order was signed for Sir John Cochrane's pardon. The state of public affairs rendered it prudent for many years that this action of Grizel Cochrane's should be kept secret. But after the Revolution, when men could speak more freely, her heroism was known and applauded. She lived to marry Mr. Kerr of Morriston, in Berwickshire, and doubtless was as good a wife as she had proved herself a daughter. End of The Adventure of Grizel Cochrane, by Arthur Quiller-Couch.
Chapter 20 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by me, Yonge. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism, by William Patton. The Sunken Treasure, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Picture to yourselves a handsome, old-fashioned room, with a large open cupboard at one end, in which is displayed a magnificent gold cup, with some other splendid articles of gold and silver plate. In another part of the room, opposite to a tall looking-glass, stands our beloved chair, newly polished, and adorned with a gorgeous cushion of crimson velvet, tufted with gold. In the chair sits a man of strong and sturdy frame, whose face has been roughened by northern tempests and blackened by the burning sun of the West Indies. He wears an immense periwig, flowing down over his shoulders. His coat has a wide embroidery of golden foliage, and his waistcoat, likewise, is all flowered over and bedonized with gold. His red, rough hands, which have done many a good day's work with the hammer and adze, are half covered by the delicate lace ruffles at his wrists. On a table lies his silver-hilted sword, and in the corner of the room stands his gold-headed cane, made of a beautifully polished West India wood. Somewhat such an aspect as this did Phips present when he sat in grandfather's chair after the king had appointed him governor of Massachusetts. But Sir William Phips had not always worn a gold-embroidered coat, nor always sat so much at his ease as he did in grandfather's chair. He was a poor man's son, and was born in the province of Maine, where in his boyhood he used to tend sheep upon the hills. Until he had grown to be a man, he did not even know how to read and write. Tired of tending sheep, he apprenticed himself to a ship carpenter, and spent about 4 years in hewing the crooked limbs of oak trees into knees for vessels. In 1673, when he was 22 years old, he came to Boston, and soon afterwards was married to a widow lady, who had property enough to set him up in business. It was not long before he lost all the money that he had acquired by his marriage, and became a poor man again. Still, he was not discouraged. He often told his wife that he should be very rich, and would build a fair brick house in the Green Lane of Boston. Several years passed away, and Phips had not yet gained the riches which he promised to himself. During this time he had begun to follow the sea for a living. In the year 1684 he happened to hear of a Spanish ship which had been cast away near Puerto de la Plata. She had now lain for 50 years beneath the waves. This old ship had been laden with immense wealth, and nobody had thought of the possibility of recovering any part of it from the deep sea which was rolling and tossing it about. But though it was now an old story, Phips resolved that the sunken treasure should again be brought to light. He went to London and obtained admittance to King James. He told the king of the vast wealth that was lying at the bottom of the sea. King James listened with attention, and thought this a fine opportunity to fill his treasury with Spanish gold. He appointed William Phips to be captain of a vessel, called the Rose Algier, carrying 18 guns and 95 men. So now he was the Captain Phips of the English Navy. The captain sailed from England and cruised for 2 years in the West Indies, trying to find the wrecked Spanish ship. But the sea is so wide and deep that it is no easy matter to discover the exact spot where a sunken vessel lies. The prospect of success seemed very small, and most people thought that Phips was as far from having money enough to build a fair brick house as he was while he tended sheep. The seamen became discouraged, and gave up all hope of making their fortunes by discovering the Spanish wreck. They wanted Phips to turn pirate. There was a much better prospect of growing rich by plundering vessels which still sailed in the sea than by seeking for a ship that had lain beneath the waves full half a century. They broke out in open mutiny, but were finally mastered by Phips and compelled to obey his orders. It would have been dangerous to continue much longer at sea with such a crew of mutinous sailors, and the ship was unseaworthy. So Phips judged it best to return to England. Before leaving the West Indies, he met with an old Spaniard who remembered the wreck of the Spanish ship and gave him directions how to find the very spot. It was on a reef of rocks, a few leagues from Puerto de la Plata. On his arrival in England, Phips solicited the king to let him have another vessel and send him back again to the West Indies. But King James refused to have anything more to do with the affair. Phips might never have been able to renew the search if the Duke of Albemarle and some other noblemen had not lent their assistance. They fitted out a ship, and he sailed from England and arrived safely at La Plata, where he took an adze and assisted his men to build a large boat. The boat was intended for going closer to the rocks than a large vessel could safely venture. When it was finished, the captain sent several men in it to examine the spot where the Spanish ship was said to have been wrecked. They were accompanied by some Indians who were skillful divers and could go down a great way into the depths of the sea. The boat's crew proceeded to the reef of rocks and gazed down into the transparent water. Nothing could they see more valuable than a curious sea shrub growing beneath the water in a crevice of the reef of rocks. It flaunted to and fro with the swell and reflux of the waves, and looked as bright and beautiful as if its leaves were gold. "We won't go back empty-handed," cried an English sailor, and then he spoke to one of the Indian divers. "Dive down and bring me that pretty sea shrub there. That's the only treasure we shall find." Down plunged the diver, and soon rose dripping from the water, holding the sea shrub in his hand. But he had learned some news at the bottom of the sea. "There are some ship's guns," said he, the moment he had drawn breath, "some great cannon among the rocks, near where the shrub was growing." No sooner had he spoken than the English sailors knew that they had found the spot where the Spanish galleon had been wrecked so many years before. The other Indian divers plunged over the boat's side and swam headlong down, groping among the rocks and sunken cannon. In a few moments one of them rose above the water with a heavy lump of silver in his arms. That single lump was worth more than $1,000. The sailors took it into the boat, and then rowed back as speedily as they could, being in haste to inform Captain Phips of their good luck. But, confidently as the captain had hoped to find the Spanish wreck, yet now that it was really found, the news seemed too good to be true. He could not believe it till the sailors showed him the lump of silver. "Thanks be to God," then cries Phips, "we shall every man of us make our fortunes." Hereupon the captain and all the crew set to work, with iron rakes and great hooks and lines, fishing for gold and silver at the bottom of the sea. Up came the treasures in abundance. Now they beheld a table of solid silver, once the property of an old Spanish grandee. Now they found an altar vessel, which had been destined as a gift to some Catholic church. Now they drew up a golden cup, fit for the King of Spain to drink his wine out of. Now their rakes were loaded with masses of silver bullion. There were also precious stones among the treasure, glittering and sparkling, so that it is a wonder how their radiance could have been concealed. After a day or two they discovered another part of the wreck where they found great many bags of silver dollars. But nobody could have guessed that these were money bags. By remaining so long in the salt water they had become covered over with a crust which had the appearance of stone, so that it was necessary to break them in pieces with hammers and axes. When this was done, a stream of silver dollars gushed out upon the deck of the vessel. The whole value of the recovered treasure, plate, bullion, precious stones, and all, was estimated at more than $2 millions. It was dangerous even to look at such a vast amount of wealth. A captain, who had assisted Phips in the enterprise, lost his reason at the sight of it. He died 2 years afterward, still raving about the treasure that lay at the bottom of the sea. Phips and his men continued to fish up plate, bullion, and dollars as plentifully as ever, till their provisions grew short. Then, as they could not feed upon gold and silver any more than old King Midas could, they found it necessary to go in search of food. Phips returned to England, arriving there in 1687, and was received with great joy by the Albemarles and other English lords who had fitted out the vessel. Well they might rejoice, for they took the greater part of the treasures to themselves. The captain's share, however, was enough to make him comfortable for the rest of his days. It also enabled him to fulfil his promise to his wife by building a fair brick house in the Green Lane of Boston. The Duke of Albemarle sent Mrs. Phips a magnificent gold cup, worth at least $5,000. Before Captain Phips left London, King James made him a knight. so that instead of the obscure ship carpenter who had formerly dwelt among them, the inhabitants of Boston welcomed him on his return as the rich and famous Sir William Phips. End of The Sunken Treasure by Nathaniel Hawthorne.
Chapter 21 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Latham. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism by William Patten. The Lost Exiles of Texas by Arthur Gilman. If we could have stood upon the shores of Matagorda Bay with the Indians, on a certain day over 200 years ago we might have been witness to a strange sight. Before us would have been spread out the waters of a broad and sheltered harbor, opening towards the sea through a narrow passage, which was obstructed by sandbars and an island. One's eyes could not reach to the end of the bay, which is 50 miles long, nor could they see land beyond the sea passage, for that opens into the broad Gulf of Mexico. Let us take our stand on the shore and see what we can see. There appeared to us, as if by magic, the forms of two French gentlemen, accompanied by a small party of soldiers, who came from the mouth of the bay and carefully thread their way along the shores. It is a strange company of men. The leader is a native of Rouen, and he says that few of his companions are fit for anything but eating. He thought that his band comprised creatures of all sorts, like Noah's Ark, but unlike the collection of the great patriarch, they seemed to be few of them worth saving. As we look, the men began to gather together the pieces of driftwood that the peaceful waves throw up onto the shore. They are evidently planning to make a raft. But as one of them casts his lazy eyes in the direction in which ours were at first thrown, he exclaims with evident joy in his native French, "Voilà, le vaisseau," or words to that effect, for he has descried two ships entering the bay from the Gulf. The ships slowly keep their way towards the inland coast, and from one of them there lands a man evidently higher in authority than any we have seen. His air is calm, dignified, forceful, persistent. He announces to those about him that they are at one of the mouths of the great Mississippi, or as he well calls it, La Rivière Funeste, the fatal river. "Here shall we land our men," he adds, "and here shall our vessels be placed in safe harbor." In vain does the commander of one of the little ships protest that the water of the bay is too shallow and that the currents are too powerful. The strong man has given his order, and it must be obeyed. The channel was duly marked out, and on the 20th of February, one of the ships, the Aimable, weighed anchor and began to enter the bay. The commander was on the shore, anxiously watching to see the result when, suddenly, some of his men who had been cutting down a tree to make a canoe rushed up and exclaimed, with terror in their faces, "The Indians have attacked us, and one of our numbers is even now a captive in their hands." There was nothing to be done but go in pursuit of the savages. It did not take long to arm a few men, and off they started with their leader in the direction that the Indians had taken. The savages were overtaken, and a parley ensued. The leader's thoughts were now in two places at once, and he was not far enough from the shore not to be able to cast a glance towards the Aimable, and to say to his lieutenants as he saw the vessel drifting near shoal water, "If she keeps on in that course, she will soon be aground." Still no time was to be lost. The parley with the Indians did not hinder them long, and soon they were on their way towards the village whither the captive had been taken. Just as they entered its precincts and looked upon its inhabitants, clustered in groups among the dome-shaped huts, the loud boom of a cannon burst upon their ears. The savages were smitten with terror, and the commander felt his heart beat quickly as he looked again towards the water and saw the Aimable furling its sails, a sure token to him that she had indeed struck the rock and would be lost, with all the stores intended for use when her passengers should be landed. Undaunted by the prospect, or even by the dark picture that his imagination conjured up, he pressed onward among the miserable savages, until his man had been recovered. Then he returned and found his vessel on her side, a forlorn spectacle. Now the wind rose, and the sea beat upon the helpless hulk. It rocked backwards and forwards on its uneasy bed. Its treasures of boxes and bales and casks were strewn over the waters. The greedy Indians made haste to seize what they could, and as night approached, the hurriedly organized patrol of soldiers had all they could do to face the deepening storm and protect their goods from the treacherous natives, as the less treacherous waves cast them upon the sands of the shore. Who were these men, thus unceremoniously thrust upon the shores of the New World? How did it happen that they were found at a point that no European had seen before? Perhaps it is not necessary to ask how they happened to mistake the entrance to Matagorda Bay for one of the broad mouths of the Mississippi. They were Frenchmen. So much their speeches told us. The leader was Robert Cavelier, Sieur de la Salle, a man whom the historian Bancroft says that he had no superior among his countrymen for force of will and vast conceptions, for various knowledge and quick adaptation of his genius to untried circumstances, for sublime magnanimity that resigned itself to the will of heaven and yet triumphed over affliction by energy of purpose and unfaltering hope. In early life he had renounced his inheritance and devoted himself to the service of the Church, but he soon left the order of the Jesuits which he had entered because, as Mr. Parkman surmises, he did not relish being all his life the moved and not the mover, because he could not give up his individuality and remain one of the great body, all of whom were compelled to march in a track pointed out to them by a superior. It is pleasant to know that he left the order with good feelings on both sides. In 1667 we find the young man already entered upon the career of adventure in which the rest of his life was to be spent. He had sailed to Canada, the place of attraction for ambitious French youth, and there he remained several years, making the familiar acquaintance of the Indians and learning their language, while he was dreaming, like many others, of the passage to China through the rivers that came down from the westward. He had looked, too, in his vivid imagination over the vast plains of the Great West, and had become filled with the brilliant visions of an empire that he had hoped some day to see established there for France. We have already learned how France took possession of the region at this very period. In such a state of mind, La Salle sailed back to France in the autumn of 1674. He was well received and the next year returned, ennobled, and more than ever determined to push his grand scheme for the acquisition of the Great West. His was no plan to indulge in theatrical spectacles, but to take actual possession. Year after year we see him steadily pursuing his single plan. He thinks nothing of crossing the Atlantic, of pushing his course through trackless woods, or of paddling his frail canoe over the wild waters of broad lakes. Indians did not daunt him by their cruelty, nor wild beasts affright him by their numbers and ferocity. Onward, ever onward, he pressed. In the year 1680 we find him taking possession by actual occupation of the region now comprising the state of Illinois. It was the first time that civilization had asserted itself there. La Salle built a fort, and in memory of the trials of the way, called it Crèvecoeur, which signified broken heart. But it did not testify to any broken courage on his part. Rather, it was a monument to the obstacles that his persistence had surmounted. 2 years later, we find his canoe, which seems to our eyes now an emblem of aggressive civilization, flitting along the Illinois River, entering the muddy Mississippi, and floating down its 1,000 miles to the Gulf. This is not the whole picture, however. We see the party start from the Chicago River in the cold weather of December. The rivers are frozen. Canoes must be dragged over their snowy and icy surfaces, and baggage can be transported in no way but upon rough sledges. Can you not see the slow procession of 50 persons dragging themselves along day after day through the region inhabited but by savages and wild beasts, suffering from cold and hunger, and all held to their duty by the persevering leader who had brought them there? There are 23 Frenchmen, 18 Indian braves belonging to those terrible Abenakis and Mohegans whose midnight yells had, as Mr. Parkman says, startled the border hamlets of New England, who had danced upon Puritan scalps and whom Puritan imaginations painted as incarnate fiends. There were besides 10 squaws and 3 children, a motley collection, and one not calculated to inspire confidence nor hope for the success of any undertaking. It was not until they had passed the point where the river broadens into Lake Peoria that they found water in which they could float their canoes. Then they continued on, until in early February they found themselves on the banks of the Mississippi. It was filled with ice, and no canoe could navigate it. After a delay of a few days, they found the river free, and again took up their course southwards. A day more brought them to the confluence of the muddy Missouri, which some of my readers have probably seen, where a mighty stream coming down from the distant mountains enters another not so mighty as itself, and plowing its way across its current, burrows under the soil on the opposite shore. This did not detain the voyagers, though they encamped there overnight and then pursued their course towards the unknown. A few days showed them the mouth of the Ohio, but still they pressed onward. It was near the end of February. The temperature was growing perceptibly warmer as they approached the south. At a certain point they encamped and sent out their hunters for game. One did not return at night, and a horror seized the others, as they thought that he had been overtaken and killed by hostile Indians. Day after day, the woods were scoured in the hope of finding the missing companion, but it seemed vain. A fort was erected for the protection of the party on a high bluff and named for the lost hunter, Prudhomme. At last, they met some Chickasaw Indians, and messages of amity were exchanged through them with the people of their village, not far distant. Soon afterwards, Prudhomme was discovered, half dead from exposure, for he had lost his way while hunting. Thus the expedition progressed for many days, until at last the little canoes found themselves thrust out through the turbid channels of the delta into the clear salt waters of the Gulf of Mexico. They had stopped on their way, after leaving Fort Prudhomme, at several Indian towns, had been well treated by the natives, and they had seen the mouths of the Arkansas and the Red Rivers. The whole valley of the fatal river had been laid bare to them, and now La Salle thought the time had come to take formal possession for his sovereign. Near the mouth of the river, the party came together on the 9th of April, 1682, and a ceremony took place that was very similar to the one at Sault Ste. Marie, a few days less than 11 years before, by which France had taken possession of the Northwest. It did not rival that in the magnificence with which it was conducted, though the ceremonial was, perhaps, a little more elaborated. But it seemed to have a better basis for fact, for La Salle had actually passed through the heart of the region which he now claimed. A column was erected, of course, and a tablet of lead was buried near it, such as those that had been placed in the ground at various other places by Frenchmen, bearing testimony to the fact that Louis the Great claimed to rule the land. It was nearly the end of November of the following year when La Salle reached Quebec, after having retraced his route by long and tedious stages up the rivers that he had followed down to the Gulf. Then he returned to France to tell the story of his travels, and began to use his influence to induce the government to send out an expedition to take controlling possession of the Mississippi region. He argued with all his powers, saying that by fortifying the river, the French might control the continent. It was really a grand and brilliant proposition, and the king and his minister gave more than was demanded. 4 vessels were prepared, instead of 2 that La Salle asked for. The expedition comprised 100 soldiers, 30 volunteers, many mechanics and laborers, several families, and a few girls who looked forward to certain marriage in the new land. On the 24th of July, La Salle set sail from Rouen with 400 men in his 4 vessels, leaving an affectionate and comforting letter as his last farewell to his mother at Rouen. We have already seen how he was thrown upon the shores of the New World. There, on the sands of Matagorda Bay, with nothing to eat but oysters and a sort of porridge made of the flour that had been saved, the homesick party of downcast men and sorrowing women encamped until their leader could tell them what to do. They did not even know where they were. They were intending to conquer the Spaniards, but they knew nothing of their whereabouts. They were attacked by Indians, and finally, some 3 weeks after the wreck, the commander of the ships sailed away for France, leaving La Salle and his forlorn company behind. A site was chosen on the river now called La Vaca, a corruption of La Vache, the cow, a name given it because buffaloes had been seen there, and a fort was built called St. Louis. La Salle had scarcely finished his establishment when he determined to search for the Mississippi River, for he had by that time concluded from explorations that he had not found it. On the last day of October, he started, and towards the end of March, the party returned, tattered and worn, almost ready to die. But though the strong body of the leader had given way, his stronger spirit was still unbroken, and he soon determined to set out and find the Illinois region where he left a colony formerly, and where he felt sure he could obtain relief. There was no chance for them to return directly to France, since their vessels were all gone, and this seemed their only hope. A party of 20 was formed to undertake the perilous enterprise, and on the 22nd of April, 1686, they took their way from the fort, bearing on their persons the contributions that their fellows, who were to remain, had been able to bring together for their comfort. The party experienced a variety of hardships, quarreled among themselves, and finally, on the morning of the 18th of March, 1687, one of them shot and killed the brave leader. The remainder kept on, finally reached Canada, and were taken to their native land. To the colonists at Fort St. Louis, no ground of hope ever appeared, though they felt that the people of France must have an interest in them, and so they kept a lookout over the water for a ship coming to their relief. It never came, alas, and no one knows to this day what became of the lost exiles of Texas. End of Lost Exiles of Texas by Arthur Gilman. Recording by Dale Latham.
Chapter 22 of the Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 7, Stories of Courage and Heroism by William Patton. The Boy Conqueror, Charles XII of Sweden by E. S. Brooks. In an old, old palace on the rocky height of the Slottsbacke, or Palace Hill, in the northern quarter of the beautiful city of Stockholm, the capital of Sweden, there lived, just 200 years ago, a bright young prince. His father was a stern and daring warrior king, a man who had been a fighter from his earliest boyhood, who at 14 had been present in 4 pitched battles with the Danes, and who, while yet scarce 12 years old, had charged the Danish line at the head of his guards and shot down the stout Danish colonel, who could not resist the spry young warrior. His mother was a sweet-faced Danish princess, a loving and gentle lady, who scarce ever heard a kind word from her stern-faced husband, and whose whole life was bound up in her precious little prince. And this little Carolus, Karl, or Charles, dearly loved his tender mother. From her he learned lessons of truth and nobleness that even through all his stormy and wandering life never forsook him. Often, while he had swung gently to and fro in his quaint, carved, and uncomfortable-looking cradle, had she crooned above him the old saga songs that told of valor and dauntless courage, and all the stern virtues that made up the heroes of those same old saga songs. Many a time had she trotted the little fellow on her knee, to the music of the ancient nursery rhyme that has a place in all lands and languages, from the steppes of Siberia to the homes of New York and San Francisco. Ride along, ride a cock-horse, his mane is dapple-gray. Ride along, ride a cock-horse, little boy, ride away. Where shall the little boy ride to? To the king's court to woo. And so forth, and so forth, and so forth, in different phrases, but with the same idea, as many and many a girl and boy can remember. And she had told him over and over again the saga stories and fairy tales that every Scandinavian boy and girl, from prince to peasant, knows so well, of Frithiof and Ingeborg and the good King Rene, and about the stone giant and his wife Guru, and about the dwarfs and trolls and nixies and beautiful mermaids and stromkarls. And she told him also many a story of brave and daring deeds, of noble and knightly lives, and how his ancestors, from the great Gustavus, and before, from the still greater Gustavus Vasa, had been kings of Sweden, and had made the name of that northern land a power in all the courts of Europe. Little Prince Charles was as brave as he was gentle and jolly, and as hardy as he was brave. At 5 years old he killed his first fox. At 7 he could manage his horse like a young centaur, and at 12 he had his first successful bear hunt. He was as obstinate as he was hardy. He steadily refused to learn Latin or French, the languages of the court, until he heard that the kings of Denmark and Poland understood them, and then he speedily mastered them. His lady mother's death, when he was scarce 12 years old, was a great sadness, and nearly caused his own death. But recovering his health, he accompanied his father on hunting parties and military expeditions, and daily grew stronger and hardier than ever. In April 1697, when the prince was not yet 15, King Charles XI, his stern-faced father, suddenly died, and the boy king succeeded to the throne as absolute lord of Sweden and Finland, of Livonia, Karelia, Ingria, Wismar, Viborg, the islands of Rügen and Ösel, of Pomerania, and the duchies of Bremen and Verdun, one of the finest possessions to which a young king ever succeeded, and representing what is now Sweden, western Russia, and a large part of northern Germany. A certain amount of restraint is best for us all. As the just restraints of the law are best for men and women, so the proper restraints of home are best for boys and girls. A lad from whom all restraining influences are suddenly withdrawn, who can have his own way unmolested, stands in the greatest danger of wrecking his life. The temptations of power have been the cause of very much of the world's sadness and misery, and this temptation came to this boy king of Sweden, called, in his 15th year, to supreme sway over a large realm of loyal subjects. Freed from the severity of his stern father's discipline, he found himself responsible to no one, absolutely his own master. And he did what too many of us, I fear, would have done in his position. He determined to have a jolly good time, come what might, and he had it in his way. He and his brother-in-law, the wild young Duke of Holstein, turned the town upside down. They snapped cherry pits at the king's grey-bearded councillors, and smashed in the windows of the staid and scandalized burghers of Stockholm. They played ball with the table dishes, and broke all the benches in the palace chapel. They coursed hares through the council chambers of the Parliament House, and ran furious races until they had ruined several fine horses. They beheaded sheep in the palace till the floors ran with blood, and then pelted the passers-by with sheep's heads. They spent the money in the royal treasury like water, and played so many heedless and ruthless boy tricks that the period of these months of folly was known long after as the Gottorp Fury, because the harum-scarum young brother-in-law, who was the ringleader in all these scrapes, was Duke of Holstein-Gottorp. But at last, even the people, serfs of this boy autocrat though they were, began to murmur, and when one Sunday morning 3 clergymen preached from the text, "Woe to thee, O land, when thy king is a child," the young sovereign remembered the counsels of his good mother, and recalled the glories of his ancestors, saw how foolish and dangerous was all this reckless sport, turned over a new leaf, became thoughtful and caretaking, and began his career of conquest with the best victory of all, the conquest of himself. But though he curbed his tendency to profitless and hurtful skylarking, he had far too much of the berserker blood of his ancestors, those rough old Vikings who despised mail and helmet and went into battle unharnessed, to become altogether gentle in manners or occupation. He hated his fair skin, and sought in every way to tan and roughen it, and to harden himself by exposure and neglect of personal comfort. Many a night was passed by the boy on the bare floor, and for 3 nights in the cold Swedish December he slept in the hayloft of the palace stables, without undressing and with but scanty covering. So he grew to be a lad of 17, sturdy, strong, and hardy, and at the date of our story in the year of 1699, the greater part of his time was given up to military exercises and field sports, with but little attention to debates in council or to the cares of state. Among his chief enjoyments were the sham fights on land and water. Many a hard-fought battle was waged between the boys and young men who made up his guards and crews, and who would be divided into 2 or more opposing parties, as the plan of battle required. This was rough and dangerous sport, and was attended often with really serious results. But the participants were stout and sturdy northern lads, used to hardships and trained to physical endurance. They thought no more of these encounters than do the boys of today of the crush of football and the hard hitting of the baseball field. And blows were given and taken with equal good nature and unconcern. One raw day in the early fall of 1699, sturdy young Arvid Horn, a stout, blue-eyed Stockholm boy, stripped to the waist and with a gleam of fun in his eyes, stood upright in his little boat as it bobbed on the crest of the choppy Maelar waves. He hailed the king's yacht. "Hullo, in the boat there! Stand for your lives!" he shouted, and leveled his long squirt gun full at the helmsman. Swish came the well-directed stream of water plump against the helmsman's face. Again and again it flew, until dripping and sore he dropped the tiller and dashed down the companionway calling loudly for help. Help came speedily, and as the crew of the king's yacht manned the rail and leveled at their single assailant the squirt guns, which were the principal weapons of warfare used in these make-believe naval engagements, the fun grew fast and furious, but none had so sure an aim or so strong an arm to send an unerring and staggering stream as young Arvid Horn. One by one he drove them back, while, as his boat drifted still nearer the yacht, he made ready to spring to the force chains and board his prize. But even before he could steady himself for the jump, another tall and fair-haired Stockholm lad, darting out from the high cabin, rallied the defeated crew and bade them man the pumps at once. A clumsy-looking fire engine stood amidship, and the crew leaped to its pumps as directed, while the newcomer, catching up a line of hose, sprang to the rail and sent a powerful stream of water straight against the solitary rover. "Repel, boarders!" he cried laughingly, and the sudden stream from the fire engine's nozzle sent young Arvid Horn staggering back into his boat. But he rallied quickly, and with well-charged squirt gun attacked the new defender of the yacht. The big nozzle, however, was more than a match for the lesser squirt gun, and the small boat speedily began to fill under the constant deluge of water from the engine. Yield thee, Arvid Horn! Yield thee to our unconquerable nozzle!" came the summons from the yacht. "Yield thee, or I will drown you out like a rat in a cheese-press." "Arvid Horn yields to no one," the plucky boy in the boat made answer, and with a parting shot and a laughing "Farvel!" he leaped from the sinking boat into the dancing Maelar water. Striking boldly out, he swam twice round the boat in sheer bravado, defying the enemy, now ducking to escape the pursuing stream, or now, while floating on his back, sending a return shot with telling force against the men at the pump, for he still clung to his trusty squirt gun. The fair-faced lad in the yacht looked at the swimmer in evident admiration. "Is it, then, hard to swim, Arvid Horn?" he inquired. "Not if one is fearless," called back the floating boy. "How fearless?" exclaimed the lad on the yacht hastily. "Do you perhaps think that I am afraid?" "I said not so," replied young Arvid, coolly sending a full charge from his squirt gun straight up in the air. "No, but you mean it. Good faith, you mean it, then," said the lad, and flinging off wig, cocked hat, and long coat only, without an instant's hesitation he, too, leaped into the Maelar Lake. There is nothing so cooling to courage or reckless enthusiasm as cold water, if one cannot swim. The boy plunged and floundered, and, weighty with his boots and his clothing, soon sank from sight. As he came spluttering to the surface again, "Help! Help, Arvid!" he called despairingly. "I am drowning!" Arvid, who had swum away from his friend, thinking that he would follow after, heard the cry and caught a still louder one from the yacht. "The king! The king is sinking!" A few strokes brought him near to the overconfident diver, and clutching him by his shirt collar, he kept the lad's head above water until, after a long and laborious swim, he brought his kingly burden safe to land, for the fair-haired and reckless young knight of the nozzle was none other than His Gracious Majesty, Charles XII of Sweden. "Truly, it is one thing to be brave, and another to be skillful," said the king, as he stood soaked and dripping on the shore. "But for you, friend Arvid, I had almost gone." "You are very wet, sire, and may take cold," said Arvid. "Let us hasten at once to yonder house for warmth and dry clothes." "Not so, Arvid. I do not fear the water on land," said the king. "I am no such milksop as to need to dry off before a kitchen fire. See, this is the better way." And catching up a stout hazel stick, he bade Arvid stand on his guard. Nothing loath, Arvid Horn accepted the kingly challenge, and picking up a similar hazel stick, he rapped King Charles's weapon smartly, and the two boys went at each other, hammer and tongs, in a lively bout at single stick. They were soon thoroughly warmed up by this vigorous exercise, and forgot their recent bath and the king's danger. It was a drawn battle, however, and as they paused for breath, King Charles said, "Trust that to drive away cold and ague out of it. Faith, 'tis a rare good sport." "Could it be done on horseback, think you?" queried Arvid, always on the lookout for sensation. "And why not? 'Tis well thought," said the king. "Let us straight to the palace yard and try it for ourselves." But ere they reached the palace, the idea had developed into still greater proportions. The king's guards were summoned, and divided into two parties. Their horses were unsaddled, and riding bareback and armed with nothing but hazel sticks, the two forces were pitted against each other in a great cavalry duel of single stick. King Charles commanded one side, and young Arvid Horn the other. At it they went, now one side and now the other having the advantage, the two leaders fighting with especial vigor. Arvid pressed the king closely, and both lads were full of the excitement of the fray, when Charles, careless of his aim and with his customary recklessness, brought his hazel stick with a terrible thwack upon poor Arvid's face. Now, Arvid Horn had a boil on his cheek, and if any of my boy readers know what a tender piece of property a boil is, they will know that King Charles's hazel stick was not a welcome poultice. With a cry of pain, Arvid fell fainting from his horse, and the cavalry battle at single stick came to a sudden stop. But the heat and the pain brought on so fierce a fever that the lad was soon as near to death's door as his friend King Charles had been in the sea fight of the squirt guns. The king was deeply concerned during young Arvid's illness, and when the lad at last recovered, he made him a present of 2,000 thalers, laughingly promising to repeat the prescription whenever Arvid was again wounded at single stick. He was greatly pleased to have his friend with him once more, and when Arvid was strong enough to join in his vigorous sports again, one of the first things he proposed was a great bear hunt up among the snow-filled forests that skirted the Mälar Lake. A day's ride from Stockholm, the hunting lodge of the kings of Sweden lay upon the heavily drifted hill slopes just beyond the lake shore, and through the forests and marshes 200 years ago, the big brown bear of northern Europe, the noble elk, the now almost extinct auroch, or bison, and the great gray wolf roamed in fierce and savage strength, affording exciting and dangerous sport for daring hunters. And among these hunters, none excelled young Charles of Sweden. Reckless in the face of danger, and brave as he was reckless, he was ever on the alert for any novelty in the manner of hunting that should make the sport even more dangerous and exciting. So young Arvid Horn was not surprised when the king said to him, "I have a new way for hunting the bear, Arvid, and a rarely good one too." "Of that I'll be bound, sire," young Arvid responded. "But how may it be?" "You shall know anon," King Charles replied. "But this much will I say, I do hold it but a coward's part to fight the poor brute with firearms. Give the fellow a chance for his life, say I, and a fair fight in open field, and then let the best man win." Here was a new idea. Not hunt the bear with musket, carbine, or wheellock? What then? Did King Charles reckon to have a wrestling bout or a turn at single stick with the Jarl Bruin? So wondered Arvid Horn, but he said nothing, waiting the king's own pleasure, as became a shrewd young courtier. And soon enough he learned the boy hunter's new manner of bear hunting, when on the very day of their arrival at the Mälar Lodge, they tracked a big brown bear beneath the great pines and spruces of the almost boundless forest, armed only with strong wooden pitchforks. Arvid was not at all anxious for this fighting at close quarters, but when he saw King Charles boldly advance upon the growling bear, when he saw the great brute rise on his hind legs and threaten to hug Sweden's monarch to death, he would have sprung forward to aid his king. But a huntsman near at hand held him back. "Wait," said the man. "Let the little father play his part." and even as he spoke, Arvid saw the king walk deliberately up to the towering bear, and with a quick thrust of his long-handled fork, catch the brute's neck between the pointed wooden prongs, and with a mighty shove force the bear backward in the snow. Then, answering his cry of "Hullo, all!" the huntsman sprang to his side, flung a stout net over the struggling bear, and held it thus, a floundering prisoner, while the intrepid king coolly cut its throat with his sharp hunting knife. Arvid learned to do this too in time, but it required some extra courage even for his steady young head and hand. One day, when each of the lads had thus transfixed and killed his bear, and as in high spirits they were returning to the hunting lodge, a courserman dashed hurriedly across their path, recognized the king, and reining in his horse, dismounted hastily, saluted, and handed the king a packet. "From the council, sire," he said. Up to this day the young king had taken but little interest in the affairs of state, save as he directed the review or drill, leaving the matters of treaty and of state policy to his trusted counselors. He received the courserman's dispatch with evident unconcern, and read it carelessly. But his face changed as he read it a second time, first clouding darkly, and then lighting up with the gleam of a new determination and purpose. "What says Count Piper?" he exclaimed half aloud. "Holstein laid waste by Denmark? Gottorp Castle taken? And the Duke a fugitive? And my council dares to temper and negotiate? Ach, so! Arvid Horn, we must be in Stockholm ere nightfall." "But, sire, how can you?" exclaimed Arvid. "The roads are heavy with snow, and no horse could stand the strain or hope to make the city ere morning." "No horse," cried King Charles. "Then 3 shall do it. Hasten, bid Hord the equerry harness the triple team to the strongest sledge, and be you ready to ride with me in a half-hour's time, or we shall be in Stockholm by nightfall." And ere the half-hour was up, they were off. Careless of roadway, straight for Stockholm they headed, the triple team of plunging Ukraine horses, driven abreast by the old equerry Hord, dashing down the slopes and across the Malar ice, narrowly escaping collision, overturn, and death. With many a plunge and many a ducking, straight on they rode, and ere the Stockholm clocks had struck the hour of 6, the city gates were passed, and the spent and foaming steeds dashed panting into the great yard of the Parliament House. The council was still in session, and the grave old councillors started to their feet in amazement at this sudden apparition of the boy king, soiled and bespattered from head to foot, standing there in their midst. "Gentlemen," he said, with earnestness and determination in his voice, "your dispatch tells me of unfriendly acts on the part of the King of Denmark against our brother and ally of Holstein Gottorp. I am resolved never to begin an unjust war, but never to finish an unjust one, save with the destruction of mine enemies. My resolution is fixed. I will march and attack the first one who shall declare war, and when I shall have conquered him, I hope to strike terror into the rest." These were ringing and seemingly reckless words for a boy of 17, and we do not wonder that, as the record states, the old councillors, astonished at this declaration, looked at one another without daring to answer. The speech seemed all the more reckless when they considered, as we may hear, the coalition against which the boy king spoke so confidently. At that time, in the year 1699, the 3 neighbors of this young Swedish monarch were 3 kings of powerful northern nations: Frederick IV, King of Denmark; Augustus, called the Strong, King of Poland and Elector of Saxony; and Peter, afterwards known as the Great, Tsar of Russia. Tempted by the large possessions of young King Charles, and thinking to take advantage of his youth, his inexperience, and his presumed indifference, these 3 monarchs concocted a fine scheme by which Sweden was to be overrun, conquered, and divided among the three members of this new co-partnership of kings, from each of whom, or from their predecessors, this boy king's ancestors had wrested many a fair domain and wealthy city. But these three kings, as has many and many another plotter in history before and since, reckoned without their host. They did not know the mettle that was in this grandnephew of the great Gustavus. Once aroused to action, he was ready to move before even his would-be conquerors in those slow-going days imagined he had thought of resistance. Money and men were raised. The alliance of England and Holland was secretly obtained. A council of defense was appointed to govern Sweden during the absence of the king, and on April 23, 1700, 2 months before his 18th birthday, King Charles bade his grandmother and his sisters good-bye and left Stockholm forever. Even as he left, the news came that another member in this firm of hostile kings, Augustus of Saxony and Poland, had invaded Sweden's tributary province of Livonia on the Gulf of Finland. Not to be drawn aside from his first object, the punishment of Denmark, Charles simply said, "We will make King Augustus go back the way he came," and hurried on to join his army in southern Sweden. By August 3, 1700, King Charles had grown tired of waiting for his reserves and new recruits, and so, with scarce 6,000 men, he sailed away from Malmo, clear down at the most southerly point of Sweden, across the Sound, and steered for the Danish coast not 25 miles away. Young Arvid Horn, still the king's fast friend, and now one of his aides, following his leader, leaped into the first of the small barges or rowboats that were to take the troops from the frigates to the Danish shore. His young general and king, impatient at the slowness of the clumsy barges, while yet 300 yards from shore, stood upright in the stern, drew his sword, and exclaimed, "I am wearied with this pace. All you who are for Denmark, follow me!" And then, sword in hand, he sprang over into the sea. Arvid Horn quickly followed his royal friend. The next moment generals and ministers, ambassadors and belaced officials, with the troops that filled the boats, were wading waist-deep through the shallow water of the Sound, struggling toward the Danish shore, and fully as enthusiastic as their hasty young leader and king. The Danish musket balls fell thick around them as the Danish troops sought from their trenches to repel the invaders. "What strange whizzing noise is this in the air?" asked the young king now for the first time in action. "'Tis the noise of the musket balls they fire upon you," was the reply. "Ach, say you so?" said Charles. "Good, good! From this time forward, that shall be my music." In the face of this music, the shore was gained, the trenches were carried by fierce assault, and King Charles's first battle was won. 2 days later, Copenhagen submitted to its young conqueror, and King Frederick of Denmark hastened to the defense of his capital, only to find it in the possession of the enemy, and to sign a humiliating treaty of peace. The boy conqueror's first campaign was over, and, as his biographer says, he had at the age of 18 begun and finished a war in less than 6 weeks. Accepting nothing for himself from this conquest, he spared the land from which his dearly remembered mother had come, from the horrors of war and pillage, which in those days were not only allowable, but expected. King Augustus of Poland, seeing the short work made of his ally the King of Denmark by this boy king, whom they had all regarded with so much contempt, deemed discretion to be the better part of valor, and, as the lad had prophesied, withdrew from Livonia, going back by the way he came. Then the young conqueror, flushed with his successes, turned his army against his third and greatest enemy, Tsar Peter of Russia, who with over 80,000 men was besieging the Swedish town of Narva. A quaint old German-looking town situated a few miles from the shores of the Gulf of Finland, in what is now the Baltic provinces of Russia, and near to the site of the Tsar's later capital of St. Petersburg, the stout walled town of Narva was the chief defense of Sweden on its eastern borders, and a stronghold which the Russian monarch especially coveted for his own. Young Arvid Horn's uncle, the Count Horn, was in command of the Swedish forces in the town, which with 1,000 men he held for the young king his master against all the host of the Tsar Peter. The boy who had conquered Denmark in less than 6 weeks, and forced a humiliating peace from Poland, was not the lad to consider for a moment the question of risk or of outnumbering forces. In the middle of November, when all that cold northern land is locked in ice and snow, he flung out the eagle flag of Sweden to the Baltic blasts, and crossed to the instant relief of Narva with an army of barely 20,000 men. Landing at Pernau with but a portion of his troops, he pushed straight on, and with scarce 8,000 men hurried forward to meet the enemy. With a courage as daring as his valor was headlong, he surprised and routed first one and then another advance detachment of the Russian force, and soon 25,000 demoralized and defeated men were retreating before him into the Russian camp. In less than 2 days all the Russian outposts were carried, and on the noon of the 30th of November, 1700, the boy from Sweden appeared with his 8,000 victory-flushed though wearied troops before the fortified camp of his enemy, and without a moment's hesitation ordered instant battle. "Sire," said one of his chief officers, the General Stenbock, "do you comprehend the greatness of our danger? The Muscovites outnumber us 10 to 1. "What, then," said the intrepid young king, "do you imagine that with my 8,000 brave Swedes I shall not be able to march over the bodies of 80,000 Muscovites?" And then at the signal of 2 fusees and the watchword, "With the help of God," he ordered his cannon to open on the Russian trenches, and through a furious snowstorm charged straight upon the enemy. Again, valor and enthusiasm triumphed. The Russian line broke before the impetuosity of the Swedes, and, as one chronicler says, ran about like a herd of cattle. The bridge across the river broke under the weight of fugitives. Panic followed, and when night fell, the great Russian army of 80,000 men surrendered as prisoners of war to a boy of 18 with but 8,000 tired soldiers at his back. So the boy conqueror entered upon his career of victory. Space does not permit to detail his battles and his conquests. How he placed a new king on the throne of Poland, kept Denmark in submission, held the hosts of Russia at bay, humbled Austria, and made his name, ere yet he was 20, at once a wonder and a terror in all the courts of Europe. How, at last, his ambition getting the better of his discretion, he thought to be a modern Alexander, to make Europe Protestant, subdue Rome, and carry his conquering eagles into Egypt and Turkey and Persia. How by unwise measures and foolhardy endeavors he lost all the fruits of his 100 victories and his 9 years of conquest in the terrible defeat by the Russians at Pultowa, which sent him in exile into Turkey, kept him there a prisoner of state for over 5 years, and how finally, when once again at the head of Swedish troops, instead of defending his own homeland of Sweden, he invaded Norway in the depth of winter, and was killed when but 36 by a cannon shot from the enemy's batteries at Frederiksshall on December the 11th, 1718. Charles XII of Sweden was one of the most remarkable of the world's historic boys. Elevated to a throne founded on despotic power and victorious memories, at an age when most lads regard themselves as the especial salt of the earth, he found himself launched at once into a war with 3 powerful nations, only to become in turn the conqueror of each. A singularly good boy, so far as the customary temptations of power and high station are concerned, temperate, simple, and virtuous in tastes, dress, and habits. He was, as one of his biographers has remarked, the only one among kings who had lived without a single frailty. But this valorous boy, who had first bridled his own spirit, and then conquered the northern world, reared, as has been said, under a father cold and stern, defectively educated, taught from childhood to value nothing but military glory, could not withstand the temptation of success. An ambition to be somebody and to do something is always a laudable one in a boy or girl, until it supplants and overgrows the sweet, true, and manly boy and girl nature, and makes us regardless of the comfort or the welfare of others. A desire to excel the great conquerors of old, joined to an obstinacy as strong as his courage, caused young Charles of Sweden to miss the golden opportunity, and instead of seeking to rule his own country wisely, sent him abroad a homeless wanderer on a career of conquest as romantic as it was first glorious, and at the last disastrous. In the northern quarter of the beautiful city of Stockholm, surrounded by palaces and gardens, theatres, statues, and fountains, stands Moland's striking statue of the boy conqueror, Charles XII of Sweden. Guarded at the base by captured mortars, the outstretched hand and unsheathed sword seem to tell of conquests to be won and victories to be achieved. But to the boy and girl of this age of peace and good fellowship, when wars are averted rather than sought, and wise statesmanship looks rather to the healing than to the opening of the world's wounds, one cannot but feel how much grander, nobler, and more helpful would have been the life of this young Lion of the North, as his Turkish captors called him, had it been devoted to deeds of gentleness and charity rather than of blood and sorrow, and how much more enduring might have been his fame and his memory if he had been the lover and helper of his uncultivated and civilization-needing people, rather than the valorous, ambitious, headstrong, and obstinate boy-conqueror of 2 centuries ago. End of The Boy Conqueror, Charles XII of Sweden, by E. S. Brooks.